Hi.
I thought
Where
I'd just leave
she
you there
is.
hanging.
I was
Morning. Top of the morning to you. I have the power. I can do this.
You do. I'm just like, I'm at your mercy.
Good morning, everyone. Good
Hi,
morning,
Kim.
Bri, Gabby, Kim, Carmen, George. Who else have we got in the house? Oh, there's me.
There's you.
AJ, hello.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Super chat.
Yes.
I want to bring
Sorry,
one
I
of them up. Yeah. We need us a Bri sandwich.
Oh. I comment, but my daughter's in the chat, so
Oh, yes.
I was gonna say, well, I am a little hungry this morning. She'd be like, Mom.
No, we weren't having difficulties. We were gabbing. Sorry.
Sorry.
We were
Planning. Kind of. Planning.
Our leader.
Hello,
Giggle
George.
sisters.
Good
Yes.
to see you. I was
Well,
thinking, should we be the Giggle Gals? And then I was like, nah, Giggle Sisters. I think that works better.
Hi, Christine. How
Hello,
you going?
Christine.
Righto. The Bri sandwich. Yeah. Well, I don't like the music as much in the intro, but it does the job.
Yeah, sorry.
Unfortunately. No, that's all right. I didn't get any notifications at all.
Yeah, like I said, you won't. You can use all that, and then as soon as you get monetized, it will be like, nope, you can't use that
But
anymore.
that's the whole reason I paid for
Me
Canva
too.
Pro.
Me too. And that just as soon as I got monetized, they're like, you can't do it. I thought, what? So I think they're okay. The creator or whoever is okay as long as you aren't making money off of it. And I'm like, I'm not making money off of it. Have you? Excuse me. I can't survive.
Yeah.
Like, here's your penny.
Yeah.
So
I went to the free ones, but never mind.
Yeah. And those are fine. They just,
yeah.
It's like, whatever.
Just took me longer to find one, that's all.
Yeah.
So we recovered from our Giggle Fest on the Friday. Our I just rewatched it. Yes. There were some good one-liners in there, I must say.
Oh,
Just
thanks. Can I live? Well, no, I would starve. I'm just telling you. I would be streaming from a tent.
Le Black Swan. Well, it's funnily named because she wasn't really a ballerina for very long. It was a ballerina business, wasn't it, that they started up and pretty much got all these ballerinas to come down to where they were living to start up this business, and then it upended itself and she left and it went bankrupt.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, because my husband asked me what trial we were doing. Hello, we were just talking about you.
Good morning.
And we apologize.
Yes. I just said to AJ, I hope you didn't think we were making fun of your name. We were just trying to work out how to say it, and I apologize if that caused any offense whatsoever.
Yes, we
I'm really sorry.
Oh, no, we were talking about you before we came on here.
No, before we got on stream. Yeah.
Yes. Good
Behind the
night,
scenes.
Carmen. Have
Good
a
night, darling.
good sleep and day at work. Hello, Cheyenne.
Hello.
Good
That's
to see
Carmen's other half,
you.
isn't it?
Yes.
Yes? Cool.
Yes, it is. So she's probably heading to
Hello.
work.
Oh, one in, one out.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh, it was all nice. It was all nice.
All
We were
nice.
just worried that you had taken offense to us trying to say your name. That's all, and hopefully you haven't, because there was no malice intended whatsoever. The better half.
No. The better half. I can't comment on that, Cheyenne.
She's biased. She's allowed to be biased, isn't she?
You get in
So,
trouble.
Ashley, was she a ballerina? She must have been before she met Doug then.
I guess. I think it's like I was telling my husband, I said they have to come up with these names, and because she was a ballerina, she was not a black swan. You know, that's they had to, it doesn't really, there's nothing really to tie it to her being a
Yeah.
ballerina. There's this one
Yeah.
little part of the ballerina school that kind of started the stress of their marriage, from what I've gathered. And so to me, that it doesn't really have, it's just like they do. You know, they got to come up with something like the witchcraft
Yeah.
trial. There wasn't
Yeah.
witchcraft in that trial, you
No.
know?
Uh-huh.
So
They should have called it the hazmat trial.
the pea soup trial.
Yeah. No pew pews, but pee pee.
It is a catchy name though, Kim. I will give them credit for it.
Yeah.
It just, when you know, you try to explain to somebody that's not that familiar with
Into
what's going on, they're like, looked at you
Yeah.
like you're nuts. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why are they talking
Like if
about
someone
this?
just looked at our thumbnail, they'd go, "What? What are
Yeah,
they on
like,
about?"
yeah,
But if you're in
like,
the know, you're in the know.
yeah.
And I must say, the other thumbnails are just subpar in this department.
Yes, you do.
I
And
had
it's
a look
very,
at them, and
yours
yes,
is very
no.
pretty. I like it. I like it.
Black
Which,
Swan is a type of ballerina, isn't it? Like
well, there was
not
that movie,
traditional.
Black Swan, and it had oh, Mila Kunis was in it. I can't remember the other woman. It was a weird, weird movie. And I think one of them was like fighting to be the Black Swan. I don't remember the whole, it was a ballerina movie. They were in competition for, I think, the lead.
Like being the black sheep being left out type of thing, or
Well, I think you wanted to be the Black Swan, but it was, I don't remember. It's been a while. Yeah, that's kind of what my
Natalie
husband
Portman.
looked like. He looked like a deer in the headlights. Just like,
Yes.
"Oh, okay, sorry I asked."
Hmm. Was
He's
it Natalie Portman in it?
if she says it, I believe her. So,
I don't know the movie.
it was it was very weird. Very weird. There was a lot of stuff that it was very just weird. I don't know
Oh,
how to
oh,
explain it at all.
something exciting just happened.
Uh-oh, you must have had a knock at the door.
Mhm. Tap, tap, tap. Boop.
Oh, look at that picture. Good morning, Cry. I did that
Good
to my
morning,
dog.
ladies.
Good morning, Mr. Sailor.
Yes,
Aye,
How's
Captain.
everyone this morning?
giggly as
Very
usual.
well. Yeah.
I
I'm
told,
glad you're here because AJ's only going to stick around for an hour or so.
yeah, I gotta go to my dad's and then I'll be in chat. So
In chat.
behave.
I'll try. Can't promise,
But
but I'll do my best.
I text Gabby the other day. I said, my poor dogs have been walking up to me and I have been booping them all weekend every time they hold on to me. I was like, boop.
All
Like, get
right,
away
so
from me, crazy
Ashley
woman.
Benefield. So she's young, very pretty, was a ballerina, tried a bit of modelling, didn't work so much. Don't know why, because she's beautiful.
She is beautiful.
Met Doug, who was, I think, over 30 years or around the 30-year mark older than her at a political function. A whirlwind romance, so to speak, and married 13 days later.
Call that a tornado.
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently she was closer in age to his daughter Eva from his first marriage, who his wife had his first wife had passed away 9 months prior to them meeting, apparently. And he wouldn't consummate the marriage until they were actually married. That was why it was so quick.
Which is stupid.
Yeah, my brother did that.
I mean, no, it's not stupid if that's how you believe, but it's stupid.
Yeah.
You got married so you could have
Yeah.
relations. Like,
yeah, the wedding, the marriage lasted 2 weeks.
so, it's if you want to have relations, just have relations. You don't
Mm-hmm.
have,
Mm-hmm.
yummy.
So, yes. Now apparently there's a lot of what is it? Coercive behaviour behind the scenes and allegations of, and there was what was that law you said?
Stand your ground.
Stand your ground law. She had a hearing with regards to that, which was all about domestic violence, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Last year, and they pretty much dismissed it. But long and short of it is apparently they were both into their religion and to guns, and the night that they actually met at this function, she had a concealed handgun in her bra, apparently.
Hey, pew pew. We're not too
I'm
Oh,
sure she
okay,
was just
sorry.
happy to see
Pew pew. Pew pew. One of them.
One of those thingies.
One of them bang bangs.
Or maybe she was just happy to see you, Brian.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then they separated once they had a child, a little girl, wasn't it?
I believe so.
And she went and moved back to her mother's, and then somehow they reconciled again prior to his unaliving, which what I heard was that she had a few pew-pews staged around the house somewhere, and an argument ensued, and he ended up bearing the brunt of that argument. That was correct me if I'm wrong, because that's what I heard.
I don't know. I was, like I said, I was trying to go back and listen to what Vinny was saying, that he was over there packing a U-Haul because her mom's, I'll get it together. Ashley's grandmother had passed away in Maryland, and her mother inherited that house. So they were moving back up there, and he was over there packing the U-Haul thinking he was going, and she had told somebody else she never had any intention of him going. So
okay.
I'm not sure then if what happened. Nobody's going to ever know what happened at the house because we only have her end of it. And so I don't know exactly how he was playing into that, going over there helping her pack, thinking he's going to. They still had the custody dispute going on. They still had the divorce proceeding going on. She had filed an injunction, apparently, that was basically ignored. And so they had a hearing coming up. I don't remember if it was for the divorce or the child custody thing. I don't see how you could get child custody decided before the divorce was decided.
I thought they did it together,
but
over there, no?
They generally do. So it was weird to me that these seemed to be kind of two separate things. It was just one of his former attorneys, talking Doug's attorney, and she had some limitations on what she could say. So it was kind of confusing because she couldn't.
So it was unaliving by Pew Pew?
I believe so.
How many
I don't know.
Bang Bangs.
I don't remember. Like I said, you and I are kind of in the same boat of
Yeah.
like, what's going on with this? Because it just kind of came back all of a sudden.
Yeah. Crept in the back door, Gabby.
It did. And that dang back door. Somebody lock it.
Well, it's not up on Court TV yet. I've got this sitting here waiting. You just make sure that I've got CCs on and it boosted. Oops, where did they go? Somewhere. They're on. Settings, done. Full screen. Refresh. Oh! Okay, we're on.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Let's share screen, shall we? There's that.
Hello.
Yes. Not a good. Sorry, bad pause.
I'm really good at doing that
He
myself.
attacked her and she shot him.
She's claiming that he is the aggressor in all of this.
I see a liar. I see a manipulator.
Can everyone hear that?
I can hear it. Excuse me.
She killed my dad.
Will the jury see her actions as self-defense
Boy, did she have every reason to fear him.
or murder?
The Black Swan murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
George is going to be sad to hear that.
Why? Oh.
Gabby's back door.
Excellent. So the sound is good because it was
Good.
damn loud in my ears.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Excellent.
Always going to be, unfortunately.
A former ballerina.
Okay, we'll just redoes that. Sorry.
Another good pause for her. I did it.
Now, how do I get out of that without having to play it again? Go there.
I think they're just maybe playing. Are they just playing it on repeat until it starts?
Yeah, I think so. Nah. Nah. Mm.
Okay, that says 10:30 p.m., so that better not be right.
Yes. Yes. Well, that's my time. So it's 10:50 p.m. now. So
Okay. So
I wonder if I can move us like. Can we do that? Oh no, I don't want to do that. Hey, whoa, whoa, no, I don't want to do that either. Take me back. There we go. Whew, that was scary. It's time of night. So, nets. Not really. Oh, bless you. Was that you, Bri?
That was Madison.
Oh, bless you.
Bless Madison.
So I heard back from anyone who was watching the stream last night. Heard back from Steve. He's okay. His wife did actually start contracting again, but it settled all down again. So we will reschedule. And I did see a message earlier, but I think they've gone. Never mind. But by the sounds of it, he's not planning on keeping the public defender. Yeah.
No comment.
Yeah. What can you do? What can you do? Yep. You can't help someone who's not going to help themselves. All right, we're back on.
All right.
Let me share. What do you do? Share screen. Oh. What's happening? No. Fudge.
Oh, she looks tired.
Hang on. I've got to get us all back on the screen. There we go. I haven't got sound yet, so she's got beautiful hair.
She looks very tired. Look at her bags under her eyes.
Yep. Anxious, no doubt.
Oh, absolutely.
Is she in custody?
I don't
Or is she
I'm
know.
not sure.
Yeah.
She appeared like her hair with no makeup, no necklaces, like all that appears like she's in custody,
I'm not sure, Brian.
but I don't know.
She looks really bad if she's coming from home.
Yeah, she looks bad.
I've got one of those suitcases, but I take it to Thailand with me, not court. It's my yearly sabbatical. She is a hottie, isn't she?
is.
Yes,
She's
yes.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Absolutely
that's why I said I
beautiful.
don't know why her modeling career didn't take off.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Yes.
that's the swimsuit one. The picture I saw of her in the swimsuit.
Yes.
I mean, she's gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Yep.
I'd swap her any day in a heartbeat.
Yep. Well, I would not.
I would.
Oh, did you say you would swap her?
Yes.
What'd you say you would do? You would change her body. You would change bodies with her?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Any day.
I'll do that. I took that wrong.
All right, good morning, everybody. While you're getting settled in, we're back on the record in State of Florida versus Ashley Christina Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. It's Tuesday morning. We're getting ready to begin the first day of trial with preliminary instructions and opening statements, and then we'll start with the calling of witnesses. They're bringing the jury up right now. State, is there anything we need to cover
Prosecutor getting
before
ready
we
for
bring them in?
Halloween.
I know. I don't like that.
Yes.
Everyone hear it okay?
It's not really. Sorry.
Not
I have the
her.
jury instructions, for redactions and transcripts.
Too nice.
I just have to find them, Judge, but they're.
I have both of those.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I prepared them in case you needed them.
Anything before we bring the jury in?
Not
Thank you.
before opening statements. I
Membership all round.
report that, we want the opportunity to address Your Honor on
If
some
I could offer it.
witnesses that the state
Hey,
Good
morning,
morning,
Adair.
Adair.
before they actually testify.
How are you?
All right. So it would probably be better to do that now, I would think. Otherwise, I'm going to have to send the jury out. We'll have argument. Then we'll call the witness. Then I send them out. Each time you're going to make argument.
Sure. Whatever the courts.
Her defense
Sitting
attorney
with their
looks
backs to each other, they don't look like they're getting along.
yeah, yeah, and he looks his eyes look as sunken as hers. But yeah, that body language isn't good, is it?
What's that guy in the
Yes.
back there in the first little
This one,
pew? Yeah. He looks
No.
just as worn out as she does. I mean,
I
dang.
reckon that might be her brother.
Could be. Yeah.
They were at a rave last night.
Same. Same chins.
Yeah. Yep. I think you're right. The same bags.
yes. Mm,
So
yep.
this guy sitting behind her at that little
This one?
table, yeah, I don't know who he is. That's the one they were arguing yesterday that they wanted at defense table, but they were going to have to run cables and stuff there, and the judge just wasn't having it. So they asked him if they could
Hmm.
bring in a little like TV tray, which that's
Yep.
not, but it's better. And the judge was okay with that. Like it was fine. So he doesn't
Well, he
like
looks
this
like he missed
attorney.
the party last night.
Yeah. All right.
So I don't know who he is. If he's,
No,
So
I don't know.
wouldn't be like a bodyguard or anything, would it?
I don't think so. I was thinking
She being threatened?
investigator, or if he was co-counsel, he would definitely be at the table, I would think.
Mm.
But they were
Yep.
like super hard to hear during that hearing. They kept walking back to their tables, and then they weren't by mics at all, and you couldn't hear them at all.
Maybe he's the slide guy.
I don't know. You know they need an IT person with them at all
Yeah.
times.
Don't I?
Me too. I will.
what we have worked out between the parties, Your Honor, is that we're going to provide
Oh,
side with a list of
Get some rest,
witnesses
Bree.
that we respect
We will.
and involved
Don't worry.
in the same trial. So pursuant to that, informal agreement. We received yesterday a list by the state
Aw.
of several
She's been
purposes that they
she's been on
intend
a
to call
tear
them.
with feeding lately.
I don't know that
Ooh.
it's in any particular order.
Maybe they
But
need him,
one
Kim.
of them is Tommy Benefield. Another is Eva Benefield. And Alicia Benefield,
Tired.
Byers rather, and several others. And we have some concerns that we want to raise with the court before the witnesses actually testify, to everything ranging from relevance. For example, Your Honor, Eva Benefield, with all due respect to her having lost her father, we do not see anything that she has to say that is relevant to this inquiry. We took her deposition and we concluded that was clear.
Oh, did you see?
As to
See the closed captioning on that?
witness such as Tommy Benefield, his stand your ground testimony was rife with hearsay and information that he did not have personal knowledge of. And of course, we want to preclude that here in the trial. As to
Oh, sorry. I'm
I
trying to
do
move
that
this
all the
right out the
time.
way and it won't let me.
And nope.
some of the witnesses, such as
Might put
Alicia
it back on the
Byers
bottom.
and Barbara Russell, Your Honor,
There we go. Better.
we believe that the state's intent on calling these witnesses is to go down the child abuse road. We are extremely concerned with that for several reasons, not the least of which is relevance. This is, after all, a homicide trial. We don't want to go down the rabbit hole of chasing whether or not this child was actually abused.
Was CPS wasn't involved, were they?
I
didn't think so.
mean, I wouldn't think so. How well?
No.
I would ask how old the baby was, but that doesn't matter because people do horrible things to kids all the time. So,
Yeah. Well, she'd be
I
what, 2 or 3 now?
well, this
When
happened
was
in
this?
2020, so she would have been
Okay.
born before that. Um, so I'm not sure. So 4 maybe ish.
Mm.
He is a very aggressive defense attorney, but I think he
Yeah.
has not made friends with the judge, I don't believe, because he brought one motion he brought late, and he admitted he brought it late, and he took responsibility for that. So I'm like, well, then you brought it late, shut up. And
Mm.
he just has not, the judge just does not seem to be a fan of his. So I don't know. Not saying that should make a difference, but
No. All right, we'll see, won't we?
We don't
Yeah.
think it has any relevance.
Well, yeah, in that late motion, he also was making the judge sound like you're being unfair to us.
Yep.
I'm bringing it late, but you're wrong.
Yes. Was that his motion to recuse the judge?
Yeah.
Okay. Because some of the things he was saying, I thought you better be able to bring proof of what you are accusing this guy of. Because those are kind of big accusations. But I thought he just kind of ignored the whole thing. At the end, he just went on.
Sorry.
Well, you're fine.
I sent Gabby an email and we got the link.
Well,
There you go. My bad. Sorry.
It's Monday.
I know.
Charges that Ms. Benefield is on trial for.
That's
And
Tuesday
most
here.
importantly, perhaps under 403's
Oh, is it? Yeah.
analysis, we firmly believe and we fear. We don't know that it will inure to our detriment any more than it might inure to the state's detriment, but raising the issue of child abuse is going to confuse this jury. It's going to distract their attention from the ultimate issue for which we're here, which is whether or not this shooting was justified. We acknowledge that Ms. Benefield was responsible for the shooting.
Good morning,
All that's
Sharon.
left is
Good to see
is
you.
either self-defense or
Good
enforcement.
morning.
And if we go down that
Look at the
rabbit
judge.
hole,
He's like, are you
I
serious?
Yes.
fear that it's going to create issues in the minds of the jurors that
Un momento, por favor.
That's universal language when you look over the top of your glasses.
Oh,
That's my mother look.
My dad
My
used to
kids
do
know.
that. Yep.
They go running if I do that.
My dad used to look down he would like look down his nose at us, and then you're just going, whatever it was, I'm sorry. 'Cause
Tea waffles.
the look was enough. Oh, Gabby. Yes, I saw that. Sorry. I was already immune because I saw it already Friday.
Welcome, Miss Gabby.
Hello, Gabby.
Hello, Governor.
Hello, Governor. I love it. I love it. Yay. It's going to be a fun stream.
I told you she got over
Now,
her
who's the
fear of
meat and the
being on here.
sandwich? Hmm? Yeah.
Gabby, are you a
Mhm.
bun? It's me and Bri in the middle.
And now it's a club sandwich.
Yep.
But
Good pause face though.
Oh, it's
I wonder, for the same reason that Your Honor concluded Kimberly Griffin really had nothing relevant to add, the court, we believe, has
I'm gonna mute my
staked
mic for a
out,
second.
if you will,
I have to go sin. I'll
the
be right back.
admissible parameters.
No worries.
That being specifically what law enforcement did as it relates to this. And they, we tend to call Deputy Moreland, for example, who was the deputy that accompanied the CPT team in some of these interviews. But we feel that if it gets into the substance of those statements, it's going to create problems for all of us.
The substance of what statements?
Whether or not there was child abuse, allegations of child abuse, that was never resolved, Your Honor. And I might point out to the court, there were allegations of abuse because of various injuries that the child was returned with, and because of some of the behavior that the child exhibited. But those allegations were not confined to any one place. There were two professionals, a pediatrician as well as a psychologist, that were responsible for some of those allegations. We just don't see what possible relevance that could have. And when you balance the probative value of that against the danger of unfair prejudice, and again, I'm not sure which side the unfair prejudice is going to be directed at, because I think child abuse is going to raise the eyebrows of every one of those, especially we have 5 women on the immediate panel. And they may very well, it's kind of like the atomic bomb, they may very well.
I think he's going to be one of these defense attorneys we watch at 1.5 speed.
Feel that the state should have done more and hold it against them. I don't know that they will hold it against us. If they consider the validity of the allegations, and if they consider the validity of the allegations, Judge
Hey,
White,
Sarah.
there we are.
Hi,
We're
Sarah.
now
Good
litigating
morning.
whether or not there was any truth and whether or not the child was actually abused. And I think it's going to be a mistake, respectfully.
Thank you. Give me a response.
Judge, I do not intend to ask Barbara Russell or Alicia Byers about child abuse or anything like that. That is not why they're being called. So if that was the concern, then there should not be a concern. As for Eva Benefield, she is going to testify just about background, the tenor of this relationship when they first met and that type of thing, which I think is relevant. Also, Tommy Benefield, I recognize he testified to a lot in the stand your ground that may not be relevant at this point. So I have tailored my questions down to just what he saw in her.
Final thoughts?
Yeah, the only thing I would say.
Good morning, Sharon. It's Jody. And welcome.
In response is as to Eva Benefield, Your Honor, I think she's being called for the sympathy factor.
You can call me anything though, really.
There's nothing about the background and about her being in the house periodically that sheds any relevance on this. We took her deposition. She has no knowledge of any of the specific events. The only thing at best that she can say, and I think this is why the state's calling her, is it's going to be an effort to introduce an appropriate character evidence of Ms. Benefield. Eva Benefield relates in a couple of incidents in her deposition where Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers, spoke with Eva and tried to tell her how dangerous her father was. And of course, being a young girl, or for that matter, just out of a sense of loyalty to her father, which is understandable, she was put off
That guy
by
back
that.
is sweating like a horned shirt.
And whether or not that
Is that you, Bryce?
is off.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
Right.
guy in the back is sweating like crazy.
Yeah.
He's pretty nervous.
He's one of those people that carries a towel like everywhere he
I
goes.
do that.
He's wiping off constantly.
She
He's
does.
even using his jacket.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
Well, it's Florida, isn't it? So it's summer
yes.
over there, yeah.
Mm-hmm. She does look different
Yes.
because she's.
Mm,
I think she's tired.
yeah.
You know, no makeup will do that to you.
Yeah.
An effort
Uh-huh.
to portray Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers, as mean or
This
spiteful.
guy needs to spit it out.
Would really be an appropriate character evidence, and we have not opened that door. And as the court well knows, if that doesn't come in, it's inadmissible until such time as we do. So
I know.
I don't see
I agree.
respectfully any relevance to that, balanced against the sympathy factor. I don't think she's an appropriate witness.
This should have been resolved
All right,
yesterday.
thank you both very much. Of the four names you mentioned, of course, Tommy Benefield testified at the Stand Your Ground hearing. And while I'm sure you both remember that I had a footnote where I mentioned that during the Stand Your Ground hearing, I allowed quite a bit in because as the court, I think I am capable of knowing what's admissible and what's relevant in making a legal determination. So I allowed a lot more in than I would allow in during this trial. And I hinted at that, or I think I actually stated it pretty expressly in one of my footnotes, that just because it came in at the Stand Your Ground hearing does not mean it's coming in at the trial, subject to appropriate objection. The only person that, of the four you mentioned, that testified at the Stand Your Ground hearing is Mr. Benefield, Tommy Benefield. And State, I just heard you acknowledge that you understand that a lot of his testimony, and I'm not going to put a percentage on it, was allowed, but may not be admissible at trial. Eva Benefield did not testify. I don't know the substance of her testimony, what it's going to be. I've heard about a deposition that was taken, so I know you've had the opportunity to at least depose her and speak with her. Alicia Byers. So I had not even heard that name except reading it off of the witness list yesterday. So Alicia Byers is the defendant's mother.
Yes, sir.
And you're calling her.
Yes.
Okay. And then, of course, I know Dr. Russell, we had the hearing with her. All I could say at this point is with kind of generic non-specifics. I don't feel like there's really any blanket ruling I can put on any of these particular witnesses. What I heard from the defense was hearsay as to Tommy Benefield. That may very well be the case to some of his testimony, lack of personal knowledge, whatever it might be. Eva Benefield is just a general relevance, and I don't know. I haven't even seen her deposition. I haven't had her at a pretrial hearing, so I don't know what her testimony is going to be. So at that point, I can just say object as you see fit.
She looks like she's staring
and
at
Ms.
me.
Byers and Ms. Russell, I heard some of Ms. Russell's testimony at a prior hearing, but we didn't get into anything about child abuse or allegations of child abuse. And I have no idea what Ms. Byers is going to say. So all I can say is I'm not aware of a ruling I can make at this point other than just to follow the rules of evidence. Before I bring the jury in, I did want to welcome everybody that's in the audience. Please check now to make sure that your cell phones are silenced or off. There is no recording, audio or video in the courtroom. You can certainly speak with our media relations folks about how to get into the pool feed, or if you want to take pictures, we certainly have a media room where that can be done. There's not to be any cell phone use in the courtroom. I generally don't get too upset if people
Morning, Rita.
they need to send or receive a text related to work or
Welcome,
something like
welcome.
that. That's just
Hey,
fine.
Rita.
Wow,
Welcome.
international audience. Look at that.
Cool.
Look at
That's
that.
cool.
Australia,
Welcome.
Hungary, US, Connecticut, Indiana,
Connecticut, Indiana.
Massachusetts.
They do feel
where
like their
was-
own country sometimes. Baltimore.
Baltimore,
Maryland.
Maryland. Yeah. And I don't know where everyone else is from.
Sarah, I
Where's
believe,
George
is
from? George is
George's in
England too, isn't he?
UK.
Yeah.
Sarah, I think, is in Canada.
Texas. We got
Texas.
everyone in the house. Yay. Welcome.
Yes. This is awesome.
Just as long as it's not distracting, so that allowance can very well change as the trial goes on. I'll also say with a group this size, it's not uncommon for people to need comfort breaks at various times throughout the case. I would ask if we could keep the in and out to a minimum. It can be distracting to the jury. And as I mentioned to the jury yesterday, I want them 100% focused on
That
the
was for
testimony
you,
and
Gabby.
evidence in
Keep
this
the in
case.
and
So if
out
you can
to a minimum.
try and take your breaks, step out and come back in whenever we have a break between witnesses, maybe during bench conferences and so forth. I do appreciate it.
That guy didn't even comb his hair.
Oh dear. No, he's got head injury.
That guy?
Can you see that? This
And
one
the
with the
stripe.
blue tie.
Oh, well, great.
Yeah.
Now I feel like a piece of crap.
Reminding the court and the
Yeah,
state
above his glasses
of
is
the
a
agreement
big
we
scar.
have that
No, well, good
there
for
should
me.
be no reference to the standard
Starting
Brown
strong.
hearing. It should instead be reference to just another hearing, and instruct our witnesses.
Oh, I see it. Yep, great.
I think we should be clear on that.
Yes, and
I think that may have intercepted a windscreen, perhaps at some stage.
Yeah.
I had a girlfriend like that. 20 years
Sidebar.
later, she was still
Maybe he
she was
ran
still
into
picking bits of
Tyler.
glass.
What'd you say?
To
Brett?
who?
Maybe he ran into Tyler.
Ah. Ellie, never mind.
Yeah, no, my girlfriend had that happen and her head went through the windscreen, and 20 years on, she was still picking little bits of glass out of her forehead.
Wow.
Poor bugger.
Wow.
Mm.
Well, yeah. Okay, well, I will
Thank you.
just feel like a piece of
All
crap
right,
all day
nobody's
now.
invoked the rule. Are we invoking the rule?
Are we invoking the rule? Yes.
Yes.
Get out.
Actually, that raises
Oh, my
the
gosh.
Really?
last issue, if I can.
Oh,
Look at his face. Look at his
yeah.
face.
Mhm.
I think this has to be an ex parte conversation. Very brief ex parte conversation with the court.
Okay.
Really?
This is ridiculous. They've had motions hearings. Okay, so now say it. Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Oh, and you got me say it again.
Sidebar.
That was an Aussie accent.
Sidebar.
With a
Yeah.
little bit of Boston in it. Oh, he's up there by himself. Interesting.
Yeah, he wanted an ex parte.
Yeah.
It looks like he's holding his head.
Well, because
The
he's
judge's
probably
head.
got a headache.
He's caressing the judge's head.
Does, doesn't it? It's like holding his head in his hands.
Judge, listen to me. He's
There,
like
there,
rubbing his
Judge.
temples.
I know I'm a pain in the behind, but you just have to indulge me here, okay?
I
My
hope there's
ears,
not a
they
hazmat
pop out.
suit in this trial.
Oh, I hope nobody is trying to point directions out. So let me put it that way.
The court
That was so
reporter's still
gross.
taking it down.
Yeah, she's listening in her headphones. Did you hear they're calling her mom? The state's calling her mother as a witness.
Really?
Yeah. It's
Oh, yes.
That's
The state's
crazy.
calling it. Oh.
Yes, the state is calling her mother.
Well.
Mummy, are you my mummy?
Well, maybe
Please,
not
sir.
anymore. I don't have a mother.
A dollop a daisy.
Oh, Lord. This is going to be a scream, isn't it?
Well, a dare, it just depends because she's saying she did it in self-defense, and that's why they had the stand your ground hearing. So it wouldn't have to be an intruder that she didn't know. I'm sorry. Rita, my name is Debbie. If you can hear me, because my voice is not cooperating.
No, it's a bit crackly, isn't it?
It's a little crackly. Hang on one second. Oh, Gabby.
All right, the rule of sequestration has been invoked. If there are any witnesses who are present in the courtroom, you must leave at this point, as you cannot hear the testimony of other witnesses. You should not discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with any other witnesses until such time as the court has released you from your subpoena or the trial is over and the jury has been
So wait a second. If all of our moderators are on screen, who's looking after the chat?
I think Gabby still is.
Yeah, no, it was a joke.
Yes.
I'm bouncing back and forth.
You may talk to the attorneys, but not if other witnesses are present.
You're welcome.
And the attorneys cannot tell you what other witnesses have said in court. If you violate the rule of sequestration, you could face contempt proceedings, and if found in contempt of court, you could be ordered to pay a fine, serve time in jail, or both. Each attorney is responsible for advising their witnesses that the rule has been invoked and what this means. If you have a witness that prefers or needs to be instructed on the rule from the court, please advise me well in advance of their appearing so that instruction can occur outside the presence of the jury. I will add a caveat to my normal rule of sequestration admonition that I have been made aware that the case, the trial is online. I don't know if it's live as we're going or if it's just available online somewhere
right.
After the fact.
Yes, we
But
are.
the rule of sequestration would also prevent witnesses from watching the trial live or watching a recording of the trial. If they're under subpoena, the rule applies to them. Please advise them of such.
And Judge, just to add on to that, we have Tommy Benefield and Eva Benefield. They will be the first two witnesses, and pursuant to Marcy's law, I would ask that they be allowed to sit in for the rest of the trial. They may be called as rebuttal witnesses. There's a slim chance, but that would only be if the defendant testifies.
We mentioned Marcy's law yesterday. Was that you, Bri, that gave the definition of that?
Yeah, Marcy's law ensures that victims are accorded the same constitutional rights as criminals or convicts or accused, I should say.
But yeah,
Cool.
they get to sit in there. They don't have to leave, generally.
Right.
Cool. Sweet. Thank you.
So if it pleases the court, if that happens and the defendant testifies, then we can ask them to step out for that testimony. But pursuant to Marcy's law, I believe they have a right to be here after they
You want to be heard on that?
Of course he does.
It's pretty timely, Your Honor. Equal treatment. That's all I ask.
Rita, most people just call
Pursuant to
me
Florida
AJ.
Statute 90.616.
That's easier to remember.
D, as in Delta, a witness may not be excluded if the witness is, in a criminal case, the victim of the crime, the victim's next of kin, the parent or guardian of a minor child victim, or a lawful representative of such person, unless, upon motion, the court determines such presence to be prejudicial. Do you want to be heard on that? The last prong?
I think given the fact
Prong,
that they're
prong,
both
prong,
going to be called as witnesses, yes,
Oh,
I think
goodness.
it would be prejudicial.
State.
And Judge, that's why we're calling them first, so they can testify and get their main testimony out of the way before any of the other witnesses testify. And like I said, the only reason they would be called back is as rebuttal to if the defendant testifies. So I think we can solve the problem if the defendant chooses to testify, if we just remove them from the courtroom for that testimony.
All right, the rule is very specific. In a criminal case, the victim of the crime, the victim's next of kin, the parent or guardian of a minor child victim, or a lawful representative of such person. It's the disjunctive, not the conjunctive. So pick one. You can have the victim's next of kin or a lawful representative of such person. Pursuant to Marcy's Law and pursuant to Rule 90.616 2D, I don't find that one of their presences would be overly prejudicial. As we usually would, keep them in the back, and it shouldn't be a problem.
What is the statute the court cited?
90.616 2A.
Kim, it's
Me
just,
too,
it's
Kim.
just- they're just arguing
just
over
arguing
who can be in
BS.
there, who can testify. It's just, this should have been done.
I reckon that guy that is beside her might be like a victim advocate, perhaps,
Maybe.
for her support.
He's very sweaty.
Might be under this rule. Yeah.
I can't unsee it. But yeah, Kim, it's just, we're just waiting for them to get to opening
Yeah.
statements. Like,
And of course, if somebody's released from their subpoena, all right.
Yeah, then they can
That was
stay.
a lot for not having any emotions.
Yep.
You ready to go? Safe?
Yes.
Yes. Defense. Okay. Let's bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
I still think he might be an investigator for them. Maybe he's paralegal. I don't know.
Well, whoever he is, he should work in Alaska instead of Florida. It's too hot down there for him.
Hey, pause it for just a second, Jody.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rita, the defense rest up there at the top is Jody. She's in Australia.
Yeah,
Then you've got Bri, who is the sailor in the...
Brian.
Okay. Well, I wanted to make sure it was okay to call you Brian.
Oh, yeah.
Before I called you Brian. Because I've called you Brian. Then I thought, oopsies. Below me is Gabby. This is her first time on stream. So don't know if you'll see her face. Brian shows us his face every once in a while. So Jody and we trade back and forth on who streams. So this is actually Jody's in control of this stream today, and then I will do it tomorrow.
So I've got the control button, but we're streaming on both channels, both of our channels at the same time, which may be why you won't see all of the comments in the chat if I bring anything up. So depending on which channel you came in on.
Yes.
Hello, Bri. Welcome, sir. Good to see you.
So Jody's channel is the Defense Rest, the defense with a C, because Australia, that's how they spell it.
Correct.
So make sure you check out her YouTube channel as well. And my stream is going to keep running, and I will be in chat in just a few minutes because I will be in my car. So then I will just be chatting with all you guys. Jody has the ejector and trapdoor buttons. And Gabby always has them. And Bri has them.
Yes, that is Bri.
We all
just
have
press
them.
the button to release the Kraken, so watch out.
Is that actually a window, or have you got a green screen, Bri?
It's just a virtual background.
Okay.
My wallpaper is hideous, so I have to go back.
It can't be worse than the guys from Fleischer's 1970s.
Oh, Logan.
Yeah,
Yes.
it can't
It's
be worse
gold,
than
isn't
his.
it? But
Yeah,
if you look
that's
at the
awesome.
whole, he's actually decorated it really well for a 70s house.
I think they
Really
redid the
well.
whole thing in 70s.
Yeah.
decor.
It takes me back to my childhood.
It's awesome.
Oh, thanks, Sarah. That's lovely.
Yes, thank you, Sarah.
And having a sandwich.
Right, doesn't look like a cat.
You all can have a seat. We stand for you.
We stand for you. You should have been here 6 hours ago.
All right, you all can have a seat. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I see some of you brought your jackets and some layers to be comfortable in.
It must be cold in there. And
So
that
now you
guy's
get to
sweating.
sit in the nice, comfortable seats as you listen to the testimony. As you notice, those seats do turn.
All right,
as
Jody.
slow as you
Are they
need
having
to.
like a pajama party or something?
I think they're cold, even though that guy's sweating buckets.
You heading off, are you?
I'm gonna head off. I've turned this on my phone. I will be in chat, and then when I get to my dad's, I may jump back in and just stay off screen like old T Waffles is down there.
No worries.
So
Have a
I'll
nice
see you.
ride.
Oh, it'll be
Say hi to your dad.
fantastic. And
Have a good day.
I will see you guys in about 20 minutes.
Mwah.
All right. See you. I'll be listening, so behave. Bye. Don't make me use my mom voice. I'm out.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Boop. See, I ejected.
I sent her down the rabbit hole.
I do have some initial instructions before we begin. I do want to ask, though, and again, you're going to get tired of hearing this from me because every time we separate and every time we come apart, I'm going to get some confirmation from you. So did anybody begin deliberations or talking about the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody talk about the case with anybody outside of this group? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. Thank you very much for honoring those very important traditions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Ashley Christina Benefield. This is a criminal case. Ms. Benefield is charged with murder in the second degree with a firearm. The definition of this crime will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Ms. Benefield, in accordance with the law that I will give you at the end of the case. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as evidence. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you the initial instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have an opportunity, if they wish, to make closing arguments to you. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude by giving you the final jury instructions. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to the jury room to consider your verdict. Electronic devices in this courtroom, recesses, people and places involved in the case. Deliberate to you without delay. I previously gave you my business card, which has my situation as necessary. It was in every courthouse, at home, or anywhere else.
You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any places or people to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses and you are discharged,
Baby
the court
Jesus.
deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes.
Why are they always so
If
long?
you take notes, do not get so run out of papers. You have a difficult time hearing someone. Maybe
What?
it's soft spoken. Maybe they're far away. Whatever it might be. If you have any,
Mother of this child to have any.
Okay.
will be in this case. State.
Right on. Opening statements. Let's do it.
This case is about a woman who very early on.
That's a good question, Adair. That might be one for you, Bri. I know a lot of cases go to a grand jury prior, and I think 99.9% of them get indicted because the law within that grand jury is quite low, I believe, isn't it? The threshold to indict.
Yeah,
But do all trials go through the grand jury or not?
not all go through grand jury, and I'm not sure how they determine which ones do. But you're right, 99.9% that do get indicted.
What's the
Actually,
standard?
the defendant isn't even allowed to be present or be represented during a grand jury. So that old phrase, you can indict a ham sandwich in a grand jury.
Yeah, because it's not probable cause. It's what's the wording?
Preponderance of the evidence.
That's right. Thank you, sir.
On in her pregnancy, decided she wanted to be a single mother. And she did not want the father of this child to have any visitation, her husband. And everything she did from that point on was to attain that goal. And she would stop at nothing to attain that goal. She tried several things in the system that you'll hear. The courts, law enforcement, Department of Children and Families, no one got on her side. And at the end, when there was no other option, she shoots him and kills him and claims self-defense. Now, this couple, Doug Benefield and Ashley Benefield, were married. They had moved to Florida from South Carolina. They lived together in South Carolina. Now, when they lived down here in Florida in Bradenton, they did not live together. Obviously, there were issues. Doug Benefield lived in his own apartment. Ashley Benefield lived with her mother, Alicia Byers, in a home with their daughter once she gave birth. She had this daughter who at the time was a toddler when she shot Doug. While they were living separate, they were still interacting with each other with the apparent goal of seeking reconciliation, reconciling this family and becoming a family. They were going to restaurants. They were going to Selby Gardens. They were hanging out at the pool at Doug Benefield's apartment complex. By all images, they looked like they were trying to reconcile. The problem was that is not what Ashley Benefield wanted. Although that's what she was portraying, that's not what she wanted. At the time that this shooting happened, they were planning to move to Maryland. Ashley's mother had inherited a home in Maryland, and they were going to move to Maryland. Doug was also going to move to Maryland. They were going to continue to live separate and continue to attempt to reconcile, but they were all going to move to Maryland together. Excuse me. At the time that this happened, everybody was in moving mode. There were boxes everywhere, furniture, beds upended. They had a U-Haul that they were using together. They had a pod that was in the defendant's driveway that they were putting all of their things into. And every day around this time, Doug Benefield was going to Ashley's home to assist her in putting these things into the pod, putting these things into the U-Haul, because the plan was that they were all going to pack up in the next few days and move to Maryland. And it continued to try and work on their relationship. The problem was Ashley Benefield knew that this was a ruse. She didn't intend to reconcile. She didn't intend to try to make this work. And the problem was there was a court hearing on September 30th of 2020. And at that court hearing, all of this was going to come out. It was going to come out that she was acting one way when she was by herself, and she was acting another way when she was with Doug Benefield. That she was telling him she wanted to work on things, that she wanted to get this marriage back together. But yet when separate, she was saying she had absolutely no intention of reconciling, did not want him around, and did not want this to work. On the 30th of September, this was going to come out. On the 27th of September, she shoots him and kills him. 3 days before this hearing and 3 days before this information was to become public. Now, there was no one else at the house at the time of the shooting. It was just Doug and Ashley. While Ashley's mother and child lived there, they had gone to the park. As soon as Doug got to the house, Alicia Byers takes her granddaughter and they go to the park. So the only people at the house are the defendant and the victim. And you're going to hear three very important things about this shooting. Number one, Ashley Benefield was the only person that was armed. It was her gun. She had it from before. It's not like she took it away from Doug. It was her gun. And Doug Benefield was not armed. He had no gun, no knife, no club, no weapon of any kind. Number two, Ashley Benefield was not injured. Law enforcement took pictures of her right after the shooting. And then again, you'll hear in a few days, they took more pictures. Because sometimes law enforcement, they know that bruises sometimes don't show up right away, that it takes several days for these bruises to show up. So they took pictures several days later. And you'll see those pictures and you'll see that Ashley Benefield is not injured. She has some very superficial scratches on her midsection. Who knows where they came from? She had cats in the house, but who knows? But this is the only injury to her. And the third thing is the trajectory of the fatal bullet. Now, he was shot multiple times, but one of the bullets was fatal. The trajectory of that bullet was side to side. It was not straight on. Doug Benefield was not facing her, coming at her at the time that the fatal shot was fired. Now, as you go through this trial, it's a lot of information, a lot of timeline, but it's all very important to understand the tenor of this relationship between these two people. And it goes all the way back to when they met, back in 2016. That was the end of August 2016, they meet. They were both involved in some political event and they met. 13 days later, they married. Doug Benefield was 54 years old. Ashley Benefield was 24 years old. So there was a 30-year age gap between the two of them. They knew each other 13 days and they got married. Ashley Benefield was very into the ballet, had been an ex-dancer. Her dream was to start a ballet company. And lo and behold, her husband has the money and the connections to get this done. So he begins and she begins to put this ballet company together. And they do put a ballet company together. But before it can actually take off, it falls apart. Before they're married even a whole year, so in April of 2017, Doug Benefield has his vasectomy reversed because they want a child. Within weeks or months of the vasectomy reversal, the defendant is pregnant. So all within a year of being married, they have done a vasectomy reversal, gotten pregnant, started a ballet, and the ballet has crumbled. While Ashley is pregnant, she decides she's too sick from the pregnancy, morning sickness, and that she needs her mother to take care of her. Her mother's in Florida, in Bradenton, Florida. So during her pregnancy, she moves to Bradenton, Florida to live with her mother so her mother can take care of her during the sickness. The two never lived together again. This was the last time these two lived together. They continued a long distance relationship when she first moved to Florida and continued trying to keep it together in communication. But about the same time as the ballet collapses, right about all of this time, Ashley Benefield starts complaints against the victim. Her complaints are things like, the main one was that Doug Benefield was poisoning her with heavy metals, and her unborn child was being poisoned, that there was poison in her tea, that he was giving her poison. There were also other complaints, domestic violence complaints, different types of complaints, but not once will you hear that she ever said he hit her. Not once did she ever say he choked her, kicked her, anything like that. Even though she's making these complaints, the victim, Doug Benefield, is still trying to make this work. And you're going to see some text messages and hear some things. He's still trying to make this work. But she is having none of it. So at about the time that she's ready to give birth, Doug Benefield contacts an attorney here in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, Stephanie Murphy, and asks her to help. And asks her to help him write a letter to her, to Ashley Benefield, to state that he wants to be a part of the birth and he wants to be a part of this child's life and to please keep in contact with him. Ashley never answers that letter. That letter is sent via email on March 15th of 2018, which was several weeks early. She wasn't due yet. And the next day, she is induced. Her pregnancy is induced and she gives birth to a daughter. She never tells Doug. He doesn't even know his child is born for weeks. And she never responds to the letter. The way that Doug knows that this child is born is that Ashley Benefield starts filing complaints again. And based on these complaints, he figures out, oh, my child's born. And now we have more complaints. The complaints revolved around the poisoning and the things that I talked about earlier. And she filed for what's called a violation of injunction, she filed for an injunction. An injunction is our legal way of saying restraining order. So when someone wants a restraining order, they have to go through a process and go to court, and the court has to decide, and you get a restraining order. So that was her process. She was trying to get a restraining order against Doug, and the allegations were what I said to you. At the same time, Doug Benefield had not seen his child, had not met his child. So he did a cross complaint to say, please let me have contact with my child. I've never even met my child. So this was set for a hearing. And it ended up going 2 days. It was long. It was a long process, a lot of witnesses in family court. And it ended up going 2 days. It began in July 30th, 2018, and it finished on September 17th, 2018.
No. What, was he in the background?
Yeah, he had the cutest little chubby cheeks ever. I think you went too far.
Oh. Got a bit happy with my J.
Yeah, you sort of see him like sit down behind her, the girl with the blue.
Oh, there.
Yeah, he's so cute. Look at him.
Oh. Oh, he's just gone out of screen now, yeah?
Yeah.
When she was with Doug, it was, we're moving to Maryland. We're going to work on our relationship and try and make this family work. When she's not with Doug, she's saying, no, how I do not want that. I want to reconcile with him. And to Doug's knowledge, all he's hearing is want to reconcile. So that's what he knows. Was coming out on the 30th. September 30th, 2020, Ashley knew the ruse was up. Now, there had to be a request from both sides, the husband and the wife, this psychological report. And at one point before the hearing, Ashley Benefield tried to get Doug to drop that so the report would not get out, would not be released. Doug refused. So that report was coming out on the 30th, and on the 27th, she kills him and claims self-defense. Now, you're probably going to hear a lot of information about Doug Benefield. Probably some negative things, not so nice things. I would just ask you to remember who and why. Just because someone speaks words does not make it true. So use your common sense as you go through this trial. This is a long story with a lot of information, but you'll see that this was a custody battle that this mother was going to win at all costs. And the cost was the life of Doug Benefield. And that is murder. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
I actually thought that too, Bri.
Judge Wright, may I request to put the screen down?
George is in chat creating conspiracy theories.
Yep. Can everyone hear that okay?
George.
Bri.
This is the divide between generations. I'm in the old school.
I thought that was Bri talking for a second.
I have a picture and it's reliable.
Oh my God, I was just saying
This is
that
the new
before when he was
world.
talking. I was like,
We rely
wow,
on
Bri has a
technology.
lot to say today.
I'm not sure that I'm a fan.
Who is it speaking?
Was that the judge?
I think that was the defense attorney.
Oh, okay. He sounds an awful lot like you, Bri.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he's definitely going to win then.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Douglas Benefield. He was 58 when Ashley Benefield was forced to shoot him. Can I see the second picture, please?
This is his opening statements.
I want you to note how he's built for a 58-year-old man. Now, despite being raised by a family who taught me that it was ill to speak about the dead in an unflattering sense, I'm going to have some strong words about Douglas Benefield, the alleged victim in this case.
Ooh.
I say alleged victim because he was anything but that. The evidence is going to show that Douglas Benefield was a very disturbed man. Of that, I assure you, you'll have no doubt when the case is over. 30 years older than Ashley, He was obsessed with her, and he successfully portrayed himself as everything he was not in an effort to win her hand in marriage.
Jody,
Despite
hold it together,
promoting
Jody.
himself as a religious and decent human being, Doug Benefield was a manipulative, cunning, and abusive man.
Oh, just lost the sound.
I think you're on mute, Jody.
Existed.
Yay, we did it. Yay.
I can read lips, but probably not
Mhm.
anybody else.
And I was asking about the sound. I could hear this crackling in the background, and I just wanted
I
to know
could
if it was
hear
my
that too.
headphones.
Yeah, I could hear it too, but
So it's the courtroom.
mm.
All right.
It's probably that guy behind her eating crackers.
Or he's
If it
just
gets-
sweating on the camera
Tripping on
microphone.
it. Shorten it out.
Audible sweating.
Yeah.
Oh, if it keeps continuing, I'll try and find another feed.
Absolutely insisted on control.
George.
Among other things, you're going to learn during this trial that over the course
Oh.
of this 4-year relationship, Douglas Benefield did the following. He fired a handgun into the ceiling of their kitchen on an occasion to stop Ashley from talking. He threw a loaded gun at Ashley. He punched Doug in the face so hard that he knocked the dog unconscious.
Oh.
He regularly carried a concealed firearm that was racked, meaning pulled back and ready to fire. He unlawfully placed a tracker on Ashley Benefield's vehicle. He was regularly observed following Ashley Benefield in her car driving in Manatee and Sarasota counties, despite the fact that he was living in South Carolina, having driven all the way just to tail her. He was caught by a neighbor at night standing in the neighbor's backyard in an effort to peer into Ashley's house. He punched numerous holes in the drywall of their home when they lived together in South Carolina. And he had a previous marital history of domestic violence. Ashley Benefield was painfully aware of all of this on September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide. And I want to assure you that this is not going to come to you from just one place. These are acts that were admitted by Douglas Benefield himself. Ashley Benefield feared him. There was no.
Just on that, I don't think, well, to me, from what I've found, like looked into briefly at the case, I don't think there was a great deal of physical abuse, but I think it was more coercion and manipulation and psychological abuse, going by what they said in the previous hearings and stuff. So, which is just as bad, if not worse, allegedly. That's the alleged allegation, anyway.
No secret, ladies
You know,
and
I'll get my
gentlemen.
tongue
She
right one
left
day.
him a letter when she moved out 3 years prior to the homicide, detailing
True.
how scared she was of him because of all of these acts. She feared for herself and for her unborn child. 3 years before the shooting. She left him. He pursued her. She rejected him. He would not take no for an answer. She at times despised him.
Agreed.
He did not care. She moved to get away from him. He followed her. She decided to go to Maryland. Surprise. He decided to go to Maryland as well. She belonged to him. He had the right to be with her, and no less than God decided that to be the case. Doug Benefield
Lots of good
viewed
comments
Ashley
and insights on
Benefield
both
as his
sides of this so
property.
far.
Sorry?
There's lots of good comments in the chat on both sides of this argument.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. I agree. Yep. 100%. It's good. I haven't decided either.
Abusers seek to control their victims,
Yes, they
to
do.
dominate them. At times, the pressure that Doug Benefield exerted and brought to bear upon Ashley Benefield was so overwhelming that it sometimes triggered questionable
Not a good use
suspicion
of words.
in Ashley's dedicated effort to protect herself and her child. Domestic violence victims have several things in common. Number one,
Overruled.
Number one, they initially believe things will get better. Instead, they get worse. Number two, domestic violence victims develop a get along, go along attitude. It's the mentality because appeasement keeps the beast at bay. Just do what he wants and you'll be safe.
Yay.
These domestic violence victims constantly speak about walking on eggshells. And the reason they describe it like that is for fear of anything that they say may trigger a reprisal by the abuser. And if children are involved, everything is magnified. They become hypervigilant. Ashley Benefield developed all of those characteristics. So on 9/27/2020, the day of the homicide, Doug arrives at the residence of Ashley Benefield. And as you heard, they are living separately. He does not live there. He never resided there. This is at her home in Bradenton. He had no claim for entering that home on that day, except with the permission of Ashley, which she gave on that day because she was moving to Maryland and Doug was going to Maryland as well. But he knew, make no mistake, as the prosecutors told you, Doug Benefield knew full well on that day that this relationship was over. They were not going to be living together. Maybe, hopefully, they could work out some type of co-parenting agreement, but she was done. So how does that day's events unfold? What happened?
She actually looks like she's reliving the trauma. I can see it in her face. She's probably got PTSD or something, no doubt.
That results in us all assembling here this morning.
Agreed.
It starts, ladies and gentlemen, with Doug Benefield once again seeking control. He is simmering when he arrives at Ashley's home on that afternoon. Why is he simmering? He's on a slow boil, actually, because he knows that Ashley's moving. He knows that this relationship is over. And immediately there's a discussion about how they should pack the belongings, with Ashley taking the position that her belongings should be packed last. Why? Because Ashley's things are going to be unloaded first. And Doug will then continue on to wherever it is that he was going to reside. So, this is the most vulnerable time for a domestic violence victim, when the abuser recognizes that he's about to lose her. So what's his response to this? All right, classic tactics of an abuser, they are threats and intimidation. On this afternoon, as the two of them are trying to pack this U-Haul and this pod. In an effort to avoid confrontation with him, Ashley says, after a short while, gee, you know, I'm really pretty exhausted. Why don't we stop for the day? We can finish tomorrow. Doug ignores it. His response is to grow increasingly aggressive and hostile. Not once, but twice, Doug body checks Ashley. And by body check, I mean he passes her in a hallway, slams his shoulder into her shoulder, almost knocking her over. That's not enough. The next thing is, as they're passing in a hallway, he's carrying a cardboard box. He jams the cardboard box into Ashley's side, which leaves scratches that the police photographer took. Again, now fearing for her safety because she sees how he is escalating in his behavior, she tries to persuade him, look, let's finish for the day. It's getting late. I'm tired. No go. Instead, Doug bellows, I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave. I'm your husband, and I can spend the night if I want to. Well, that was enough for Ashley. She heads for the front door of the house to leave. Doug chases up to her, grabs her by the arm or hand, and spins her around so that his back is to the front door, blocking her from leaving. And he yells right in her face, where do you think you're going? Ashley, desperate at this point, Doug yells, you can't leave me. Ashley somehow finds the strength to summon up the nerve to say, I am done. You need to leave now. She commands him to leave the home. Terrified, while in his grasp, because he spun her around, his response,
Sarah, I'm assuming that it would have been in her police interview. It'd have to be documented somewhere. I don't know whether or not prior incidents has been documented, whether or not she'd had any other police reports or anything else to say, or whether her family have any evidence or visualized anything. But generally, these type of people don't show that side of them when there are other people around. I don't think so, Sarah, no. And probably a bit hard too. That would only escalate things if you pulled your phone out, I think, to try and videotape someone in that state.
is to smack her upside the head. And you'll see the pictures of her swollen face and her eye. And he yells, I am not done. Fearing for her life, as this was the first time that he had actually struck her. Up till then, it was always threats and intimidation. As intimidating as firing a gun may be to get you to stop speaking, he had never actually hit her. He'd pushed her. This time he struck her. Terrified after this, fearing for her life, she heads for her bedroom where she has a firearm. She gets to the firearm. She turns around. She orders Doug to stop. When she looks up, he's in the doorway. Instead of seeing the gun and leaving, Doug gets into this warrior pose with his arms moving purposely and advances. At that point, petrified, she fires, believing that if he gets a hold of her, she will be either seriously injured or killed. To her horror, after firing, he continues to advance. She absolutely panics. She tries to get away and backs to the side to create more distance between them, but there is no place left for her to go in this small bedroom. At that point, in utter panic, she keeps firing the gun. She sees Doug's legs go up in the air, almost as if he was running and slipped, and he falls backwards. Instinctively, she flees the house and heads next door to John Sant's house. He's a neighbor. When all is said and done, ladies and gentlemen, and the testimony and the evidence is complete, the only thing that's going to have been established here beyond a reasonable doubt is that Douglas Benefield was a violent abuser. Ashley Benefield's efforts to placate him was absolutely consistent with what abused women do, especially when a child is involved, and that Ashley's result and resource to deadly force was absolutely justified under the circumstances. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes. Are we done for this, for the presentation for now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, still an open mind, but at this point, unless the prosecution can show that she ambushed him, I'm on her side.
Yeah. There was some talk about him. I don't recall the defense attorney saying anything, but somewhere I heard that he fired a weapon into the ceiling. The first one, the round wasn't in the chamber, but the second time it was, and so he discharged the weapon into the ceiling during this argument. So he had a firearm as well, apparently.
All right, State, call your first witness.
Tommy Benefield. Tommy.
So is this Doug's brother?
I think it is, and I think he was the main witness at the just stand your ground hearing.
Maybe a ring camera, Sarah? I'm not sure. We'll soon find out. That will show her leaving the house and going next door, at least.
I don't disagree with Udef. Yeah, there's probably a little bit of burden shifting with the affirmative defense.
Mm,
But still, I'm on her side so far.
yeah. I think there was talk she was going to take the stand too, if I remember.
Yeah, and Sarah, with the cameras, from what we've seen most recently, this might be the only place in America that didn't have a camera.
Of course.
All right, members of the jury, there may be times where it may be a minute or two when witnesses are coming in or we're reconfiguring the courtroom.
No, inside.
We spend a lot of time sitting during this trial, so if you want, during these breaks, if you want to stand up, please feel free to do so, kind of stretch a little bit. There's not enough room for yoga poses and calisthenics, but sometimes it just helps to stand up.
Because I thought she was actually in the cupboard, like the bedroom cupboard, and he'd punched a hole in the wall, like at head height. Did you hear that, Bri, or am I?
I hadn't heard it went that far. I know that she retreated to the farthest place in that small bedroom that she could.
Yeah.
But
I thought it was.
I'm sure we're going to hear the
little
details coming up soon.
Absolutely.
On your feet and move your back a little bit. Please feel free to do that if you need to.
That'd be very hard to do.
Hello, sir. Judge. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. Take yourself up a chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need it. Speak in a loud, clear voice. We'll hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Suzanne.
Please state your name.
Tom.
On that, Sarah, it's a good question. I think in Florida, they have changed that law now that you don't have a duty to retreat anymore. That was one of the things I was watching with the Marcy's law as well. Yeah,
it's stand your ground in Florida now. You have the right to do that.
You don't have to retreat, apparently.
Tommy Douglas Benefield Jr.
Can you spell those?
Yes, ma'am. Tommie. Middle name Douglas Douglas.
Oh, he
Last
spells
name
it like a Brit.
Benefield Jr.
And what was your relationship to Doug?
I'm Doug's first.
How close and Doug?
Doug and I were completely attached, connected all the way through his adult life at varying times, semi-annually, certainly quarterly, though the whole entire adult life.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm currently in Atlanta, Georgia, and I run a flight school in Vero Beach, Florida, twice a week, full-time job.
Okay. And
yes,
I've got a feeling that there's so much demand on the feed that we're going to run into a few audio issues, perhaps.
With me into the Navy. I was a Navy pilot off air, and Doug stayed with me in the months prior to him going into the Navy. He went through aviation officer candidate school, went through flight school, and then flew for 3 years and 2 deployments off aircraft carriers like I did. Same aircraft carrier, USS Nimitz, as a matter of fact.
okay. How old was Doug Benefield when he died?
All right. He was 5 years younger than me. I'm 68 now. That was 4 years ago. 64. He was 59, I believe.
You should go down to the trial. You'd have
5'9", 5'10" at the most.
Okay. Approximately how much did he weigh at the time?
My guess is 160, 165. He was slender and fairly small for a man.
Okay. And before Doug moved to Florida, where did he live?
Before he moved.
Before he moved down here to Bradenton, Florida, where did you live
Okay,
before
I'm
that?
sorry. I had to pick a year at that point. I'm sorry. He had a home all the way up until his death in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, just north of Charleston. 701 Preservation Place was the address.
Okay. And he lived at that address before moving to Bradenton, Florida, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And then he rented the house out when he moved to Bradenton for visitation of their daughter.
Okay.
Did you miss the testimony, Sarah? This is Doug Benefield's cousin, who was apparently just like his brother, very close. And you could be our eyes on the ground. You could be our news reporter live from court. Oh,
The house
snap, Bri.
multiple years. Doug.
Welcome, Lulu Hertz. Welcome.
That's
Sidebar.
died of a undiagnosed heart ailment, cardiac arrest.
Some max headroom action going on there.
So who had the cardiac arrest?
Yes. Overruled on that basis.
Was Renee Eva Benefield's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you say that date again? Was 2015 that she died?
I believe it's December 2nd, but I may have the day off, but not the month of 2015.
2015.
Oh.
And I want to ask you now, switch to Ashley. So about.
Did everyone hear that? No.
Oh.
Yes, it boops in my ear whenever someone jumps in. Welcome back, Cotter.
How long after Renee died did Doug meet Ashley?
9 months.
Now AJ's the bun.
And the soggy one at the bottom.
I met Ashley in the spring of 2017. I believe the date was either March 14th or April 14th.
And did you know about Ashley before you met her?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Bye, Kim.
How did your meeting
Bye,
come about?
Kim.
I was flying for Southwest Airlines as a
Thanks for
captain at
coming.
the time. They changed my schedule like they do many times in the airline world. And I ended up not overnighting in Baltimore, Maryland, and they sent me to Charleston, South Carolina. Because I was going to Charleston, I texted Doug and said, hey, I'll be in to Charleston tonight. I'd like to have dinner. And he said, great. Text.
Sustained.
During your conversations, did he mention the name Ashley?
In the second text chain, which is entered.
Sustained.
I'm asking because.
I can answer the question, ma'am. When I arrived in Charleston, I texted Doug, and his text to me specifically was,
You can't speak about what Doug said to you.
okay,
But during the text messages, did he indicate to you there was a female involved?
yes, that's the first mention of Ashley to me, that we were not going to have dinner at the airport, and that I was to take Uber up to Mount Pleasant to meet them.
Okay. And was that at their house?
That was at Doug's house. Yes, ma'am. 701 Preservation Place.
Doug's house at the time. And how long were you with them, the two of them together?
4 to 5 hours. We started at the house. We ended up going back to my hotel, getting a piece of medical technology, medical device that was a master trainer in that device. We had dinner together at a pizza restaurant across from the hotel, and then went back to my room in the hotel, the three of us, and certainly 4 to 5 hours that day.
And during this time, did you have multiple conversations with both of them?
We had conversations about everything, especially about how they met,
Okay.
starting at the house, ending at the hotel.
And what did Ashley say about how they met?
She talked about how they met at a political event, a meeting, where Doug and his business investors were.
Personal knowledge.
Defendant's statement.
Yeah, overrule.
You can go ahead.
Both Ashley and Doug told me about how they met the first night at a political meeting, how Ashley had reached out to him before that meeting. They showed me text messages between them for the 10 days between the first meeting and her second meeting with him up in Charleston, Mount Pleasant. They talked about how they had mutual interests, mutual alignment, how they were looking for the same thing in a relationship. They talked about, Ashley talked specifically about her fibromyalgia and pain associated with her ballet
my
dancing
Lord.
days.
I was actually going to say something about that because this case is a tad triggering for me, given that I have been through that and subsequently developed fibromyalgia from it. So there you go. That's why she's the way she is. Poor bugger.
Ashley talked about her mother, her upbringing, about her father, about the separation there.
Okay.
Do you have an objection
Yes, sir.
on the basis?
Hearsay.
It's
It's my
defendant's
understanding this is the defendant's statement.
statement. Yes.
All right, overruled.
Let me stop you there. So she said that her and Doug met at a political event.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that you were meeting with them, were they married?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ashley indicate to you when they got married or how long they had been married?
Yes, ma'am. 13 days from first meeting.
That they got married 13 days after they met.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ashley indicate where they got married?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
That was in Mount Pleasant or Charleston. Doug's best friend at the time, Tripp, married them.
Okay. Did Ashley ever discuss with you that she carried a gun?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She said that on their initial meeting, in the political meeting, that she and Doug's traveling partner in business went outside of Secret Service people, and she showed him the gun she was carrying at that event in her bra.
And she talked to you about this during your meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
In her
I want to
bra?
jump forward a little
Yeah.
bit, but did you have any conversations that night about them wanting to have a child?
Bond
Was that a
style.
different time?
I don't remember us talking about it that
I
first
found a
night.
chicken wing in there
Okay.
once.
Do you remember a conversation with Doug and Ashley, specifically Ashley, about them wanting a child?
I believe it was later in the late spring, the next time that I visited with them.
Okay. And to your knowledge, could Doug have children?
He had had a vasectomy after having his daughter with Renee, his longtime wife.
Did Ashley?
I'm sorry, so no, he
Okay.
couldn't have children.
Did Ashley speak about that in front of you, Ashley and Doug together, or Ashley separate about the vasectomy?
They did when they were discussing having Doug have a vasectomy reversal. Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
They didn't believe in having relations until after marriage, Adair.
And to your knowledge, did that reversal ultimately go through?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe Ashley actually paid for it on a credit card. They talked about that.
Okay. And ultimately, she became pregnant.
Yes, 3 months after the vasectomy reversal, she became pregnant. Yes, ma'am.
Who's lucky?
Did they end up, I'm going to skip a little bit forward now.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they end up having a wedding reception?
They did. I believe it was June of 2017. I was single parenting at the time, and I wasn't able to attend, but it was in Charleston, South Carolina, at the home of one of
Really?
Doug's business partners.
Okay. You mentioned something about ballet dancing, so I'm going to ask you about that. In your meetings and discussions with Ashley, did she indicate she was interested in the ballet?
She spoke about the fact that she had been a ballet dancer, that she had performed in, I'll call them shows, back, I believe, in Maryland, where she grew up. And by the time that I first met Ashley, they had formed the ballet company called the American National Ballet in Charleston. And they were, at the time that I first met her, they were working on getting that ballet company up and running.
Okay. And was this going to be a large endeavor?
Several $1 million, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Up to 40 dancers were hired. Yes, ma'am, large endeavor.
Okay. And do you know what Doug's role was in that? In your discussions with Ashley, did you find out what Doug's role was?
Yeah, Doug and Ashley talked about it on the first night I met her, about how they founded the ballet, how Doug did the online limited liability corporation work, founded the name, resurrected that name, how they worked together to try to build a ballet diverse and open to more than body size, body color.
Stop it, Court TV.
And how did?
It was a number of Doug's partners and Doug himself invested money. They had a major, let's say, arts benefactor in Charleston, who's is a personal injury lawyer who was going to be the primary major donor. In Doug's case, Doug was working on very advanced technologies and patents at the time. And in his case, he didn't have any savings or cash in the bank. So he sold his future stock grants and options.
This is Doug's cousin. Doug, the victim. Well, yeah.
To other investors to put his own money in, about $100,000 in his case.
So while this ballet was in development or launching, did Ashley ultimately become pregnant? I know you said she became pregnant several months later, but I'm just trying to get a timeline.
Yes, ma'am. So in February of 2017.
No worries, Bri.
Are the records and what they told me about founding it. I met her in maybe a month or two after that on that Charleston overnight. They held the first ballet event, and I was invited in May of 2017. Once again, single parent, I wasn't able to attend. She got pregnant in July, and we talked about that multiple times. And the next month in August was the large launch, which me, my business partners, my veteran friends, supporters of Doug all went to Charleston for that major launch in August. It was at a place, I'm sorry.
And at that time, was Ashley pregnant in August?
She was pregnant. I don't remember if she knew or not. It was 1 month after the pregnancy was Emerson was conceived.
And at some point, did Ashley move?
Emerson, I like that name.
Yes, ma'am. We had the August ballet big launch. 2 weeks later, Doug moved Ashley down to Ashley's mother's home in Lakewood Ranch. Drove down one day, dropped her off, and drove back the next day. That's late August.
And what was the understanding? What was Ashley's understanding of why she was moving?
Wait, I'm the sandwich now.
In text conversations and personal conversations with Ashley.
You're lucky AJ hasn't got her mic with her.
Defendant's statement.
It's going to be the defendant's statements.
Can we approach her?
Yes.
Did Bri just leave without saying goodbye?
No, he said goodbye in mod chat.
Yes, Adair. This is me.
Oh, and there.
Oh. Gotta go to Best Buy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, very nice. What is this? A sidebar?
I believe it is.
Adair thinks that I'm AJ, and then sometimes he thinks that I'm an AI robot. So, Adair, I'm not AJ or a robot.
I'm a real girl.
I'm a real boy. Woohoo!
So she must be able to hear what's
Sarah.
going on.
She's like Gapbot.
I can fast forward this bit because I have the power. We're a little bit behind, so can skip the sidebar. Did anyone watch the Karen Reid hearing today?
I did not.
Today?
I thought it was yesterday. Was
Possibly. I get mixed up because I'm too much nocturnal now.
Turtle.
Yeah. Yes, there was nothing really to tell. Bev did her usual thing and brushed everything off. So it sounds like she's not interested in dismissing the trial. She did nothing about addressing the jury issues. She basically just postponed it and then set a new trial date for, was it January 27th next year?
She was just like, I'll allow it.
Yeah, pretty much. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. We're all entitled to our own opinions.
Went to Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
So in your discussions with Ashley, either text or in person or on the telephone, did she indicate to you that she was going to Florida because she was sick and
That was the initial indication. Yes, ma'am.
and her mother could better take care of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Haha,
Throughout the time
Adair.
that you saw Doug and Ashley together, how did Doug act?
In particular, on the opening night and all the way through their relationship. Opening night, totally in love. Both of them in love with each other. Doug was always very respectful. He was very, very respectful with her in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Both that initial night and then the next weekend, I believe in May, that I spent down in Sarasota, Bradenton with them. Every time he was respectful of her. They were in love. They never showed anything in front of me other than caring for each other.
That was going to be my next question. So did you see anything other than that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, they won't
Thank you.
show
I have
you.
no further questions.
Cross. Mr. Taylor, as I've said before, you're free to use the podium if you prefer to cross from table. Yes, sir.
Morning, Mr. Benefield.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
You were a naval pilot, correct?
Navy pilot, yes, sir.
I think you mentioned the training that you had briefly, correct?
I went through extensive training all my 30-year career, yes, sir.
Okay. Some of that training included close quarters combat, did it not?
No, sir, never.
Around that time.
Hand-to-hand training at all?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation where you related information about
I nearly
close
am.
quarters combat?
Yes, sir. I was in charge. I was the senior.
Do you remember that conversation?
Which one, sir? I don't know which one
about
you're
close
speaking
quarters combat?
If it was in perspective of me running security and self-defense training for my airline, not the Navy.
You received no such training?
Yay,
in
I'm a
the
giraffe
Navy?
now.
No, sir, never.
Did
You're
Doug
what?
admit to you firing the gun in
A
the
giraffe.
kitchen of their home?
Yes.
A giraffe. Mm. Mm. I don't get it. Gabby, tell AJ I'm not kidding. I don't think Adair realizes that you're on screen, Gabby. So Adair, there is me up the top here. Woo. And then Celebrity Square beneath me is Gabby. And then AJ, who is Altadura, is in the bottom, but she is on location and doesn't have her mic with her. So she's in chat, but she's she can't speak on the live stream. But she's here with us in spirit. Oh. Oh, I get you. Sorry. I'm with you now. Yes. The giraffe is Gabby. And the one below is AJ. Let's see if I can fast forward this.
Celebrity Square.
Yeah, do you remember that? Who was the host of that? Oh, he had the
Mr.
mustache.
Benefield, do you recall that Ashley had left your cousin Doug in the fall of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Specifically September 18th of 2017.
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that date.
Do you recall writing to Ashley Benefield in a text in May of 2018, I'm a fan of yours? It's his.
So bring in the text as evidence then. Oh, for crying out loud. This is why I think they should, they should have set stipulations on all the photos that they want to come into the trial and, you know, all the evidence, the videos.
Why haven't they already did this?
That I don't know why they don't do it for every trial. They know what's in discovery. They should go, okay, well, this, and this I agree to. And that's stipulated. And when it comes to trial, all those things get put into evidence, and it would save so much time.
Yeah. Grandma.
Oh, hey, Grandma. Welcome. Have you got her link, Gab?
Yes.
Anywhere?
I'm going to go get it.
Lovely. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Go subscribe to Grandma's house.
Yay! I might write that down because I have every intention every day of heading over there to check it out and life.
I'll send you a link in Discord.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
ADHD brain just goes,
oh
oh,
totally.
Squirrel.
Yeah, my ADHD brain goes, boop.
Uh-huh. Sometimes the trials just bleed into one another. And like, oh, no, that was yesterday's trial.
Yeah, I just sent it to you in Discord.
Thank you.
It's fun. She does like trivia, words with friends. She does Wordle.
Oh, I love Words with Friends.
Yeah, she does Wordle. She does Kahoot. Although I still haven't played Kahoot, but
Don't know that one. No pickleball.
no pickleball for Adair. Sorry, Adair.
We could play some
Sarah. She's like, I never cheat, Grandma.
play some Fleischer.
Touche. Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
He's so cool.
Oh my god, I think I had my thing muted this whole time and I was just talking to myself.
No, I heard you.
Oh, okay. That's how that works. Okay, never mind.
I think so, Adair. I think there was a lot more going on behind the scenes than we've heard, and yeah, unfortunately that happens a lot. You put on that brave face. Yeah, fine, no worries. Yep, all good. Thinking that you can change them. Sidebars. Up to wazoo. That's the only good thing about being a little bit behind.
Because in September 2018 of 2017, were you a fan of Ashley in May?
I don't remember specifically, but it may have been in our text messages from January through June, possibly.
You expressing support for her?
Support for her story of the case, yes, sir.
Yeah. And did you tell her, in fact, at one point, she married the wrong Benefield?
I love Words with Friends.
That she married
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Relevant.
She's like, relevance? There is none.
I'm still waiting. This is just the first witness on the state, so we've got a long way to go yet. Oh, another oh yeah, it's after 2 hours. He looks super excited to be there. And the next witness was his daughter, wasn't it, Ava Benefield? Because I know she took an instant dislike to Ashley from the start. Because their ages were closer than hers and Ashley's and Doug's. So Ashley's age was closer to the daughter from Doug's first marriage than Ashley and Doug's age difference. Did I just completely fudge that up? I shouldn't be allowed to talk after midnight. All right, well, we're at real time now, so I can't fast forward anymore. She can hear, I think with the headphones on, Sarah, she can hear what's going on at sidebar, so she may have been motioning to her attorney So how do you play words with friends on a live stream?
You
Do you
just
have, like-
type in the word in the chat, the live chat, and it goes. If the game has it, it goes on to the game. Like you type in the word and you just hit enter and it goes on.
Well, there you go.
Thank you. So, Mr.
It's
Benefield,
fun.
after explaining
Yeah.
this benefit
So do I,
months,
but on my phone. Oh, this court feed is driving me mental.
do you know the reason Ashley gave your cousin Doug as to what him?
Oh, please don't do another sidebar.
Well, I'm not going to.
Is it being offered for the truth? I mean,
Yeah, it's not being offered. I'm not going to go into evidence. I just want to know if you can answer. Did Doug share with you the reasons why she left him?
He shared two different reasons.
Yeah, all right. So
And neither of them will be his fault,
several
guaranteed.
Following that you're a fan of her, that she
Remember that specific text, 6 months of open communication.
all right. But I can reflection.
I might try. Oh, as soon as I say that, it comes back.
Sharon? Yes.
He must be assisted counsel. I'm going to try and see if Law and Crime has a better feed. Oh, look, there we are. Look at that beautiful thumbnail. So far, that sounds better already. I know it's muted, but it the background noise in my headphones is there's no crackling at all. So they did go back to sidebar again. I think this is going to be one of those cases. We should start counting how many sidebars.
There's already been 100.
So it was the state that was objecting to his cross-examination of this witness regarding his opinion of Ashley. Is that right? The medical examiner does not believe Doug was facing Ashley when she fired 4 rounds at him. Well, he could have been turning away from her. Just because it wasn't straight on doesn't mean that there wasn't an imminent threat. or fear or danger. So it's nearly, 10 to 11 in the morning over there. Is that right? Because it's 10 to 1 here. AM. Let's put some, while we're waiting. The subs are creeping up slowly. I'm getting there. I'm actually, I thought it would take me longer to get the watch time hours up than it would to get subscriber counts up before I could get monetized, but it's actually been the opposite. Because you've got to have 3,000 watch time hours and 500 subscribers to meet the YouTube guidelines to get monetization. And 3,000 hours is a lot. Like, that means someone has to have watched your videos for 3,000 hours. Whoop.
Does the document I've shown you, Mr. Benefield, refresh your recollection of that particular exchange?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you tell us your recollection, having been refreshed, whether or not tell us what your response was to Ashley's text?
This is 6 months, and you want me to just focus on
Just tell us what your,
is that
Mr.
what correct,
Benefield,
Mr. Taylor?
just tell us what your response was to Ashley's text, your recollection having been refreshed.
Much better stream. Much better.
Ashley says in the text.
Mr. Benefield,
Sustained.
please tell us what your response to Miss Benefield's text was now that your recollection has been refreshed.
There are multiple on the page, sir.
Mr. Benefield, I think you know what I'm referring to. Would you please answer my question?
I would like to answer it as it pertains to what she said.
I didn't ask you what she said, Mr. Benefield. I asked you to please tell us your recollection having been refreshed, what you said.
Would you like me to read
And
that
Judge, I would
bubble?
object. We do not need to be reading from this document.
Hold on. Deputy, would you please take the jury into the jury room? If you could give us 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Remember, please don't begin your discussions and deliberations amongst yourselves. You can use your phones if you need to contact people, but don't talk about the case with anyone else. And don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. All right, y'all can have a seat. The jury's out. Mr. Benefield, I'm going to excuse you to the hallway.
Yes, sir.
You are not to discuss your testimony or the questions that have been asked of you with anyone,
Yes, sir.
including the attorneys.
Yes, sir.
And you're not to let anybody talk to you about anything that's going on inside the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
We're on a break.
Yes, sir. I will do that. Should I leave the paper here?
Yes, sir. Leave that there.
Yes, sir.
What do they call those type of witnesses that won't comply? It seems like he's an arrogant mofo.
Okay.
Combative witness, is
When
it?
we
Can't think
began
of the name.
this portion of the discussion, the
question was, did you tell Miss Benefield that she married the wrong person?
The wrong Benefield.
The wrong Benefield.
So he was cracking on to her.
And I sustained that as hearsay with no exception. I found that it didn't provide impeachment of any prior inconsistent statement. What I did allow was him to testify as to his then existing mental, physical, or emotional conditions or feelings, with the question being, did you feel that she had married the wrong Benefield? There was then the attempt to use these text messages that I still have not seen. I don't know what the substance of them was, but where we were,
I'm not sure yet, Christine. I'm
was
confused.
my understanding, and what I heard was the defense was attempting to refresh the witness's recollection. And what I have said is it sounded like it started to morph into some mix of impeachment and refreshing recollection and some elements of introducing a past recollection recorded. And that's where we're at. So, state your objection.
My objection, first of all, is the predicate has been laid to refresh recollection. But then the witness has not been asked what his recollection is, other than to read it off of the paper, which is commingling past recollection and either past recorded or something of that nature. I think we're commingling the two different things. And if this witness needs to be asked, if it refreshes his recollection, then he can be asked that question without reading the document. I would object to any reading of the document because it is extrinsic evidence if it's being used for impeachment. I do not believe his state of mind is relevant to a material issue in this case. I think the defense is trying to say that it goes to bias, but I'm not quite sure how that fits into it.
I have a feeling that they are just going to argue over every tiny little bloody thing in this trial.
So my objection would be it's improper refreshing recollection. It's improper impeachment. It's also improper prior recorded recollection. And I would object to that being testified about.
Your response, sir?
Yes. So as succinctly as I can, Your Honor, he's a creep. He acknowledged being a creep, and the jury will conclude he's a creep. It goes directly to his character and his bias. And that's why, after he said, yes, it was accurate, I recall it, he cannot bring himself to say it.
No.
And the reason he can't bring himself to say it is because he knows that all these women on the jury are going to know exactly what he was referring to. So I am trying to impugn his credibility after listening to everything that he had to say to set up the state's position about how this relationship was so lovey-dovey between Miss Benefield and Douglas Benefield, and what a wonderful relationship it was. Here, we now have this witness very begrudgingly admitting that after Miss Benefield leaves Douglas Benefield, and she leaves the letter, which I know the court has seen because I attached it as an earlier exhibit to a motion, he's still supporting her. And he's not only supporting her, but he's telling her she married the wrong Benefield. Now, in my world, Your Honor, based upon the rules of evidence, I am entitled to go after his credibility, which he has put in question by virtue of taking the witness stand and becoming a witness.
Yep.
I did it the way the court wanted. I asked the magic question, does this refresh your recollection? He said it did. Now I want him to tell me, in response to my question, did you tell Miss Benefield she married the wrong Benefield? And he cannot bring himself to acknowledge it. He wants to talk about anything else but that. And I think, Your Honor, anything that I'm capable of showing where this witness, Doug Benefield's loving cousin, Tommy Benefield, where this witness showed his support for Ashley Benefield after she left Douglas Benefield, goes directly to his credibility. You can't get up there and testify to all of these things about how wonderful this relationship was, and then on cross-examination have to acknowledge that you were still saying you're a fan of Miss Benefield's after she leaves them, knowing the reason she left them. I intentionally didn't go into the reasons to try to be straight with the court, but now I'm attempting to impugn his credibility, and he knows it, Judge. He's looking at me like a deer in the headlights.
I'm going to allow you to respond.
I can't believe he yelled out, he's a creep.
I previously mentioned about confining arguments to legal and factual bases. I am also going to direct both sides to refrain from vituperative ad hominem attacks.
Ad hominem?
I don't think we need to resort to name calling. I think it's inappropriate and unprofessional to refer to a witness as a creep. All right. With that said, go ahead for your response.
The first thing, Judge, I don't know if you have the copy of the text message up there. The defense did give it to you. Nowhere in there does it say she married the wrong man. That is not what it said, first of all. And second of all, Tommy Benefield never said that anything about their relationship and the tenor of their relationship once she left. He said, when I saw them together, they
I'll
looked
allow
fine.
that.
Just because that changes down the road and he knows they're having problems, I am unaware of how that affects his credibility. He can clearly see that they're having problems later on down the road. I don't see how the timing being different somehow makes him inconsistent, and somehow that attacks his credibility or it shows his bias. If Mr. Taylor wants to ask him, were you aware that there were problems after that? Yes, I was aware of that. I mean, in Mr. Taylor's argument, he is impeaching the fact that Tommy Benefield saw them acting loving to each other. If that wants to be impeached or explored, then ask Mr. Benefield if he saw them after that or knew that they were not loving and having that type of relationship. I don't understand the relevance of these types of conversations. I think the defense tends to say everything is about bias, but it has to comport with the rules of evidence. And I would say that this does not.
All right. Thank you both very much. So my ruling earlier was that these statements by Mr. Benefield towards the defendant were hearsay. I wasn't aware of any exception that would allow them. They appear to be offered for the truth of the matter that is asserted. So I didn't allow them on that grounds. What I allowed was the defense to ask, because there had been testimony by Tommy Benefield that they were always respectful to each other. He never saw anything except care for each other, and they were in love both ways. I think it is an impeachable question to ask, did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield? But it's not what he wrote. It's what he felt. That's where you're mixing apples and oranges, the defense is. The question that was presented to me was, did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield? He can answer yes or no. If there's then some extrinsic evidence that may impeach him on that point, I would then have to make a determination is that extrinsic evidence admissible or not? Because if it's a collateral matter that's not material, then the as you well know, Mr. Taylor, you get the answer you get. Where we had an additional part of this analysis was the fact that there was a demonstrated lack of memory, because the answer was, I don't know, as opposed to, no, I didn't say that, or yes, I didn't feel that, yes, I did feel that. So then the path was started on was refreshing recollection. As I've mentioned before, and I mentioned pre-trial, I expect attorneys to know the differences between impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement. That's one path. Refreshing recollection is a second path, and introduction of past recollection recorded, which is a separate path. And the reason I'm sustaining the objection is because it started off with refreshing. Does it refresh your memory? And then we got right back into the documents themselves, which I've already ruled were hearsay. So it's for impeachment purposes only. You can ask him about I allowed you to ask what his feelings were, but not to get into these documents themselves. I don't know how to say it any more clear than that.
So
if you're refreshing his recollection, then we're going to take that path.
yes, I believe I did that. I believe I refreshed his recollection and he acknowledged that. So then my question was,
what did you say? And that gets back to the documents. If he says his memory is refreshed, you take the document back, or whatever the thing is that you use to refresh recollection is to be retrieved. And then the person testifies from their own personal knowledge.
so once he said that he recalls, I then asked him if he said that you married the wrong Benefield. That's what I said. I will be happy to go through that again, Your Honor. Now, did I leave the document there when I asked him that? Yes. I didn't feel it was necessary to take the document back, but after he acknowledged that his memory was refreshed, I asked him, did you say that she married the wrong Benefield? And that's where we were when Your Honor sent the jury out. He was trying to come to terms with how he was going to answer that. The other text, Your Honor, is just indicative of continued support for Ms. Benefield.
Talks very slowly.
Did someone just pop a bottle of wine?
This doesn't say what you're asking.
Sounded like it, didn't it?
Thank you, Ron Benefield. Miss Benefield says, that's very cool. You should be so proud of what you were doing. His response is, thank you, Ron Benefield. What that means, Your Honor, what that suggests is, thank you. You should have been with me.
Sustained.
I assure you, Judge, that any female will draw that conclusion immediately.
That does not match what you're asking, sir. All right, are we ready to bring the jury back in? Do you want to treat this as your mid-morning break? You guys can take 5 minutes.
Can I take 5 minutes, please?
All right, am I going to be allowed to get an answer from him?
I've sustained the objection. All right, so we'll take.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify your ruling. It's my understanding that you said he could ask how he felt.
Correct. The last objection was the questions were going to, what did you write? What did you say in your text messages? Sustained.
And then, okay, thank you.
So we're clear. Did you feel she married the wrong Benefield?
I've already ruled you could ask that question.
All right.
Holy cream cheese.
Yeah. Ugh. It's like peeling onions. Hi, Bri. Oh, Lord.
You missed a whole lot of nothing.
Sidebar after sidebar and arguments over bullshit. They're going to just argue over the smallest little things in this trial, I think. Just.
Someone on the back was like, yep, time to pop this bottle.
Yeah. Yes, I actually think it should go to his credibility if he does come across as a bit of a creep. But we just had a what do you call it? A chat with the judge and the attorneys outside the presence of the jury, because the first witness, which is Doug's cousin, apparently insinuated to Ashley Benefield that she had married the wrong Benefield. So almost like coming on to her type of thing. And he couldn't remember exactly what he'd said in his text messages. So the defense attorney gave him the printed out versions to refresh his recollection. And then he didn't want to say what was written on there because it made him look like a creep. So they excused the jury and they were arguing over whether or not he could bring that evidence in. And because the witness wanted to just read it straight off the paper. And the defense attorney just got up and said, this man is a creep, and if he reads this, he's going to be showing the jury he's a creep, and rah, 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 rah. So the judge basically admonished him and said, it's unprofessional to be calling witnesses this name. And but yeah, I agree. He should have to answer this question. So he's allowed to ask how he felt about it. He's not allowed to answer what he wrote to her in a text message. Very evasive. I can't remember what is it when what they call a witness that like Karen Reid trial, Jennifer McCabe, like her, a very argumentative witness, not wanting to answer the question and skirting around it. There's a name for that type of witness, and I can't remember what it's called. But I thought there was certain rules and laws that you could put in place, or a ruling that the judge could make to make the witness testify correctly and accurately. Hostile witness, yes, that's what he should be declared as, that. Because I think you can get around it that way. But then what relevance does his creepiness have on Ashley's case at the end of the day. It's not that she shot or allegedly shot the cousin, who obviously had the hots for her. I don't know. Maybe it's because he's talking about the credibility of his cousin Doug, and the defense attorney is trying to say, well, witness isn't credible because he's obviously a creep. Perhaps that's all I can. Hey, Bri. Welcome back. Oh, look, he's the meat in the sandwich again.
I'm the bacon.
Yeah.
AJ's still the soggy bottom bun.
What is the law with or the rules with the hostile witness? Do you know, Brian?
I think what you're talking about is if he wants to get in what he wants to get in, it's called making him my witness. Because you can ask different questions of your own witness versus when you're the opposing attorney. But I would make the argument, again, what they're talking about is this goes to his credibility as a witness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his opinion of his cousin.
Yeah. So
to speak.
Creeps should not make good witnesses.
No. And the attorney should be allowed to expose that.
Yeah, I would think so.
Especially if it's in writing. If he's put it in a text message to her. But then why don't they bring that in as evidence? The text message chain. Because he's clearly got it. He handed it to him to refresh his recollection.
Well, I think, maybe from the judge's perspective, the text messages really have no bearing on her shooting him. So I could see that argument.
Okay. Yeah.
But if he's testifying against her based on what she did, and she's such a creep that's why she shot him, I think the defense should have the same opportunity to say, well, if you're impugning her character and you're saying that that's the reason she shot him or that she could have shot him is because she's a nasty person, then why should we believe what you're saying? Because you're a nasty person too. So
yeah. Well, he said something to the effect of, I'm not a fan of hers or something like that. And then they elaborated on that from there. So
he wanted to marry her? Is that what was in the text?
I think he was insinuating, in other words, you married the wrong Benefield. So insinuating that he was the better option than his cousin or something to that effect.
I wonder if he's changed his mind.
Possibly. Yeah, you might be right there. So the court have just taken their 15-minute recess. And it's different than watching a fan. And it's only one face I can see here and everyone's avatars. What was that? I think hostile witness when you call a witness for your side and that witness. Yes. Unless there is more.
Yeah, Kim got that right. And when you get the witness declared hostile, that allows you to ask them more leading questions. So it's a witness you called, but they're being so obstinate that the judge allows you to sort of draw more out of them.
Like the YLC, is it YLC? One of the witnesses in that trial where they said, how old are you? And he's like, I'm an adult.
Bring jury back in, state.
Yeah.
Defense.
Right.
All right. Bring them in. Oh, yeah. As you're going to bring them out, go and bring Mr. Benefield back in.
Yeah, bring him back in if he hasn't run away.
Yeah. This is the cousin testimony, Adair, not. She must be in custody if the sheriff's there. They've brought her back into the courtroom. This judge is not happy with the defense attorney, though.
State, where's Mr. Benefield?
He's scarping.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
It took a long time for him to get here earlier, too, so we just need our witnesses ready to go.
They did a room for the state attorney's office witnesses down there. Because the press has this room. Rest of them are outside.
Sorry?
We have several witnesses outside to see how far we get thrown out.
They're not making very good use of court time, are they?
Judge, that was why, because our witness room is.
All right, Mr. Benefield, come on back in and resume the witness stand. You'll recall that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
Sir, as we took that break, did anybody attempt to approach you or speak with you about your testimony, the evidence, or this case?
No, sir.
Did you speak with anyone about your testimony, the questions asked of you, or the evidence of this case?
No, sir.
All right. Let's go and bring the jury in.
Bring a scorpion in.
You all go ahead and have a seat. Whenever you find your spots, just sit on down. All right, everyone going to have a seat. Members of the jury, during that break, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, discuss the case with anybody outside of the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? Everybody says no. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Benefield, when we last were assembled, we were waiting for you to answer the question whether you felt Ashley had married the wrong Benefield.
No, sir, I did not believe that.
Was it a joke?
It was an attempt to keep a communication open between us.
You know, we've established that you were aware that Ashley left Doug in September of 2017.
Yes, sir.
And we've also established that following that, you expressed your support of her.
Yes, sir.
All right, now I want to direct your attention specifically to the month of November of 2017. Were you aware of a domestic violence injunction that Ms. Benefield sought and obtained from South Carolina court?
Yes, sir, at that time.
And did you express?
There you go, Sarah. We have documentation.
To Ms. Benefield.
You can ask the question.
Your support of her after she obtained that domestic violence injunction.
Sustained.
Did you support Ms. Benefield in November of 2017 following the issuance of a domestic violence injunction?
Not specifically about that, sir.
Do you recall on Saturday, November 4th, 2017.
I don't remember that specifically, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Benefield, I'm going to show you a document, see if this refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, there's nothing of her, is there?
The areas that I
Degrees
checked
blur over.
refresh your recollection.
Yes, sir. Those appear to be my statements.
All right, your recollection having been refreshed, Mr. Benefield, on November 4th, following the issuance of the domestic violence injunction to Ms. Benefield, did you express your support to her?
There are two problems with your question for me, sir. I'm going to ask you.
Would you answer my question, and then you can certainly feel free to explain it?
I was unaware of I believe I was unaware of any result of any pending case in South Carolina at the time I texted that.
I thought you just told us you were aware.
I became aware after the fact when the mutual protection order was entered. I found out about it after the fact, but I don't remember the date of that event as it relates to the November 4th.
I have no further questions.
Quick shout out from everyone here. Happy birthday, Lauren Janai. Happy birthday. We hope you have a fantastic day and you get all your heart's desires. Enjoy your day, and hopefully you catch this on the replay and you play it over and over and over. Happy birthday. Best wishes.
State, any redirect?
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yeah.
Oh, we have a
Mr.
face.
Taylor, can this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are released from your subpoena. The prior restrictions that I placed upon you are removed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State called Eva Benefield.
I don't think the defense attorney actually got what he wanted to get out of that testimony, just quietly.
I don't think so either. But it wasn't for a lack of trying.
No.
Must the page turner be mic'd?
Okay, so this is Doug's daughter, Eva. Eva.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, and right as you need it. Actually, you're just fine right there. I think that's close enough.
Okay.
Speak in a loud, clear voice, and we'll hear everything. Go ahead.
Please state your name.
Eva Benefield,
How do you spell your first name?
EVA,
And how old are you now?
23.
What was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
He was my father.
And who was your mother?
Renee Benefield.
And we heard from the previous witness, she died, unfortunately, at some time before this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you first find out about someone named Ashley Benefield?
It was August of 2016, about 9 months after my mom passed.
Okay. And how did you find out about her?
My dad was on the phone when he picked me up from school, and he had his phone on speaker, and they mentioned him having a girlfriend, and if he was going to bring his girlfriend to a conference that they had that weekend.
And was that the first time you had any information that there might have been a girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. How old were you at the time?
I was 15.
At the time, were you upset with him about that?
No. I just told him that I trusted him, and if that's what made him happy, that I would be happy for him.
And about how long after that did you find out they were married?
It was 2 days after.
And how did you find out that they were married?
My dad came up into my room, and he said, Eva, we need to have a chat downstairs with Ashley. She was at the house at the time. And I said, I don't think we need to. I understand that you're dating her and you're happy, but please just, give me my space a little bit. I don't want to have a conversation. And he said, no, I think it's really important we do. And I said, the only time that I would want to have a conversation with y'all is if you told me that you were going to propose. And when those words came out of my mouth, he told me that they were married.
Okay. So that's how you found out they were married?
Yes.
Did Ashley eventually move into your house?
Yes.
And that was the house in South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, who all lived in the house? Just the three of you?
Yes.
How was their relationship together that you saw?
They were just with each other all the time. It was very lovey-dovey. They were very touchy-feely, PDA. Any event with school or extracurricular that I was in, they were together. They'd go grocery shopping together, go travel together. They never left each other's side.
Okay. And how did you and Ashley get along?
It was friendly at first.
Okay. You said at first?
Yes.
And then what happened?
Over time, she tried to reprimand me a little bit more and kind of step into a motherly role. And I did not like that because it was so short after my mom passed away.
Okay.
Relevance.
Sustained.
And in Ashley's interactions with you, or interactions that she had or disagreements that she had with your father, how did you observe her act?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, it wasn't a good question. Whenever she had a disagreement with you, how would she act?
It was almost temper tantrum like. It was
Objection. Impermissible character evidence.
I'm sorry?
Character evidence.
Overruled.
Okay, so it was temper tantrum like, and you didn't sound like you were finished. What were you saying?
She would go directly to my dad and tell him that I wasn't obeying.
Okay. And
What else do you expect her to do?
did her reactions to you seem to be on the level of the situation, or did she get more angry at the situation?
Usually they were overreactions over small things.
Okay. And how about interactions with your dad? Did you ever hear her argue with your father?
I heard her strongly voice her opinions over and over and over again.
Okay. Now, you said over and over and over again. Is that something that you heard on a regular basis or something you only heard once?
It was on a regular basis.
Okay. And when she was voicing her opinions to your father, was he ever reacting to that?
No, he would just sit quietly and listen.
Did you ever see them fight?
No,
Verbally fight?
no,
Okay. Did you ever see them physically fight?
no.
No, she didn't like her at all.
How often would you say that Ashley and your father would disagree within your hearing?
Never.
Okay. You said if Ashley was trying to get her point across that she would go on and on about that?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't term that as a disagreement?
No.
Okay. What would you term that as?
My dad just listened to her voice her concerns.
Okay. Did you ever hear your dad at any time yell at her?
No.
Did you ever hear your dad do something or say something that was controlling to her?
No.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
No.
Did you ever see or hear your dad get physical with her?
No.
No further questions.
Cross.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Benefield.
Good morning.
We met previously at a deposition, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize to you for meeting you under these circumstances. I'm required to ask you a few questions based on the testimony that you've given us. You lived in the house at the time that Ashley and your father were first married.
Yes.
And you found out from your father that he had married Ashley when he introduced her to you.
It wasn't when I was first introduced. It was a day after.
So the day after, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So your mother had passed away approximately 8 months earlier,
9 months.
9 months earlier. And your father, with no advance knowledge, came and introduced you to his new wife.
Yes.
There was a hole in the ceiling of the kitchen in your home, correct?
Correct.
You know what that hole was, how it got there?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I don't know if it will or not.
I would prefer the question not be asked.
Okay.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is from the discharge of the gun in the argument, or one of the arguments. So apparently Doug had a gun at some stage and during an argument aimed it at the ceiling and pressed the trigger, and there was no bullet in the chamber, and so it didn't discharge, but the second one did. So that's what they're referring to as a hole in the ceiling. And there was also another time, they do have apparently photos of it, where Doug put his fist through, which I thought was the closet, the drywall next to the closet door where Ashley was hiding. So that is potential evidence of the DV and coercive behaviour. And I think that's what the defence attorney is referring to with regards to the ceiling hole. Obviously, the daughter wasn't there at the time, so it's speculation on how it got there for her to testify that. But you can imagine your dad comes home and after, it's only 9 months, the wound is still fresh, your mother's passed away, and all of a sudden, not only has he got a girlfriend, it's being a girlfriend is one thing, but a wife is completely different. And getting told that, I don't believe her response to even him having a girlfriend was as well mannered as she put across, but she would be no doubt extremely angry. And yeah, that 9 months of healing between her and her dad would have probably brought them closer as well. And this could potentially be someone that diverts attention away from her, maybe. But you can never replace a mother, ever. And at 15, I'm sure there was quite a bit of friction there, quite a bit of attitude, no doubt.
Well, what was Ashley thinking also? Your wife's only been dead for 9 months.
Yeah.
What is it with you
Yeah.
that you need to get a wife so fast? Yeah.
Well, they apparently both agreed that they wouldn't have any sexual relations until they were married, and they ran away and got married. There was only one witness at the ceremony. They didn't have a proper, like a full wedding. They had a like a reception later on after that where they did the full bridal type thing, but the actual ceremony itself, the wedding, the marriage ceremony, was just the two of them and a witness, apparently.
Yeah, well,
So-
AJ mentioned it earlier too. It's like, so we're not going to have sex till we get married, so let's hurry up and get married.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
that whole
That's
the whole
it.
thing.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, my brother did that too, and yeah, the marriage lasted about 2 weeks, I think. It's ridiculous. If you're truly committed to someone, I don't see what a bit of paper really has much
And
bearing
then
on
if
it.
the whole reason for getting married is so you can have sex, what if you don't like it?
Yeah, what if you're not compatible in the bedroom? Too late. Bye-bye.
So I think the question that was pending, Ms. Benefield, was, did you know how?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Let me back up. You told us
Compatibility.
there was a hole in the ceiling of your kitchen.
Yes.
Was that hole in the ceiling of your kitchen, can you describe it?
It was small.
Small, kind of round?
Yes.
Consistent with an object?
Objection, speculation.
Let me finish the question.
Consistent with an object the size of a bullet?
Yes.
Overruled.
Were there holes in the drywall of your home?
There was one.
Was it from the closet
No.
outside to the drywall?
No.
All right. Where was
It was near the kitchen.
it? Did you know how it got there?
Yes.
Was the hole consistent with the size of a fist?
Yes.
Was that hole patched?
Eventually.
Who patched it?
My father.
Did you know that your father studied close quarters defense in the Navy?
Yes.
And Tell us what close quarters defense comprises.
I'll allow it briefly so she can explain the basis of her knowledge.
Well, let me give the court a little better insight into this. Ms. Benefield, do you hold a black belt?
Yes.
And are you trained in defensive combat fighting?
Taekwondo.
Did you and your father often discuss different styles of defensive fighting?
We had the conversations when I was practicing when I was 10.
And tell us were you trained in close quarters defense?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what it entails.
In hand-to-hand combat.
Okay. And it's the type of hand-to-hand combat where if confronted by a weapon, rather than turning and run, you're trained as to how to remove the weapon from the other person's hands.
Well, you're told to first ask for no conflict, and then if they proceed, yes.
Yeah. In other words, your objective is to take the weapon away.
If there's a
Disarm
weapon
your
involved,
opponent.
yes.
Were you aware that a domestic violence injunction had been issued by the court in South Carolina?
No.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Hello, mister. He must be co-counsel.
One last question, Ms. Benefield. Was your dad fixated with Ashley?
I think they were fixated with each other.
Did you make a prior state? Whoops. Did you express at any time that your dad, your words, not mine, was fixated with Ashley?
I might have.
Give me just a moment, Judge.
Looks like she's freezing.
Do you remember having your deposition taken?
Yes.
Well, I need page and line,
Um,
and I don't have a copy of it.
yeah, I was just first asking her the question. Do you remember sitting for a deposition?
Yes.
Let me pass to you this document and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Maybe
Approach.
This is the type of thing they need to have Organised prior. She's not a happy chappy, is she? Not a happy camper. But then I suppose, how old is she? 24 and no parents. That's gotta suck big time. Big time. Not only was she angry at figuratively taking her father away from her by being married, but now she's physically taken her father away from her. I don't know. I do believe she might be in custody, only because the last court break, the sheriff brought her back in, but she's shivering. Yeah, and I don't know what the bond was. Do you know what county in Florida that she's in? I suppose I could get onto the court and have a look at their docs and see what else I can find. Yes, Ashley, I think, is 32 now, but she was 28, I think, when she got married. But Ava is only... I shall have a look.
The word that you had used to refer to your dad's interest in Ashley was what?
When are you referencing?
In general. Was the word fixated? Was that the word you used?
Yes.
That's all.
Right, redirect.
No, thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, but no, so you know. All right, Ms. Benefield, you've not been released from your subpoena.
Fair enough.
All right, and the rule of sequestration has been invoked. What that means is that you can't be in the courtroom anytime that there's testimony being given or evidence being presented. Because this is being shown on TV or the internet or something, you can't watch it outside of court.
Oh.
You can't watch what's going on inside of court. You can't be inside of court. You also may not discuss your testimony with any of the witnesses or any of the attorneys. Better practices don't talk about it with anybody else. And none of the other witnesses nor the attorneys can talk with you about what's going on in court. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, you're not released from your subpoena, so you need to remain available.
Okay.
All right. But for now, you're excused.
Okay.
And it was Doug Benefield too, wasn't it? Benefield. AJ's going to have a look and see if she can find any docs. She's going to earn a wrench.
All right, members of the jury, it's right about lunchtime, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It's just a couple of minutes before 12. In order to give you time to go and find what you want and everything, I'm going to ask you to be back in that jury assembly room downstairs at about 1:10. All right, so it'll give you about an hour and 10 minutes if you want to go somewhere. Certainly, there's plenty of places. If you haven't been in downtown Bradenton for a while, there's plenty of places up and down Main Street, 12th Street, all the way down to the water. There's some places on 13th, also some places a little bit south. Please leave your notes here. Do not discuss the case with anyone else outside of the jury or amongst yourselves. Please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. Remember also, it's kind of a small town. Sometimes it happens where jurors are sitting in one booth and somebody on the other side of that booth you hear
talking about the case, or heard names that sound familiar or things that sound familiar, remember, they may not know you're there. Just, hey, I'm on the jury. I need you to stop. If
Really?
they don't, I need you to report it to the deputies as soon as you get back. All right, you're free to go.
Well, that would be the girl that just testified, Ava, who's got a posse outside, is it? Oh dear. Oh dear. Hmm.
All right, have a seat. Before I let you all go, State, you had just mentioned that
Thanks, Adair.
despite Eva Benefield not being released, you want her to remain in the courtroom?
Yes, pursuant to Marcy's law and pursuant to the.
I think Ashley and Doug's child is only about 4 year to have. Yeah. Unless it's the family along with the child. I don't know. But yes, George, you are right.
All right, did you want to be heard? No. Okay, then she'll be allowed to remain in the courtroom as the next of kin.
Okay, thank you.
All right, same with you all. I don't foresee, I mean, you said you exchanged witness lists, so you know who's going to be coming in the afternoon. Are there any that, because this morning we had talked about 4 different people, so 2 have testified. Whenever we get back, if there's any particular issues about any folks in the afternoon, let me know.
Okay.
All right?
And we're behind, so I'm not sure exactly when those other people will be coming up, so.
All right, we'll see you guys back here at 1:10.
Thank you. And we anticipate the jury coming back in at 1:15.
Correct, exactly.
All right, so that's an hour. Yes, there's a picture of the 4-year-old child holding up a sign outside the courthouse that says, "Keep my mother free." Really? That's on. I wonder if I can. Oh, hello, kitty. Let me just see if I can find anything on it whilst we're waiting. So what was it? So is it Manatee County, Florida Courthouse?
I just saw a brief article that said the Manatee County Sheriff's Department was involved in this case, so I'm assuming it's in Manatee County.
Cats. Oh, I've got cats walking over my keyboard. Bugger off. So if I put in Manatee County,
What comes up on Google when your cats walk across the keyboard?
Yeah, 78. I just typed in 78. No, they're all old. Maybe I'll check the Google Me Bob. Manatee County protest Benefield. Supporters march in Bradenton ahead of Benefield murder, the 10th of July. What's the date today? 24th. Oh, God, another one. Hello. Oh. Stop it. Local news. No, it's not on there either. No, I can't find anything. Never mind. Health department a year ago. No. Out of luck. What else can we have a look at whilst we're waiting?
Yeah, I got an article here. It says the Manatee County Sheriff's Office said throughout the course of the investigation, they found no evidence that she was acting in self-defense. So it's the MCSO, Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
MCSO. All right, let me have a look. See. Was that on YouTube or just Google?
This is from News Channel 8 in Lake Ridge Terrace.
Protesting.
Or Lakewood Ranch, I'm sorry. That's Lakewood Ranch was the subdivision where they live, and it's in Manatee County.
Yeah, it's not bringing up anything when I check for the protest outside the courtroom. Benefield protest. Oh, 7 days ago. Crime scene photos from a year ago. 6 days ago. What's that? Oh, that's grisly. Before the trial. Oh, there we go. Might have a little bit of it. Oops.
Oh, and I'm actually looking at a thing from the day of jury selection, and it looks like she's not in jail. She was walking freely outside the courthouse.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Court TV have got a timeline video that might be handy to. That might be very handy to get us up to speed. What do you reckon? Whilst we're waiting, share this tab instead. All right, so this is the timeline of their relationship.
Doug and Renee Benefield lived in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina with their teenage daughter, Eva. In December of 2015, Renee died from an undiagnosed heart ailment, a difficult tragedy for Eva and for Doug. But then, just 9 months later...
Hi, Regina. How are you going? Thank you for popping in. Oh, you've put it on Discord. Which channel on Discord? On AJ's, or if you can pop a link or something.
Doug was married again, this time to a 24-year-old woman named Ashley Byers, a swimsuit model and ballerina. It was a quick romance as they got married just 13 days after meeting at a political event. Ashley had a dream of opening a ballet company in Charleston where they lived. Doug supported that effort, and together they started to put it together, a project which caused a lot of stress. And then in the midst of launching the company, Ashley got pregnant. From there, more stress, and the relationship soured. Ashley moved to Bradenton, Florida to live with her mother. She and Doug then became entwined in a bitter custody battle for the baby. Ashley accused Doug of trying to poison her, something the family court judge rejected, finding that Ashley did not present a scintilla of credible evidence. Then, just before a big date in family court, Doug was at Ashley's home with a U-Haul, loading up items from inside the house for a big move. While Ashley's mother and daughter were at a nearby park, something happened between the two in that house, and Ashley shot and killed Doug. She's been charged with murder, but is claiming self-defense, and there are some unanswered questions surrounding this shooting. We'll take a closer look as we investigate the Black Swan murder case.
I'm Benny Politan. Thanks so much for joining us. As we look at the relationship between Ashley Benefield and Doug Benefield, the backdrop for a shooting and a killing, the question is, what exactly was going on in this relationship? What was going on in this family court battle? This is the backdrop. This is the most significant part of what we anticipate hearing in this case. It's a courtroom battle in family court that seeps over, and now we're in a criminal courtroom with murder charges against Ashley Benefield. So what I want to do is walk you through the timeline of this relationship and this battle and this emotion and conflict in their lives that ended in such tragedy. We begin in August of 2016, and this is the part that a lot of people are like, wow, that's fast. They meet, and after 13 days, they're married. So it's a very, very quick romance. She's coming off one marriage, and he's a widower. April to July of 2017, Ashley claims that Doug began to act violently. August 3rd, 2017, Ashley finds out she's pregnant. August 26, 2017, Ashley moves to Bradenton, Florida to be with her mother. Then in the fall and winter of 2017, Doug then gets up from Charleston, gets down to Bradenton, gets an apartment near Ashley's mother's house where Ashley's living. March 19th, 2018, Ashley gives birth to her daughter, but it's several weeks before her due date. And Doug did not know that his child had been born. April of 2018, Ashley files an injunction motion in family court to attempt to deny Doug custody or visitation with his baby. July of 2018, there are hearings for Ashley's injunction for protection from domestic violence. In September of 2018, Judge Diane Moreland denies the motion and sets up a visitation schedule for Ashley and Doug. Then you go from September of 2018 to 2020. The custody battle continues. They adhere to this visitation schedule, but Ashley makes more allegations against Doug. And then Ashley and Doug are both ordered to undergo a psychological examination by Dr. Brad Broder. September 27th, 2020, Doug drives a U-Haul to Ashley's home in Bradenton as they pack for a move to Maryland. It's on this day when they're packing for the move that Ashley shoots Doug to death in her bedroom at her mother's home. September 30th, 2020, that was the date that Dr. Brad Broder's psychological evaluations of Doug and Ashley were scheduled to be released. Dr. Broder testified at a hearing Take a listen to what he has to say, because this really underscores what was happening right around the time that Ashley shot Doug.
She made it very clear on more than one occasion that she had no intention of reconciling with Doug, and that she had every intention of relocating to Maryland with her mother in Emerson, particularly because her grandmother had passed away and her mother had inherited that home so she could return to her native home state of Maryland.
And did she indicate to you that she was going to go without Doug? Go to Maryland without Doug?
Again, in several different occasions, she had indicated that was her intention. She did not want him to come along with her. There was some email exchanges indicating that she was trying to make that happen. He made it clear that he was going to be going there and thought that he'd be moving in with them, which she clearly made clear to me that that was not going to happen.
Okay. So she made clear to you that he is not moving in. We are not getting back together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did she say those things and act that way during the joint session with Doug?
No.
Okay. How was it different?
It was different in that her presentation of herself was more deferential to Doug because her goal, as she had shared with me, was to, in essence, kind of appease him, go along with him, because she was concerned he might get angry and blow up. So she wanted to just kind of go with the flow, as the expression is, and therefore she was willing to go out to lunch or go to a movie or hang out with him and Emerson. So she was not going to present that ultimate goal, certainly not with me. In those sessions, it didn't come up.
So in her private sessions, she's saying one thing about her intentions, not to be with Doug, but when she's with Doug, not necessarily saying that. I think Doug is under the impression that they're going to reconcile and move together to Maryland. What exactly is going on here? Because this is at the heart of this murder case. Joining me, Doug Benefield's cousin and family spokesperson, Tommy Benefield, and Doug Benefield's former attorney, Stephanie Murphy. Thank you both for being here. Stephanie, I'll begin with you. I'm trying to understand the status of things. Was this a divorce case? Was this a custody case? What exactly was this at the time of the shooting? What was going on? What was the purpose of the evaluations? And from your perspective, what was your understanding of what was happening with this couple?
So the divorce case was still pending. In fact, we had a hearing scheduled the week after Ashley ended up murdering Doug. But the hearing was technically scheduled to be in an injunction case that Ashley had filed earlier that year. Once again, her injunction had been denied, but a hearing was set and continued several times at her request so that we could attend mediation, which was done 3 days before the murder. The murder happened on the Sunday, and then we were scheduled to be in court on that next Wednesday. The purpose of the hearing on Wednesday was to address the joint motion to release Dr. Broder's psychological reports.
So that's when everyone would find out what the intentions or the intentions of Ashley were to not be with Doug. Tommy, at this point, is your cousin under the impression that he's getting back together with Ashley and the family's going to live together in Maryland?
Yes, sir. And not only his impression, but Ashley and Doug, when they picked up this 26-foot U-Haul truck on Saturday, Ashley told the manager, because I spoke to him personally, about the fact they were putting their family back together. They were moving to Maryland. They had already filled up a pod of all of the Ashley and her mother's, a lot of their house goods. And Doug had filled up the truck with all of his stuff. He had brought the truck over there that night. On Sunday, he called me before he brought the truck over, and he called me and said that he had found out on Sunday that Ashley was not going to have Doug move in with Alicia, Ashley's mother, Ashley and their daughter in Maryland. This was, I think, the third time in not only
the house in Lakewood Ranch where he's killed. He moved in there and then never got to move in. They got an apartment together on paper. She never moved in. And this was the third time that he thought they were going to move in together. That's what she told other people. And that's what he believed until Sunday when he found out. And he just told me, I'm going to have to find a place to live in Maryland. That's when the change occurred to him, was the Sunday of the murder.
So, Stephanie, you mentioned that there's a mediation. What was your understanding, and what is going on in the mediation? Is the couple saying we're getting back together? Are they saying they're not getting back together? What is the communication level there with the court?
Well, Benny, I'm not allowed to actually reveal what was said at the mediation. What I can tell you, though, is prior to the mediation, both Ashley's attorney, as well as myself and the mediator, had an exchange of emails explaining that the intention of the mediation was just to get a report from the mediator in passing so that we could have met the mediation requirement. And we specifically advised ahead of time that the parties were reconciling and moving to Maryland together. And then at the end of the mediation, the mediator filed what's called a mediator report. And that mediator's report is matter of public record. It is part of the divorce case file. And that clearly states that both Ms. Brown, who was Ashley's attorney, and myself, Doug and Ashley, attended the mediation. And the result of the mediation was, in fact, an impasse. And the mediator's report specifically stated that an impasse because the parties were reconciling. So you can draw your own conclusions as far as what happened at the mediation, but we were in and out in 15 minutes or less.
And if she moves to Maryland, did he still have rights to see the child? Like if she decides to go without him, like how was that going to work?
So if she moved to Maryland, either with or without him, he still had rights to have time sharing with their daughter, as long as the courts here had an order that said he was allowed to. The trick of Ashley was that after 6 months in another state, she would be able to establish what's called home state jurisdiction, in which case another state could exercise jurisdiction over the child and Florida would lose jurisdiction. And the significance of this is that Ashley despised Judge Diana Moreland. She wanted her off the case, and she is a very clever person, and she knew that in order to do that, she had to leave the jurisdiction and be gone long enough for the other state to be able to exercise jurisdiction over Emerson.
It's such a complicated, layered situation, but you're giving me some clarity tonight about what exactly was going on at that time. Our guests are staying with us. When we come back, we're going to talk about Doug Benefield and how much time did he actually end up spending with his child? She was born, he didn't know it, but did he get to bond with his daughter?
The former ballerina charged in the death of her husband.
Said that she attacked her and she shot him.
She's claiming that he is the aggressor in all of this.
I see a liar. I see a manipulator. She killed my dad.
Will the jury see her actions as self-defense?
Boy, did she have every reason to fear him.
Or murder?
The Black Swan murder trial. Live coverage next week following jury selection on Court TV.
Court's also going to find that the wife has at this time demonstrated a complete disregard for allowing Mr. Benefield to have any active role in the birth of his child and or the life of his child that he has now not had any contact with.
That's the judge talking about what happened when Ashley and Doug's baby was born. Doug had no role, was denied access to his child. Then in September of 2018, the same judge found that this young child has not yet met her father. So we are going to schedule the first visit. Take a listen.
You have a very young child that I have to, I'm not going to switch time sharing as of, or custody at this time or time sharing at this time because we have a child that has not met his father or has not met her father. And, but I do think that I need to start in, and I think that most experts would say it has to be often time sharing, except we have the long distance situation in this particular case. Ms. Murphy, how often is your client here in Florida?
You can come every other week, Judge.
Okay. And when we say every other week, how long are those periods? Okay. So the first time sharing is going to be on 9/21. That's this Friday. He will, and these parties are going to be changing. The exchange is going to be at the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. That's 600 U.S. Highway 301 Boulevard West, Bradenton, Florida. At 1500, the parties will meet at that facility, the Sheriff's Office facility, for the exchange of the minor child. She shall have all necessary schedules written down by Miss Benefield so that the father can follow the schedule that this child is accustomed to. He will then keep the child until 1800, at which time both parties will report back to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office to exchange the child.
So still with us, Doug's cousin, Tommy Benefield, and Doug's former attorney, Stephanie Murray. Stephanie, can you go through how did it go for 2 years? The agreement, and did things go smoothly, and what were some of the terms?
Well, things were up and down, to be perfectly honest. The first time sharing took place, as Judge Moreland said, on the 21st of September. I was actually with Doug when he got to meet his daughter for the first time at the Manatee County Sheriff's Department. And things took a turn for the surreal immediately. Despite all of the allegations that Ashley had raised about Doug up to that point, she decided that she was going to just go along with Doug for his first visit with his daughter. So over my objections, Doug agreed to that, and Ashley loaded Emerson in the car seat into the back of Doug's truck, and they left together. And then that began a peculiar, almost year-long time where Doug and Ashley were together all the time. So he was allowed to have, according to the court order, a certain amount of time sharing with Emerson. It was frequent to start, and then it became long visits as far as weekends. He was allowed to have extended time in the summer over the holidays, but Ashley had just inserted herself into Doug's life at that point. Everything came, however, to a screeching halt in August of 2019. Doug and Ashley and her mom agreed that as Doug's lease was going to be ending, Doug would actually move in with Ashley and Alicia. This got to the point that Ashley had Doug move all of his things from his apartment into Ashley and Alicia's house. But the morning he was supposed to move into the house, she ghosted him. She wouldn't take his calls. By the middle of the day, she finally answered the call and said she was recording him, raised all the old allegations again. Here we are almost a year later, and then said, "You're not moving in." And Doug was floored. He called me. He was just appalled and just beside himself because he had no idea what was happening. He thought he was moving in with Ashley, his, at this point, estranged wife, but that they were reconciling. So then began a whole new period, which is similar to the prior to the injunction, where his time sharing was strictly limited to what Judge Moreland ordered, but which was expanded upon by written stipulation of Ashley and Doug right after the hearing. And that continued pretty consistently despite half dozen CPS allegations, despite a new injunction case being filed. Doug still exercised every second of time sharing that he was allowed to have, according to Judge Moreland. And further, we were making ongoing efforts to modify and increase that through our own motions for psychological evaluations, motions to appoint guardian ad litem, and then a petition and another emergency motion to award him sole parental responsibility and majority time sharing. Unfortunately, he was killed before we got to have the trial on that matter.
Tommy, I heard the words, distance was an issue here. How much of a challenge was that? And did your cousin get to bond with his daughter?
He did get to bond with her. I mean, the extraordinary efforts that he made to travel 12 hours from North Carolina on a Friday to pick her up in the afternoon, or 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours from South Carolina. He did that for the full year from 2018 to 2019. When he wasn't allowed to move in when he thought he was to their home, he went ahead and rented out his place in Charleston, and he got an apartment there in Lakewood Village, but not in the neighborhood, near the neighborhood where Ashley and Alicia and the child were living. And then the second lease, that was a 6-month lease, was the one that Ashley signed when indicating she would come in and they would live together. Doug got to have her at his home. When I picked up everything from the apartment after the killing, after the murder, he had everything that a parent would want to have, with toys and games and perfectly prepared apartment for the two of them. And he made extraordinary efforts to spend time with his child. They were swimming together. They were going to the beach together. But every time Ashley could do it, she would try to do it together with the two of them, except for one time that was so extraordinary also. There was a time on the exchange at the sheriff's office that Ashley showed up with an engagement ring on, gave the child to Doug, gave the bag, and ran out. That was odd based on the previous year and a half.
Tommy, we're out of time for tonight, but we appreciate both of you coming on. Tommy Benefield, Stephanie Murphy. Thank you both. We'll be speaking again, obviously, as this story continues. When we come back, we'll bring in our experts and try to get inside the mind of Ashley Benefield.
And you were asked to evaluate her, Ashley Benefield, correct?
That's correct.
And were you also asked to evaluate Doug Benefield?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your purpose of, what is your goal? You're not law enforcement, so what is your goal when you do an evaluation?
Well, sometimes the evaluation might be just parent effectiveness. Sometimes you're assessing for substance abuse, but more often than not, it's an evaluation, psychological evaluation for mental health issues.
So the big question that I have is, what is going on with Ashley Benefield? Like, why is she saying different things at different points? Is she the victim of a violent man, or is she someone trying to deny her husband from seeing his child, or her estranged husband from seeing her child? Let's take a look. This is an order from the Stand Your Ground hearing where the judge commented on what the doctor had found and what the doctor had heard from Ashley Benefield. Take a look. During Dr. Broder's individual time with Ashley, she told him on more than one occasion that she had no intention of reconciling with Doug and that it was her intention to relocate to Maryland with her mother and her daughter. She did not want Doug to go with them, despite email exchanges where Doug said he was also moving to Maryland and intended to live with Ashley and her mother. Quite the opposite. Ashley was adamant to Dr. Broder that Doug was not moving in with her and they were not getting back together. She also told Dr. Broder that she did not believe Doug could be a good parent and was not comfortable with him having the child overnight. Her intention, once she lived in Maryland for at least 6 months, was to appeal to the child protection authorities there for help because she wanted to block Doug from having their child. Let me bring in our guests. We've got to get to the bottom of this. Joining me, clinical and forensic neuropsychologist, associate professor at Pepperdine University, and author of the book, The New Rules of Attachment, Dr. Judy Ho is with us. Also joining us, forensic psychiatrist, trial expert witness, and columnist, Dr. Carol Lieberman. Thank you both for being here. Dr. Judy Ho, I know this is difficult, but she's saying one thing when she's with the evaluator, Dr. Broder, about, I don't want anything to do with him. Then on the other hand, they're doing mediation and Doug seems to be under the impression that they're reconciling. What do you think is going on here?
Well, honestly, I feel like this can be used for either side's argument, right? On the one hand, you can say, look how scared she was. Her defense can say, look how scared she was. She wasn't even able to tell him the truth. She wants to go with the flow because she doesn't want him to blow up. So there could be a narrative that is building from that side. But then the prosecutions claim that this is a manipulation. And I think it's interesting that she's telling the doctor this. She's telling the psychology evaluator. So that's not really a confidential source really in the same way. There's certain things, especially because of the way that he was brought in, his role, evaluating both of them, that she must have known that it may not be confidential quite in the same way, that the legal system is going to get wind of this. So what was she doing being so clear about her plan to the psychologist who was evaluating her? So I think that actually would stand to be a claim for the prosecution that maybe this is a manipulation.
Yeah, Dr. Carol Liederman, take a listen here. This is more from this order. Ashley never told Doug these things in Dr. Broder's presence. Instead, she told Dr. Broder she was going with the flow so as to not make him angry and have him blow up. She claimed that Doug was controlling, highly manipulative, and intense. This appeasement strategy included going to lunch or a movie with Doug, but she told Dr. Broder that they were not living together and were not intimate. So it seems that Doug is reading it one way, but she is doing it for another reason. And this is tough. Someone has to figure out if Doug is stalking her, threatening her, or if she is manipulating the situation to keep him away so she can have sole custody of her daughter. It's very confusing to me because she's telling the doctor one thing, telling, it seems, the mediator and the lawyers and Doug something else, but is still spending time with Doug.
Well, it's actually not that confusing when you look at her. First of all, these kinds of evaluations, I do these all the time, and you really have to be very careful as an expert psychiatrist or psychologist to explain to the person up front and perhaps remind them that what they're telling you is not confidential, that you are going to be writing a report, you're going to be testifying in court, and you're going to be telling everybody, what your assessment is, what is in the best interest of the child. So, so either she didn't know or she, that it is confusing. But clearly, there's a connection between the fact that he was going to be testifying in court on September 30th and her having murdered her husband on September 27th. I mean, I think that she didn't want the jig to be up. So I think that there was a connection there. But she really, as I might have mentioned in a previous show, one of my books is Bad Girls, Why Men Love Them and How Good Girls Can Learn Their Secrets. She is the quintessential bad girl. There are 12 different types, and she is the gold digger type, but it wasn't necessarily for gold per se. She wanted a ballet company and she wanted a baby. Now, of course, the baby would also bring child support, but those were the things she wanted. And as soon as she, got those things, I mean, as soon as the ballet company failed, and then she got the baby, she didn't have a need for him anymore. And she wanted to get rid of him, but she was gaslighting him. She kept, pretending that there was hope. She kept giving him hope because he did love her. He did.
Yeah, no, I'm going to have to stop that there because I completely and utterly disagree with this woman. Absolutely 100% disagree. And I'm speaking from personal experience here. The fact that if you are a victim of someone who is so manipulative and coercive in their behavior behind closed doors, you do anything you can to appease them just so that there is no conflict, because not only is there, and this will triple her, having the child will triple those, that need to protect, that need to keep calm and not trigger him. She will know what triggers him, and she would have been walking on eggshells just to try and keep him happy. Now, my example of this was I was in a 7-year relationship with one of these individuals, and when I left him, he had my cats, and the only way that I could get them back was to play the game. So if I had said to him that there was no hope of us reconciling, I knew exactly how vindictive he was and what he would do, and there was no chance that I would ever get to see my cats again. And so I had to, I was rendered homeless for 7 months basically, and I had nothing. He turned up at my door with the clothes on his back after being separated from his wife and moved in to me, who had just basically reset up a home for my 2 children, having just been through a divorce myself. So I had a fully furnished home, and he moved in with us almost straight away. But cut a long story short, the property that we rented after that was put into his name, not mine. And this was, I think, part of his control, but it worked for me because the relationship was breaking down anyway, and I had a few people coming to me on the side telling me things that had been going on and hadn't confronted him about it. So I knew some stuff, but was waiting. I had to make sure that there was absolute 100% undeniable proof before I could confront him, because otherwise it would end up in a huge brawl. And we had between us 5 children, my 2 and his 3. So pretty much for 12 months, I had to go around to that house and play happy families and say, yeah, no, I'm just having a break. I just need to think about things. I just need to get my head sorted, and until I could get those cats back. And the second that I did get those cats back and he realized that there was absolutely no hope for us to get back together, that's when shit got nasty, and he basically refused to allow me back into that home under any circumstances, and kept absolutely everything of mine. I was not allowed to go and collect any of my belongings, none of my personal stuff, none of my children's stuff, none of my gifts, that I had gotten from my mother. My mother had given me some furniture, some beautiful furniture, all of my linen. My children had made, their Mother's Day gifts and stuff that I had kept, Christmas decorations, personal stuff that meant absolutely nothing to him, photo albums, everything like that. Just to be spiteful, he would not return one thing to me. And that was because he knew that there was no chance. And his biggest issue amongst all of it was what I was telling people had happened, because he didn't want to be seen in a bad light. If I had told, like I told my mum what had happened and that he had actually cheated on me, he wasn't pissed off about me finding out that he'd cheated. He was pissed off about how my mother would now view him in that light. And so in his brain, there was no chance to reconcile, because he couldn't deal with the fact that my mother knew the truth about what had happened. Does that make sense? So I can completely understand where she is at, playing the game and appeasing him so that, things keep smooth. And then you add a child to that, and mother's instincts were fearless. Like, there is nothing that I would not do to protect my children, not in a million years. And yeah, I would be in the same position she is, I think, if my child was in danger. And the having access to the child, yes, I disagree with him not having a relationship with his daughter. That's not fair. It's not right for either of them. They both miss out. But in her mind, she's protecting that child as well. So there could have been supervisory visits that he could have had, and that sort of thing. But if he's happy to fire a gun in the household over an argument into the ceiling and punch holes in the walls, I would be concerned about my child's safety as well. But then the other hand is you've got Ava who, you know, he may have a completely different attitude when it comes to his children as well. So the actual child custody is a bit iffy. I would certainly have started out with supervised visitation of some sort in a safe environment and let them establish a bond, and move from there and see what his behavior is like, and monitor both of them carefully. But as far as her playing games and manipulating, well, I suppose she is in a way, but to keep the peace. But I don't believe she was doing what this woman is accusing her of doing whatsoever. And yes, you do have to play the game. It's sometimes you've got to do, it's survival. That's all it is. It turns into survival. And if you can take one for the team and prevent, because you don't know how, it could be the simplest little thing that would trigger them, and their temper and their rage may not be directed at you. It could be directed at your children, who I had 24/7, and often it was directed at his own children. But yeah, it's easier to just go along with it and keep the peace until you have all of your ducks in a row, pretty much. And I think that's what she was doing.
He was starstruck. He did want to be with her. And so she knew that if she kept feeding him enough, then he would be there and he'd keep, giving her everything she wanted.
I want to read another part of this order. As Dr. Broder neared the end of his evaluation period, Ashley expressed her frustration with the system, including CPT, law enforcement, the courts, Judge Moreland, and Dr. Broder, because she believed that no one was helping her protect her child. She told Dr. Broder that she was running out of time and would have to, quote, take matters into her own hands. That's a powerful statement, can be interpreted, I guess, different ways. What are you taking away from this part, Dr. Judy Ho?
Well, Vinny, that is a threat if we've ever heard one, especially given what we know now.
No, it's not. No, that could be her saying, take matters into my own hands. In other words, moving away to Maryland to get away from this relationship. I don't see that as a threat.
I understand that she's proclaiming her innocence, but in that paragraph, she's documenting that she's taking absolutely no responsibility, that she blames everybody around her, the system, other powerful people for all the problems that she's having. And it's interesting. I wish I knew.
Lady, she's got a protective order against him. Hello?
More about what Dr. Broder then said next, when she said, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I wonder if he asked, what do you mean by that? What do you mean you're going to take matters into your own hands? Like, what does she say next? What kind of threat was this? Was it a vague threat or was it a very specific threat? But to tell an evaluating doctor involved in the legal case that you have around custody, some statement like this, that's bold. That's very, very bold.
No.
And again,
no, that's honest. And that there tells me if she's telling it to someone who's evaluating her, that's honesty. Why would she go and say that she's going to do something drastic and make threats when this is her child's life? No.
Just like Dr. Lieberman said, there must have been at some point that she knew this is not really confidential the same way that a patient-doctor relationship is. So what is she doing? Dropping all these truth bombs throughout this evaluation about her plan, her big plan. She's basically unfolding the plan for this doctor who is evaluating her for the court.
Let me ask you, Dr. Carol Lieberman, she's saying no one's helping me protect my child. Right? That's the impetus for this. And Doug, she perceives as the threat.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts here? Because I'm looking at this a couple different ways. Doug could be an actual threat, or Doug could be like a perceived threat by her, or he could be no threat at all, and it's sort of the line she's using to get her daughter all to herself and get away from this guy that she doesn't want to be with anymore.
She manipulates men. And I think she thought that she was manipulating the psychologist just like she manipulated Doug. I don't think he was any threat to his daughter at all. Let me just go back for a minute. Part of what makes a bad girl is they're having a dysfunctional relationship with their father. And her father abandoned her when she was a young girl. And, her mother supposedly had this email account where she said 2 geese, no gander. And then it was 3 geese, no gander. So it was her psychology to take men for what she could get from them, and especially Doug. The other part of it is, in order for a bad girl to be successful in what she wants, she has to find a sitting duck. And he was a sitting duck when she met him. He had just lost his wife 9 months before. He was in pain, his cousin was saying, from an injury. And she walks up to him and.
Oh, yeah. Poor thing was in so much pain. He worked out so hard to get those abs. I don't like these women. Not one bit.
He was a sitting duck, and she took him for everything until she didn't need him anymore. And it's just such a sad story.
I want to read more of the order because there's more to this. While she told Dr. Broder about the allegations she previously made against Doug and her claims of abuse towards their daughter, Ashley never told Dr. Broder that Doug had physically harmed her or that she was afraid of being battered by him. She described the gun incident in South Carolina as frightening. She claimed that Doug had a violent temper and punched holes in the wall at their home in South Carolina. She also admitted to getting into yelling and screaming matches with Doug. However, Dr. Broder noted that Ashley did not mention any examples of violence since moving to Florida. Ashley told Dr. Broder that she suspected Doug had poisoned her, and she claimed not to breastfeed their baby for fear of poisoning. She alleged that she had a toxicology report confirming her beliefs and that she suspected Doug had poisoned his first wife. Even considering Ashley's accusations, Dr. Broder never had any concerns for the safety of her or the child. During his evaluation periods, Dr. Broder had the opportunity to observe Doug alone with the child, and when both parents were present with the child, and his observations were positive regarding Doug's ability to be a comforting and soothing parent.
Well, of course. What else is he going to be when he's in front of this doctor? Like, they're going to present themselves in the best light. Like when we had family gatherings, my ex was the perfect gentleman. He was he could do no wrong in front of anyone. They all just thought the sun shone out of his ass. He was attentive. He was loving. He was caring. He was thoughtful. And then as soon as the doors were closed, yeah.
So Dr. Judy Ho, what?
Mind you, he never hit me. Never, ever. But he didn't need to.
What do we think what is motivating this? I'm trying to understand what would motivate this type of behavior and the way the doctor and the judge and everyone else is reacting to the situation.
Well, if the allegations about Ashley are true, and this was a premeditated attempt and a successful attempt on his life, then this is her weaving the story of why she had to act in self-defense according to her defense, right? This is somebody who's dangerous, even though she wasn't able to provide specific examples of how he was violent. These ideas that I think otherwise are unfounded, other than in her own mind, that he may have poisoned his first wife, and that's why she died. I think that was the insinuation, and that maybe she's being poisoned herself. Notice how much she's bringing their child into this discussion, right? So it's not just her saying, hey, my husband might be a bad person. It's, oh, but I'm so worried and concerned about our child. She's trying to rally that concern from everybody else around her to provide justification. But it doesn't sound like there's ever been any proof that would suggest that her husband.
I bet you this woman doesn't even have fucking kids. I bet you.
Was going around poisoning his spouses. And yet she came up with that after not being able to come up with any specific examples of him being dangerous to her or her child.
Now, there is violent, I mean, he's punching the wall, he's firing the gun into the ceiling. That's very questionable behavior here, Dr. Lieberman. We have about 15 seconds. Do you see that as violent, threatening behavior?
Well, she was driving him crazy. She was driving him she was making him so frustrated with all of this gaslighting, all of this, oh yes, there's a chance I'm going to be with you. Oh no, there isn't, pulling out at the last minute. And I think the proof of the pudding is in the eating as far as who would have been the better parent. Her daughter is standing in front of the courthouse with a sign, please free my mother or something. Any good mother would not have their child, would not let their child.
We're going to talk about that. Dr. Carol Lieberman, when we come back. That's right. The daughter of Doug and Ashley at the courthouse holding signs, keep my mommy free. What does that mean?
One of the most successful true crime TV shows ever.
This is crazy.
Now has a new home on America's original true crime obsession, 48 Hours on Court TV. Coming up next on Court TV.
She could hear the bat hitting her father.
Michael was under the influence of Courtney.
Michael Moore is not the person who killed my father.
Accomplice to Murder with Vanny Politan. Sunday night, 8/7 Central.
And that right there, Bri, is exactly what they want you to feel. That's what they want you to believe. That's exactly what they ingrain in you. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, it is always your fault. Yep, I can't believe it either. I just think that's just sensationalism and the biggest load of bullshit.
Control, only on Court TV.
And then putting that child out there in front of the courthouse with her sign, we understand the sentiment.
Yeah, I don't agree with this either, but I don't know who organized it and what the facts are yet, so.
But that's not what most people do. That's very unusual to do that with a 6-year-old child.
And this is what Tommy Benefield's talking about. That's Doug and Ashley's daughter. She's there with her grandma holding a sign, keep my mommy free, as her mommy's inside a courthouse fighting murder charges. So what about that? What about that? What would make someone put their child out there? And is it good for the child? Is it unhealthy? What does it tell us? Let's bring back in our experts, Dr. Judy Ho, Dr. Carol Lieberman. Dr. Carol Lieberman, you were talking about this. How about from the child's perspective? She's about 6.5 years old. Does she understand what's going on here?
Yeah.
Well, it's emotional abuse because, yes, of course, she would like her mother to be free. But on the other hand, her mother's accused of killing her father. So she's going to be having really conflicting emotions. She would like to be with her father, too. So it is just torture for the child. It's really.
I haven't worked out whether or not she's got any involvement with this yet. It looks like to me that it might be her mother that's put the child there. I don't know. I don't know who's, because I thought that she was in custody. So who's got custody of the daughter at the moment? I don't know.
They're so narcissistic, so just the mother is just thinking of herself, and this is very cruel. She could be reported for emotional child abuse.
Dr. Judy Ho, your initial reaction to seeing this, because I've covered a lot of cases. I've never seen this. I've seen adult children show up at a courthouse. I've seen adult children voice their opinions strongly. but I've never seen it with a 6-year-old.
Well, Vinny, it breaks my heart. And I don't know if, both Ashley and her mother jointly put the child up to this, but regardless, this is so challenging, already traumatic for this young child. Of course, lost one parent. They don't want to lose both parents, right? Don't want to effectively become an orphan if mother gets prosecuted. So she's in a tough spot. If the adults in her life are saying, please, we need your help, this is going to create a good image for us as we fight this in court, the child's of course going to say yes. The child has conflicting information and feelings about the mom, most likely. Still loves the mom, probably, even if there might be some doubt in her young mind. And there might be, children know so much more than we give them credit for. And I think that this could be another form of trauma. I mean, essentially, she's being paraded out to do this when she really should be shielded from everything that's going on in the court. She should be with safe people, family members, healing people, mental health professionals to help her process this away from the public's eye, not essentially standing out there being a poster child for her mother and seeing.
That's the first sensible thing this woman has actually said.
All the scrutiny too that's walking by the way, because not everybody is going to be supportive. Some of that hate's going to fly her way because she's there, quote unquote, helping her mom.
Let me ask you, Dr. Carol Lieberman, if Ashley Benefield is in fact convicted and is found guilty and is sent away for a long time, I presume that grandma will raise her. What do you tell a child? When do you tell them? How do you explain the situation? And how much interaction should this child have growing up with a mother who is behind bars for killing her father?
Well, I think that the mother is probably not any better of a maternal figure than I think a good case could be made for her to be raised by her father's family. Perhaps the cousin, for example. If she wants that, that's a possibility, or some other family member.
She's suggesting that the creep take the
of the father. It is cruel. It's very confusing. It's, and when you look at her, the video that you just showed, she does not look like she's happy standing there, trying to get her mother's freedom. She looks like she's in pain, in emotional pain. So it's just torture.
Dr. Judy Ho, in the alternative, if Ashley Benefield is exonerated, is found not guilty at trial and walks out and lives the rest of her life, at what point should she talk about this, and how should she talk to her child about it? Because it will be on the World Wide Web forever.
Right. And if she is exonerated, I really hope that she stays in the private realm of things. I don't hope she doesn't give too many more interviews or even gets a documentary created about her so that she can go and talk about this more and more, because that's a form of trauma too, to have to see this over and over again for the child's peers. They're going to ask questions. I hope that they go and live a quiet life and that she focuses on being a good mom, the only living biological parent left for this young child.
How much influence? Go ahead.
Good, but that would be great, but it seems like it's very unlikely that she's going to. That doesn't seem like her personality to do that. I mean, it's hard. What you're supposed to tell a child in circumstances it would very much depend upon what your view of it and her mother's view. Her mother's going to say, "Oh, your father was really violent towards me." I mean, that's awful to tell a child.
It's a tough situation. We'll see how it turns out. There's two different versions of what happened here. A jury has to come to some conclusion and figure out what happened and why it happened and what it all means. But incredible insight tonight. Dr. Judy Ho, always appreciate you, and Dr. Carol Lieberman as well. Thank you so much for helping us through this, and I'm sure we'll speak about it again. Okay, folks, before we go tonight, speaking of children, we have a child who is missing. She's 17 years old. Her name is Lachey Renee Wheeler. Lachey is missing from Tampa, Florida, the same area where all this is happening. She's been missing since July 1st. So this is what you can do. Take a look at her face, take a look at her picture. If you see Lachey, make a phone call, pick it up. 911, 1-800-THE-LOST, or you can call the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office down there in the Tampa area. Let's see if we can get Lachey to a safe place tonight. I'm Vinny Politics.
That's lovely, Sharon. Thank you. Court is still out. I am watching. So if she's exonerated, she's going to milk this for every penny she can get. Well, if she's exonerated, then maybe she probably deserves something. She's had to go through all this trauma. But I definitely don't agree with parading the child. But then I don't know enough about the instigators and the organisers and the rest behind it. So I have to reserve my judgment there. But I wouldn't go that far, you'd have, but thank you. Oh, I love this chat. I don't know. She looks like a very, very scared, timid woman. On the like in the courtroom. I don't know. I need to see more. I need to hear more evidence. I can't say one way or the other. I'm still leaning towards her innocence, though, and self-defense, but you just never know, do you? Some people can be extremely good at portraying being a victim and not necessarily being one. But the fact, again, yes, I said she's got a protective order, and I got one as well. But if you know anything about protective orders or in Australia here, if you apply for one, the judge pretty much has to grant them an interim order at the beginning, basically to cover their own ass, so that if anything does happen to you before it goes to court and you get a full 12-month, 3-year, 5-year, whatever it is, order in place, and if something happens to you in the meantime, then they could be liable. But they generally will give you an interim order based no evidence, just testimony or statement, basically. And even though mine was true and I did get one, it's very easy to achieve. So I don't know. But then I certainly wouldn't have sought one out as a manipulative tactic for further down the line to present at court either. So you sort of do what you have to do in the moment. And I don't think she's that calculating. And I think they're suggesting that, the time frame between him testifying at the custody hearing, I think it was 3 days or something, when the incident occurred. Now, you can imagine if he is as narcissistic as he's been portrayed to be, can you imagine what is going on and bubbling in his head? So this is all coming to a head now for him as well. So it's escalating in his own head and his mind. And when it gets to the point where they are moving their stuff and he realizes that he's not going with her to Maryland, that is the moment that he realizes that he's lost. that there is no return from here. And for people that are like that, that's not an option. They don't, losing is not on the cards. Like, and taking responsibility and accountability is not part of their mindset either. So it could have escalated and boiled up to the point he's got this court case pending and he just finds out that he's not going with her and realizes that it's over. You know, that could be a massive trigger and pushed him to the point where she did have to depend on herself, perhaps. I'm just putting that out there. Putting that out there. Where is everyone? Why is everyone so quiet? You still here, Bri?
I'm still here.
I thought everyone had disappeared on me with my ramblings.
No, you great insights. Sorry you had to go through all that stuff.
Yeah.
To become so knowledgeable.
Yes, hindsight is 20/20, isn't it? But you live and learn, and there was a reason I went through it. I'm yet to find it, but there will be a reason somewhere down the track. But in saying that, it brought my children and I so much closer. So that was a massive bonus. Massive bonus. But he tried. Oh, they're coming back. He tried every trick in the book to try and wedge distance between us. Every trick in the book. And it's very hard to try and navigate something like that when you're trying to keep the peace and appease a teenage daughter and, you know, a supposed life partner. And you don't want to be seen to be taking sides either way. You take your daughter's side and you risk the backlash of that. And not only would you get the backlash aimed at yourself, but then you would get him aiming his anger and vindictiveness at like he would ignore her for 3 weeks just purely because I had taken her side in an argument. Shit like that. Like, so she felt bad because she didn't want to cause any trouble, and so she'd basically spend most of her time in her bedroom because she didn't want to cause anyone any issues. She didn't want to create any hassle for me, which is fucking sad. So, but luckily they've got a fantastic mother who was able to speak to them all about it and discuss it and work through it, and we are better people for it on the other side. Is this the first day, Jodie? First day for what, sweetheart? Oh, the first day for the trial. Yes, yes, it is. Yes. Yes. Duh. I'm not in another world. Some people are just filing back into court, but they haven't started anything yet. The jury's not in, the judge isn't back. I'll put it back up on screen. But I think that whole bloody presentation that Vinny just did was purely just for sensationalism and for, clicks. Which I disagree with. Speaking of clicks, click that like and subscribe. That'd be awesome. Is AJ still in the house? Or has she gone to have lunch? She's probably gone to have lunch with her dada. Good on her. It's so nice that she gets to spend a couple of days a week with her dad. It's just lovely. It's a lovely tradition. I'd like like to do that. My mum lives up in Queensland, so it's I think a 2.5 hour flight from Melbourne to Hervey Bay, where she is. So I don't get to see her very often, but we speak a lot on the phone, which is nice. It's not the same though. I would like to spend more time with her, but she's not particularly well. She's had quite a lot of heart problems, and she's been a smoker for 60 years, so she's got chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and she suffers from PTSD for flying, so she can't come to me, and the winter down here is not good for her lungs, so I just I save up my frequent fly points and head up there as often as I can. Which is nice. And we basically curl up in bed and watch YouTube and talk half the night. And then she leaves the bedroom about 4 a.m. because I'm keeping her awake with my snoring. Wasn't me. I didn't hear anything. I'll have to take some earplugs next time I go up. Come on, court people. You have 1 minute. There we go. Well, she must be out on bond. Otherwise, they would have taken her. Oof. Whoa.
I was watching some of the video around the jury selection, and she
So hang
definitely
on.
looked.
Hang on,
I
sorry.
said,
I've got
I
two.
said I was watching some of the video around jury selection, and she definitely
Hang
looked a
on,
lot
Bri.
better
Hang on.
than.
Hang
Oh,
on.
sorry.
I've got two.
Bystanders.
Sorry. I had. I had two tabs open and they were going simultaneously. I paused one and couldn't get to the other one. Sorry, Bri, I didn't hear a thing you said. Go ahead.
I was just saying I watched some of the video around jury selection, and she looked a lot better. So I wonder if she looks crappy today. That's part of her strategy.
Maybe, but then she does suffer from fibromyalgia too. So anything that is stressful or anything, that can trigger you to have a flare of your fibro, and that causes a shit ton of pain and fatigue like you have never ever felt before. Like there's been times where I've spent literally a week in bed, not even being able to. I'll talk to you, but I don't have the energy to open my eyes. That's how bad it can be. So this could be triggering her fibromyalgia, and she's probably exhausted. Don't know, because yesterday would have been stressful for her, being the first day in court and jury selection, perhaps. Just putting that out there.
Could be. Put some rouge on though.
Yes. Hello. Yeah. Well, Sharon, do you notice that if you get stressed or have, a stressful situation that your Crohn's flares up as well? Because, yeah, that can happen as well. There's a lot of things that fuck with us and our bodies and how we react.
Yeah, and this is in Manatee County, Florida.
Yes, Manatee, Florida. Is that right? I didn't answer the question after all that.
I thought the judge was going to be more strict. He said 1:15, bring the jury in.
Yeah. And what is the time? Oh, 1:18. Oh God, I'm sorry. I just realised I'm not even sharing the screen. I'm sitting here watching it. I'm sorry. And you're sitting here watching me drinking my cup of tea. Oh my Lord. Sorry. It's not 3:20 a.m. Idiot. All right, play, Jodie. Let everyone else see what you can see. No. Never ever, Sharon.
Yes. I am informed, doing my best to try to keep up with everything. I've kind of misled the court, I'm afraid, to some extent. We actually filed an amended defense witness list. Our members have that copy of the all right. And I didn't think there was anything significant that was either on there or removed that would change it.
All right, hope not.
He was connected earlier to switch it up.
Oh, we need to switch. You were connected earlier. Is there a thing to switch it to this port? Okay, thank you. Couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. There we go. Let me just make sure the audio works.
She just came over.
Okay.
So we don't need to lower the lights. No, it's just audio. Oh, all right. Mark it down.
Transcript.
All right, Stady, you ready to call them in?
Yes. Do you want him in now or when the jury comes in?
No, the jury.
Oh, the jury. Yes.
I apologize. It wasn't a good question.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, you ready for me to call the jury in?
Ready.
Also, I have been handed a stack of transcripts for the 911 call by John Sant. And it looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines. Have you had a chance to review the redacted transcripts?
We have, Judge. We're in agreement.
All right, so everybody's okay with it?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring him in. All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. You know the questions I'm going to ask. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves or begin deliberations? Talk about the case with anybody outside the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about?
No.
Everybody says no. When we left off, the state was still in presenting its case. So state, call your next witness.
State calls John Sant.
Hello, Elizabeth. Welcome. Hello. Lovely to see you. Does anyone know who this witness might be?
I believe he's the one who called 911.
Okay.
The neighbor. She ran over to his house.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You know, teenagers over here actually pay to have hairstyles like that.
Yeah, he's giving off more of a Key West vibe.
My name is Jed White. I'm going to be presiding over this case.
I've been Roger Ragu, however you say his name.
Told so that you may need some assisted listening devices.
Very well.
All right.
Thank you for asking, Elizabeth.
Certainly, here's a pair that you can use.
How are you?
Put that on. Just keep this facing forward. You should be good.
As you see, you might have to turn them around the other way. Yes, sir. I think that'll work better. And the deputy will show you how to adjust it. Oh, did I scare you? Too loud? Sorry about that.
This is volume control. Okay. Make sure to keep it forward.
All right, sir. Does that help?
Yes, sir.
All right. I apologize about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right.
Sir, my name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that seat. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right as you need it. Just speak in a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, and we'll be able to hear everything.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Please state your name.
John William Sant Jr.,
How do you spell Sant?
S-A-N-T.
Where do you live?
And
This testimony could actually be very, very telling as to how her reaction after the event and a non-biased party.
11327 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
Okay. And did you live next door to Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers?
I did.
Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No.
Okay. Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
She did.
About how old was the child last time you were together?
At the house, in the neighborhood?
When they were living in the neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
It was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light out, dark out?
It was still light, but it was probably early evening. It was between football games.
Okay, so it was between the football games on a Sunday?
Right.
All right. Still light out? What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning?
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door and kind of startled me, but it was loud. And I went and I looked out through the little window, and there wasn't anyone there. So I thought, well, went to the back and looked out the back. I even looked out the side.
He didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there. And I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything. So I guess it was a few minutes. I just, nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding.
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right. Yeah, if we can get you to scoot up a little bit. There you go.
Sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so the pounding started again.
The pounding started for the second time, yes.
Okay, and what did you do then?
At that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to either break in or a home invasion and that. So I went back into my room, went into my closet, and I pulled my weapon out.
Okay. And you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay. So you had your own firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
You pulled that out, and what did you do?
I then came from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
So you set the gun down?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door. And I looked out again, and then that's when I saw I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
Okay. So you saw a leg. You think someone was sitting?
Well, they were sitting.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was?
Yes.
And who was it?
It was Ashley.
Okay. And you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor, yeah.
Stipulate that it's Miss Benefield, Your Honor.
Stipulation to ID.
Yes.
Okay. And what did Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? He said, Doug. He attacked me, and I shot him.
Okay. Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually.
Where was that weapon?
It was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it, where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, then you better come in. And I moved to the left to let her in, and that's when I noticed the line there on the ground.
Okay. And what was it?
It was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house, and set it down inside the door.
Okay. And when you say inside the door, was that on the floor or was there a table?
It was on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, what condition is Doug in? And she said, I don't know. Or she said, don't know. She just don't know. I said, where's your mother and Emerson? And she said, at the park.
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And she said at the park?
At the park.
And at some point during this conversation when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint, yeah.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I did.
Have you listened to the 911 call?
Many times.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. You can take a look at this. What is this?
I don't know, it's a disc, I guess.
It's a
Oh,
disc.
okay, yeah, yeah.
The 911 call.
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own voice.
The state would enter into evidence states exhibit 1.
Objection. To be received.
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry, Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember her crying?
I didn't remember her crying until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded like she was crying, but she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were. That was really the last coherent amount of any words that ever came out of her mouth that I could understand. At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking. And
So if she had done this on purpose, she would have double checked to make sure that the job was done. She wouldn't have just gone next door and went, I don't know. There probably would have been an attempt to conceal the weapon, maybe at some, not just leave it beside her. And it sounds like she was absolutely in shock. So, makes sense to me.
Sobbing.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, you are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence. You will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not go back with you during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down. Help yourself, sir. Yeah, if you want some water. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet. Doctor,
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
Okay, I don't
go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to the sheriff's dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant. KNT. I live next to
Office dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby. It's Karen. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband. Okay. All right. I'm going to get that on the screen, okay? Okay. Which screen is her at? The 11327 White Rock Terrace. Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. On the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this whatever happened. Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Well, the police are going to want to know, probably. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no... Well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he isn't, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before they get back from the park.
Deputies are moving as fast as their hand. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? On the left.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have Deputy pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
No, I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah,
what
they
do you
just
want
pulled
us
up
to
to the
do?
other address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you, okay?
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just to calm, you know, they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know, you just calm down and you just calm. Okay. I know.
Okay. You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of additional units. They want to have everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that, okay, we got to get a hold of, don't go out. Until the police officer comes and look.
They're going to let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper.
Well, hello. Glad you could join us. Welcome back.
Backup, you know.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here. I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside. Here's another police officer.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door?
Oh, you're just in time, AJ. That dang back door's back in story.
Like the back door patio area.
I'm by the front door. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at an officer right now.
Okay.
Looks like he's talking to one of the other cars. Neither one of them are moving.
Yeah. I'll let you know when it's time when to come out, okay?
Okay. Honey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my. Okay, just calm down. Honey.
Okay. Now the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them. Okay?
You want her to go out?
Yes. They want her to come out with not
out of my house.
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So you're gonna have to go out. Okay.
And they want you to stay inside.
Now,
Okay.
put your hands where you can see them. Okay. All right. Where's she at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
I don't see him anywhere. She sure this is her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female only.
Stay inside. Oh, hang your hand. I don't see it. Now, are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the with the flashing. Okay, one of them sees her now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay.
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions. Okay.
Okay. Now I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're going to come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make sure.
Okay, here they come now. Oh.
All right, folks, just hand those transcripts back down to the deputy.
Well, I don't know about you, but that didn't sound like a cold-hearted killer and a reaction from a premeditated unaliving. That's just me.
You may resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No.
Did you see any blood on her?
No,
Did she complain of any injuries?
no,
How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
not that I know, no.
Okay. And eventually, did the police come to your house?
And talk to me?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
And did they recover that firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
Okay.
I assumed they took it.
Okay. So maybe you didn't see them take it, but
No.
it was gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sant, I've passed you a photograph. I'm going to mark it for identification as fence exhibit number 1, if I can.
And Mr. Sant,
Yes,
I don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
that's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mr. Sant, can you identify that?
Well, it looks like my house and Alicia's house at the time.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house, correct?
Yeah, right,
And it's got a red dot on it?
right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house? And
It's got a red dot on it, so there's a sniper aimed at the door.
the comparison and in position to where Ms. Benefield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house.
Yes,
All right.
your house that's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're going to help the jury see how this took place. We'll put it on the overhead. Objection, putting it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you dim some lights for us? Just the jury and the presentation.
Got it.
Is this just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir. Okay, so, Mr. Sant, just if I may turn your attention, if you could.
This one or this?
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. The
Probably.
chair should swing around.
Oh, yeah.
You see the one with the red dot on it?
Yes,
That's Ashley's house,
yes,
and your house is immediately to the left, correct?
yes.
All right. Thank you.
Don't move that mouse.
I'd like to move that into evidence, Your Honor, as defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, it was a demonstrative aid up until Mr.
So
Sant.
okay, admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, received.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes,
I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you said she was stuttering and shaking.
Yes.
Pretty hysterical.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
Somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but I.
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
First thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry, yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck between the slide, front end of the slide and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the gun that cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or mishandled.
Okay.
It wasn't held far, and it didn't eject it far enough.
Now, what is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Ejection foundation.
I'm going to sustain.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Do you want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
In my experience, was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
And when you say by held properly, meaning held too loosely?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
Could that be caused by like constantly holding your finger on the trigger and not releasing it between rounds, maybe? Like just having that trigger completely depressed the entire time? Not allowing, I'm just asking because I have no idea how firearms work. Anyone?
All right, Mr. Sant?
Yes.
You are released from your subpoena. You are free to go.
Okay.
No, you can't take those. They wouldn't work outside anymore. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, can you flip on the lights? Do you need the presentation?
Not with this next witness. In the state would call it Deputy Pearl.
All right.
Oh, look at that, an electronic screen.
You saw this for a long testimony about the data features, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hello, sir. Or afternoon. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right if you need it. Just talk in a loud, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll be able to hear you.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Deputy Thomas Burley, Baurle.
Burley, I said it wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
And how are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Going on 23 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
Patrol.
And what are your daily duties as a patrol deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
It'd be a law enforcement academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered to the sheriff's office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Do you recall if you were working days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our county's, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something
North
else?
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you respond to 11327 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female had come to the neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
It's dependent on the situation. Sometimes it's priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park a minimum few houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive since you were in your same zone? If you had to guess.
That's an adjacent. That's North 70. It's an
Oh, I'm
adjacent
sorry.
zone. I would guess probably 15 minutes.
And I think I didn't ask the right questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then?
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
Again, per protocol, I parked a few houses away. I observed a vehicle parked on the opposite side of the street directly across from the 911 caller's residence. So I took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the vehicle for additional deputies to arrive on scene.
And did they arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you there, you think, by yourself?
With a minute, maybe.
And once the additional deputies arrive, what happens?
The second deputy arrived was Deputy Vreeland, which that was his zone. Dispatch still had the 911 caller on the phone. So we had the Deputy Vreeland told dispatch to have the 911 caller tell the female to come out with her hands up.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or
No, ma'am. She was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact?
Seem to be intact, yes.
Thank you. Was she saying anything when she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would...
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
Why? Why the sidebar?
And I think I was asking you why she was placed in cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and officer safety.
Thank you, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene. So I yelled to any deputies that were there were multiple, to watch Miss Benefield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones, proceeded to the house to clear the residence.
And would that have been that house next door to the 911 call?
Correct. Directly next door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was a large moving van, I believe it was a U-Haul, in the driveway, and the garage door was open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door was up. Okay. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person, or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Vreeland was first, I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately took that room to check it. Myself and Detective Jones proceeded through the rest of the house to clear the rest of the house.
And what are you doing when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs you left with Deputy?
Hi, Chrissy. Welcome. Yes, we are dual streaming, AJ and myself, so we can cover every day. So welcome. It is Tuesday now. AJ is with us. She just is at her dad's and doesn't have a microphone, so she can talk in chat, but she can't talk on the stream. But she is here. So feel free to chat.
Really?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever go back into that bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I went straight to my patrol car and proceeded to get inside my patrol car to sit with Miss Benefield.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask, was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had arrived while we were in clearing the house or they arrived right after. I'm not sure exactly when they arrived.
Okay, but at some point they were there.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask them to check Miss Benefield to make sure
Yes,
she
ma'am.
was okay? And did she require any medical treatment?
No.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Benefield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some direction?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton for interviews with
And that's
detectives.
the one by the mall?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you got there, how long is that ride?
20 to 30 minutes.
Once you got there, what did you do?
Once upon my arrival, escorted Miss Benefield up to the entrance where I believe it was Detective Justin Warren was there, and I believe one of Miss Benefield's attorneys was there as well.
And did you conduct any further investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for the defense. Any more questions?
Cross? Yes, sir. Afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Miss Benefield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinguishing between visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it?
Possibly.
All right. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy Brawl, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
The hands to the see
Sure. I have a copy as well.
if that refreshes your recollection at all.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And in seeing it now, does it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you. You told us that when she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Benefield to wear.
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Reeling bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
I want to ask you for a minute about report writing. Did you write a report that reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Burrell, would it be a fair statement to say that in Police Academy, they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because, can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah. As with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall on May 7th, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let me pass this to you, Deputy Burrell, see if it refreshes your recollection. Feel free to peruse it.
I don't recall this one, sir.
Is that your
It's
name?
got my name on it,
Okay.
but I don't recall it.
You don't doubt that it's
No, I don't doubt it's mine.
report that was authored by you.
You know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you go to write a report and somebody else's, another deputy's name inadvertently ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah. At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case, as opposed to it being an earlier.
Possible.
Let me finish.
Okay.
As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay. So, with the court's permission, if that memorializes your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so I think I can answer questions related to.
Oh God. Brian, I think they had some clothes in the squad car that they put over her because she just had a sports bra, crop toppy type thing on. I do believe. Yes, 220 would be awesome. You just need 6 more. 6 subs. Doesn't cost anything. It's free. You don't get hassled. It's just like putting, a star on your favorite TV show or something on Netflix. That's all it is. But YouTube has a prerequisite that you need to reach a certain amount of subscribers before you can become monetized. So, and it's in a certain time frame, which is why everyone says like and sub. So I haven't got that far to go, but 220 would be awesome. You said that twice. Oh, you did it once on mine and once on yours. So yes, Alternate Juror and I are dual streaming simultaneously at the moment, if you're all confused. So the same stream is going out onto both of our channels. So the Defence Rests and Alternate Juror. And I will put up Alternate Juror's link right there for you. Head on over there to like and subscribe. She has other different content as well, which is awesome. She's fantastic, great creator. And she's lovely to boot. So head on over and check it out, peeps. Check it out. She's just hit her 1,000 subscriber mark, so that's a fantastic achievement for her. I need to get to 500 before I can get monetized, which allows me to then do lots of different things like have members and super stickers, and I can do polls, like polls on different things. It opens up a whole heap of extra things that I can offer to the channel. So it's it'd be awesome. Be awesome. You are welcome, Angel. I'm just trying to decide how much longer I will I'll stream for. What's it, 2:15 over there? Do they normally, the courts normally stop at 4:30 in the afternoon, or does it go through till 5 p.m.? I'm just trying to work out whether I pull an all-nighter and sleep tomorrow, or hit the hay shortly and get something done tomorrow afternoon. If I pull an all-nighter tonight, I could head down the street first thing and be back and sleep all afternoon. The dilemmas. I don't think this witness will last much longer, so I'll see what the next witness has in store for us. We'll go from there. But there is an extraordinarily large amount of sidebars in this case. A lot.
Does it? Jody, don't Aussies commit crimes? Are there any
They
juicy
do.
trials over there?
Bri, that is the biggest, most frustrating thing for me over here. They do, and they do live stream them from the Supreme Court and everything, but the absolute red tape that you have to go to and pay for to actually access them is ridiculous. Like, ridiculous. And it's just not worth it for me, especially when you're not a monetized channel. And you're already paying for all of the background apps and editing software and all the rest of it. To set up to live stream isn't a cheap process. So it just wasn't viable for me to begin with. But no, they don't let you do that. They tell you in the news when it breaks, and then they tell you what the sentencing was 12 months down the track. What happened? You don't hear anything in between. It's ridiculous. Unless you go in to the courts yourself and watch. But that for me is at least an
Well, that
hour's drive.
explains a lot.
It does, yes. Yes. That's why we all hook into the American system.
Deputy, when you respond to a call and you fill out a incident or investigation report, among other information that you enter routinely into those reports is the identity of the reporting officer, no?
No. Again, as I previously stated, if you're one of the responding deputies, sometimes that was an old system. We're on a new system, still does the same thing. Sometimes it can inadvertently put one of the other deputies on there as the primary. So if you don't catch it, the report goes through with that other deputy's name on it. So it's all electronic.
Now, that's 2 times you've explained that. So are you telling us that that is the standard practice, that dispatch makes a mistake?
It's not dispatch, sir.
Don't catch it?
It's not dispatch. It's
It would be the exception. Could we agree?
It could possibly, it can happen, and it does happen. Yes.
So now, let me ask my question to you again.
Okay.
Among the other information that goes into an incident report, does it identify the deputy who is making the report?
Usually, yes.
All right. Does this identify the deputy that was making the report?
It identifies me.
Now, what I would like to ask you, Deputy Burrow, is who the complainant was. That's another piece of information that's inserted in a report, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay, so let me,
Sustained.
what was the objection, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Lack of foundation.
Does this report that you've seen include the information that we just discussed, the nature of the call and who the complainant was?
Yes.
All right. Now, without leaving it to your memory.
Okay, if you could approach, please.
It's I think we're up to witness 5 on the state. It's first day 1. And this is the first responding officer to the scene of the incident. So we've had the decedent's cousin, then we had the decedent's daughter, then we had the 911 caller, and now the deputy. So it's only 4, is it? Did I miss anyone? Yes, and the defense attorney. Oh, hello, Bob. Welcome, welcome. Long time no see. She was here a minute ago. She was even on screen with us, Bob. You missed Gabby on screen. Yes, it's the defense attorney cross-examining the state's witness in between, well, actually, no, it's the sidebars. And in between that, we have the odd question. How are you, Bob? Haven't seen you for ages. Ages and ages. Scared her away, yeah. Yes, she's been very, very quiet for Gabby.
In the usual course of events, Deputy Burrow, when you enter information into an incident report, is it fresh in your mind?
Say that again, sorry.
In the usual course of events, when you fill out an incident report, is the information fresh in your mind?
Usually, yes.
Okay. And while it's fresh in your mind, you place it into the report as to such things as the date and the time and the location, the name of the complainant, and the nature of the call.
Correct.
All right. Now, I think you've told us that sometimes mistakes are made in these reports and they're attributed to different deputies.
Correct.
I think you also told us that that's the exception rather than the rule.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that this particular report is that exception or not? Do you have any information that leads
Again,
you?
I don't recall that particular call you're speaking of with that paper, but it's most likely was me.
Okay. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
It's the same objection.
Oh, this point.
Thank you. Would you tell us, Deputy Burrell, who the complainant was for that call?
Ashley Benefield.
Would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
May 7th, 2018.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
According to the narrative here.
Don't read the narrative. Just tell us the nature of the call.
I have to read through the narrative to be able to tell you because I don't recall this.
You got to take that up with Judge White.
What's been allowed is not detailed, just a
Correct, yeah.
general description.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yeah.
Okay, and the nature of the call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be Douglas Benefield.
And that was at what address?
That would be 11331 White Rock Terrace.
And what was the time of the call?
21:54 hours. So that would be 9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection.
What, you're going to object to your own report? Nope. Ava's leaving. She doesn't look very happy, does she? She's an angry little Vegemite. Poor bugger. Bri, I just saw that. Stop it. Thank you, but stop it. I just got a notification on my phone. Thank you. You're a very naughty boy. She looks like she would blow over in a stiff breeze. There's nothing of her. Nothing of her. She'd probably weigh what? 45, 48 kilograms. That'd be one of my legs. I do. I've got some. Thank you. I'm actually not I'm not touching anything that goes into that account. I'm just leaving it there as a little slush fund so that when I go to Thailand I can buy something nice. Yeah, I think she is tired. There's just so many of them. And I've got a bit of ham stuck in a tooth and it's driving me absolutely mental. And do you think I can get it out? No. Surely there's something here I can use. Oh, look, a paper clip. I'll be back. No. I was trying to discreetly, but
So, Deputy Burrow, I have one other question for you about one of your calls. Apparently, you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you if you recall, and now this is going back to 2019, specifically December 8th, 2019. You obviously worked the night shift at 20:55. Suspicious person call in progress at (11332) White Rock Terrace in Bradenton. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
Redirect?
Yes, Judge. I don't have anything, Judge. Thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, he can be.
Keep him, sir, you're released from your subpoena, you're free to go.
Wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We may need
Oh.
to recall.
We need to still do it.
Sir, you are not released from your subpoena. The witness sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, or the testimony given here in the courtroom with anyone, including the attorneys, or any other witness or anyone else. And you're not to view or watch or talk with any witnesses about their testimony.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, State.
Thank you. The state was called John Jones. I think the deputy already has to get it.
Sure.
That's an unusual admonition for law enforcement or expert witnesses.
Oh, and Judge, I will need.
You would have thought they would have known that anyway, wouldn't you? Like it's common knowledge for them, yeah? Is that where you were going with that, Bri?
Well, they're usually not precluded from watching the proceedings,
Ah, okay.
but maybe he wasn't an expert, but they
No.
usually are, law enforcement officers are generally excluded from those types of restrictions. Because Anyway,
They're supposed to be
Not
non-biased anyway. Mm. How's your pizza? What did you get?
it just arrived. I haven't checked it out yet. I just got pepperoni, bacon, and mushrooms.
Pepperoni. I had a ham sandwich.
Need the system for this one.
That's too much meat, but
Please.
Testimony you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
He looks like a detective.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. How are you? Good. My name is Judge Ryder, presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone and adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you just speak in a loud, clear voice, we'll be able to hear everything. If we hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
John Jones, Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with Manatee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been so employed?
since September of 2014.
And what are your current duties at the sheriff's office?
I am a property detective currently.
And does that mean you investigate property crimes?
Yes,
Okay. And back in September of 2020, were you in that same unit or a different unit?
a different unit,
And what was that unit?
the Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary duties as a member of the Violent Crimes Task Force?
Investigate violent or aggravated circumstance, respond to same.
And when you, what kind of education did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Went through the basic law enforcement academy in Valencia and Orlando.
And since then, have you continued to take classes through the sheriff's office?
Yes,
And do you take some on providing first responder aid as a first responder?
yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF at the time, did you work a specific shift?
I worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was that the correct, or is that the shift you were working at that time?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. And did you does VCTF have a zone, or are they in the whole county?
They're countywide task force.
And during your shift on the 27th of September 2020, did you respond to a call on White Rock Terrace?
Yes, I did.
And is that here in Manatee County?
It is.
And how did you find out about this call?
It was dispatched over the radio.
And what was the nature of the call?
Shooting with injuries, I do believe.
And does the nature of the call affect how you respond?
It does.
And how did you respond to this call?
Lights and sirens activated.
And is that because of the fact that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you to get over to White Rock Terrace?
Not very long.
Where you were close in the area?
I was at State Road 64 and Lakewood Ranch Boulevard when it came out.
And what kind of area is this where this home is?
Residential.
Like a subdivision?
Subdivision, yes.
And when you arrived, were other law enforcement officers already on scene?
Yes.
Several or just a few?
A few.
And what did you do when you first arrived?
I was asked to ensure nobody come out of the back of a residence.
And
nobody came out of the back of the residence.
Okay. And after that, what did you do?
I went to the front of the residence to clear the house to ensure there was no person inside the house.
And was that the same house, or was the back of the residence the neighboring house?
Back of the residence was the neighboring house.
So you started at the back of the house next door to the one where you eventually entered?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you went over to the neighboring house. Did you notice anything about the outside?
Can't recall.
That's fine. And do you recall how you entered that house?
Yes, through the front door. of the residence.
I was waiting for
And
it.
what was the purpose for going in there?
To ensure that there was no person inside that was armed and to render aid to anybody inside.
And did you find anyone inside the home?
I did.
And who was it? Or was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
And where was he?
He was in a bedroom.
And was he standing up or?
No, he was lying down.
And can you kind of describe what you observed in that bedroom?
Yes, I observed the male laying down on the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound to his right about here, and then another one down by his leg. There was blood under his right leg.
And was this room set up with a bed and a dresser and all those things, or did it look different?
It looked like it was empty.
And based on that room and the other rooms, did it appear someone was either moving in or out of that home?
Yes, it did.
And what were you've told us you observed what you believe to be gunshot wounds. Did you make any other observations of him?
Yes, he was wearing gray shorts and a gray shirt or a dark colored shirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 2 and 3. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those items?
Yes.
I'm just going to leave them for 1 second. Other than, how do you recognize them?
This is the shirt that the defendant or a victim was wearing.
And that's states 2, and as to states 3.
These are the shorts the victim was wearing.
And other than having been repackaged for trial, do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition when you saw them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 2 and 3.
No objection. Received.
And check it, I'm just gonna hold this up. This is states 2. This is the shirt the victim you found was wearing.
Yes.
And it appears to have been cut. Do you know how that happened?
Yes, I cut it
And what was the purpose of cutting it?
to check for injuries.
And then this is states 3. These are the shorts that he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're also cut. Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know how that would have occurred?
Likely by emergency medical services.
Is that normal for EMS to have to remove clothing like you did the shirt?
Yes.
As to these shorts in states 3, can you look at them and tell me what the size is?
Men's 30.
Thank you. And as to the shirt in states 2, can you look at that and tell me what the size is?
Not my glasses. Hold on a minute. Size small.
Thank you, sir.
It does.
Other than cutting his shirt, well, let me ask you this first. Did you touch him?
I did.
And how did he feel?
He was cool to the touch.
And did you attempt to provide medical aid?
I did.
And how so?
I began packing wounds to initiate CPR before EMS arrived on scene.
And what does that mean, packing wounds?
Putting gauze over wounds to keep whatever's inside when you're doing compressions.
And did you eventually start CPR?
No.
And why not?
EMS arrived on scene.
And were they very far behind you when you arrived?
Not very far, but I can't remember exactly how long.
And while you were attempting to provide medical aid, was somebody else taking some photos of the scene as you found it?
Yes.
So they arrived, 15, 20 minutes later, they testified, and he's cool to the touch, and they want to start CPR now.
And I'm going to show you states 18, 19, and 20. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those photos?
18 is me checking for the pulse on the victim.
Just take a look at them real quick and tell me if you recognize them first.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
and are those photos that we just discussed that were taken while you attempted to do aid?
Yes.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it from September 27th, 2020?
Apparently, 4. Apparently, either 4 rounds were shot or 4 wounds. One of the two.
20.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 18, 19, and 20 and publish the same.
May I just see them, Your Honor?
Of course.
No objection.
States 18, 19, and 20 will be received.
Detective, I'm
So when
going
you
to.
say publish, you mean up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Get the launch please.
That's why I asked the question before you to have, Bri, you were ordering your pizza, but apparently one of the spent cartridge shells was wedged or lodged in the gun when she went to the neighbour to call 911. And I was just wondering if holding your finger constantly on the trigger would perhaps create that scenario, like she wouldn't have let go, maybe. I don't know.
Actually, with a semi-automatic weapon, you have to hold your wrist actually very stiff, and that allows the ejector to function properly. So if you pull the trigger and you just kind of let it kick back into your hand, that will cause a jam or a failure to eject.
Okay, yeah, because the neighbour said that the it didn't look like the gun had been held properly. So
yeah, so
that would be why.
that
So
means
if you were aiming at
she was like
someone
an inexperienced, which it sounds like she's had some experience with weapons.
Yeah. Yes.
That would indicate that she was just pulling the trigger and was scared to death and not paying attention to what she was doing.
Exactly. That's where I was headed with that.
Speculation.
Otherwise, she would have that mindset and that intent to do what she had to do.
Yes, and it also sounds like, if she was holding the gun properly and using the weapon properly, she would have unloaded the entire magazine. So, so one for their side.
Sorry. Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you right. Let me give you this in case you need it. It's a pointer. That's like a red button in case you need it. The dot. I'm going to show you states 18 and ask you to describe what is depicted in 18.
Wow.
That is me checking the victim for a pulse after the AED has been placed.
And that's you on the right. That's your head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on the left, is that another deputy?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you said after placing the AED, what is that?
It's a defibrillator.
And is that the stickers we see on his body?
Yes, those pads.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 19.
States 19.
Yes. Is this the victim as you found him?
Yes, it is.
And those are the shorts we just saw.
Yes.
Thank you. And then states 20.
Yes.
Is this the position you found when you found him? Is this the same position he was in?
Yes.
Okay. And in the top right of this picture, there appears to be something tan. Do you know what that is?
Appear that it's a mattress stood up against the wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective. Did you make any other observations of evidence in that bedroom?
Yes.
And what was that?
There were 4 spent shell casings and 1 projectile in the room.
And a projectile, is that what I might call a bullet?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything, did you do anything else in the house after EMS took over aid?
No, we exited the residence and it was secured pending a search warrant.
And did you conduct any other investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
Judge, can I have just a moment?
Of course.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Cross?
Couple of brief questions. Deputy Jones, afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
You were not, or you were the first deputy that made contact with Mr. Benefield?
I was one of the first. I couldn't tell you I was the first, but I was one of the first in the house, yes.
Were any other deputies in contact with Mr. Benefield prior to yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Had Mr. Benefield been moved at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever witness anyone moving him?
Yes.
Other deputies?
EMS.
And the EMS?
Just EMS.
Just EMS?
Yes, sir.
No other deputies?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And EMS, correct me if I'm wrong, did they drag him out of the room?
I believe so, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect?
I don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be released? State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. All right, State?
I should have asked this already. Can we publish those? No, I don't need a witness. Just publish them to the jury when we're calling the next witness.
What, 18, 19, and 20?
Sure, 2 and 3.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked this.
As I said, members of the jury, just take each of these items, take a look at the first one, pass it on. These will go back with you in the jury room during your deliberations. You'll have as long as you want to analyze and look at them. Announce your next witness, please.
The state would call Detective Tyler Ackerman.
Now we start getting into the juicy bits. Hello, detective.
Cool, sir. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need it. So just, yeah, there you go. And just talk in a loud, clear voice right into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Tyler James Ackerman, Ackerman.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
Just about 9.5 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a violent crimes task force detective.
And were those the same duties you had in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your daily activities as a violent crimes task force detective?
What area?
What do you do?
Oh, okay. So we'll go out to assist patrol with calls for service pertaining to shootings, stabbings, robberies, stuff of that nature. And then we'll also assist other detectives with investigations.
Thank you. And what kind of training did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, I went to police academy, which is a full term for 6 months. And then after that, there's additional training that we receive at the agency to include in-service training, about a 3-month program that'll get us ready for the road, and then a 3.5-month program on the road to be able to pass to become a solo deputy.
And does that training in the academy and going forward involve firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do before you were a law enforcement officer?
Prior to law enforcement, before I went back to school to become a police officer, I was in the United States Army.
And when you were in the Army?
I didn't hear.
I was in the United States Army, sir.
Thank you.
And when you were in the Army, did you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were in the Army, were you in a position where you carried a gun regularly?
Yes, I was an infantryman. It was my job.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you, and a member of VCTF, do you carry a gun every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you required to go out to the range and make sure you know how guns operate?
Correct. We're required annually to pass a test, but then we're also given the opportunity to go out to the range to practice and do more, because it takes more than shooting once a year to be proficient.
And do you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask you a little bit about September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF, were you working a specific shift?
Yes, ma'am. We work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's our standard shift, unless something else that's happening in the county dictates that we change it.
And do you work in a specific area?
We have the entire county as our jurisdiction.
And during your shift that night, did you respond to a White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you informed of this call?
I believe it was through the radio. There was a shooting that was dispatched, and I couldn't tell you exactly how many of the members of my team, but we were together on a meal break.
And how long did it take you to get over there, if you recall?
I couldn't give an exact time frame, but maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure.
When you arrived, what did you observe going on?
When I first got to the scene, there was an ambulance that was parked in front of, I believe, the incident location. And there was a stretcher that was being loaded into the back of the ambulance, where there was a male that I visually observed on the stretcher.
And did you see a female?
Yes, there was a female that was being placed in the back of a marked patrol car, I believe. But I saw her for seconds, and then she was placed inside the vehicle.
And were there a lot of law enforcement on scene?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you tasked with doing?
Initially, when we get to a scene, we wait to see what needs to continue to be investigated or what people need help with. And there was information that said that the defendant went to the neighbor's house after the incident that took place. So myself, Detective Din, and I believe somebody from patrol went to that residence to make contact with the neighbor.
And what was your purpose of making contact?
To come have an interview completed with the neighbor to see what he knew happened.
And that home, and I apologize if you just said it, is directly next door.
Correct. If you're looking at the front of the incident location, it's the first house immediately to the left.
And what happened when you got over there?
When we went over there, Detective Din completed the interview with the neighbor. And then after the interview, we collected a multi-waiver for the house.
And what is that?
Multi-waiver is a form that's two-sided, and it has multiple different agreements that we can have. So if we go to a scene for this particular case, the multi-waiver is something that we collect from the person to get consent to enter and search their house with their permission in lieu of having a search warrant written sent to a judge.
And was Mr. Sant okay with you entering his house?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. I believe he signed it, but I have not seen the multi-waiver in 4 years. So.
Okay. And were you listening in on the interview? And I don't want you to tell me what what was said between Detective Den and Mr. Sant?
I was there for a portion of the interview, but not the entire thing.
Was something that you heard in the interview, did it cause you to go do something else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that?
To collect a firearm that was inside the residence.
Okay. And did you enter Mr. Sant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you locate the firearm?
Yes.
And where was it?
If you were looking at the front door, as soon as the front door opens, immediately to your left on the ground was the firearm, and it was just below a window that was next to the door.
And what, if any, observations did you make about the firearm?
Initially, the first observation was that there was a magazine inside the firearm, appeared to be a semi-automatic black pistol, and the slide, which is the portion of the top of the pistol that retracts to unload a round after it's fired and then load a new round, was partially to, it wasn't completely seated in the forward position. There's a very small amount of it that was to the back.
And did you examine the gun on scene to determine why it was like that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
When I saw that, the firearm, you could see a little bit of ammunition or a round of ammunition inside the chamber. But then after that, that was the only observation I could see with it on the ground.
And did it appear, and was that a live round?
When I cleared the ammunition that was inside the chamber was an unfired live round that was still able to be fired, or appeared to be able to be fired.
And I guess I should ask you, once you find a firearm, what do you do with it?
Generally, the first task is to make it safe, clear the firearm.
And so what does that mean?
So it would be pointed in a safe direction. The magazine is always the first thing to be removed from the firearm. So if you pull the slide to the rear and the magazine is still inside the firearm, one round will eject, but it will subsequently load another round into the chamber, which would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine was removed first, and then after that, the slide was locked to the rear to prevent the slide from going forward. And when the slide was pulled to the rear, that's when the live round of ammunition was ejected out of the chamber.
Thank you. And at some point, did you take a photograph of the firearm?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked with state 17. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's the firearm that I photographed and collected.
And does that photograph appear to accurately depict the firearm
Yes.
on that day? Your Honor, the state would ask to enter and publish state 17.
Mr. Taylor, is there any objection to the admission of state 17?
No, sir.
Received.
And Your Honor, once I'm done, could I just have it passed?
Okay.
Thank you. Once you made the firearm safe, what'd you do with it?
After that, it was placed in a new property bag.
And then did you take it to property and evidence yourself?
No, ma'am.
And what'd you do with it?
I waited with the firearm until CST, I believe it was CST Conlon, arrived to the neighbor's house and took custody of the firearm.
And a CST, what is that?
Crime scene technician, ma'am.
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go ahead and publish state 17. Mr. Taylor, hold on one second. They're publishing state 17.
Thank you.
Doesn't seem to be much court procedure adherence. No worries, AJ.
May I see a copy of the front?
Of course. You can see the actual exhibit. All right, cross-exam.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think we can agree that
your testimony pretty much revolved around the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You have experience with firearms.
Yes, sir.
There's various reasons why a handgun such as this might jam, correct?
Might jam, but what was with the firearm was not consistent with a jam, sir. The firearm was just slightly out of battery.
Bob, you need to go back and watch Friday's Friday's stream. It was just hysterical. It was day 2 of the witchcraft mum trial, and it was just hysterical.
Which means that the slide was not locked to the rear.
And that's the exclusive reason for it to have been in the condition that it was, you think?
There's multiple reasons why the slide wouldn't go to the complete forward position.
That's what I
But
want.
what was with the firearm was not would be consistent with a jam. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the slide.
Yes, sir.
Are there various reasons why the slide would have been in that position?
Yes.
Is one of those reasons, Detective, someone who is not holding the gun firmly enough?
One of them can be if the way that the firearm reacts with recoil, especially with a pistol, is when the firearm is shot, it has to be firmly held in place for the slide to actually be able to use its own force to push back, eject around, and load a new one, sir.
Okay, and as a relative expert with firearms, you go to the range regularly, I would assume?
Pretty decently, sir.
All right, and you make certain when you fire a pistol that you are holding it firmly enough
You can still come back, Gabby.
so that that doesn't happen.
I do, yes.
Okay, that comes with practice.
Yes.
And that comes with knowledge of the firearms.
Yep.
So if somebody were a
Bry's our expert, isn't he?
neophyte in the actual firing of the firearm and was scared and petrified, if they weren't holding it tightly enough, that slide could end up in the position that you found it in.
It could, but I think the thing that normally happens more commonly when it comes to a pistol and a grip being weak is that the round is still going to fire, but what happens is that the slide goes backwards, but it doesn't fully eject the round, which causes something that's called a stovepipe. So the best way that I can explain that is that the firearm wants to load a new round of ammunition into the chamber, but the old round has to come out first. So what happens as the chamber is coming back, it actually goes forward, and then the shell casing that it wanted to eject gets stuck in that slide, so it can't go forward anymore.
Okay. And one of the other ways would be, as we discussed,
It could be, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Could be ammunition, a spring, various things.
failure to hold it tightly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect,
No, Judge, thank you.
can this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Sir? Mr. Taylor? Can the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, maybe I don't need to. Go ahead.
All right.
Monica?
Yes, you're fine. No, it has nothing to do with you. All right, members of the jury, it's about 3:00, so I think it's a good time to take about 10 or 15 minutes, let you stretch your legs. I'm going to let you go back to the jury room. Please remember, just leave your notes here. Please remember, don't begin discussing the case or anything about it amongst yourselves. You are free to use your phones if you need to send or receive text messages or calls or email. That's just fine. But don't communicate with anyone outside the jury about the case. And please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. And we'll call you back out in just a few minutes after we get a break.
Does anyone know how long they scheduled this trial to take? Like what they estimated the length of time that it would take to get through this trial?
I don't
I
know,
didn't even
but
look at that.
they're moving
No.
so swiftly. I was
Yeah.
thinking this is a 2-dayer.
Well, if they're up to, well, that wasn't the lead detective, so I'm thinking maybe he might be next. And then what? Your
Probably
medical
3 days
examiner
now.
after that. I thought with all the publicity to be more than that. But yeah. I don't know. You never know what the defense have got on. I haven't looked at any documents, nothing from this trial. Absolutely nothing. It's just at the defense rests. Sharon, I don't think I've got my. No, I don't. I don't have my own link. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Look at that. Straight onto it. Legend. Thank you, Sharon. The aim is to get to 220 today, so that gives me what, 3 more. Woohoo! 3 more subs. It's doable. It's doable, peeps. Who does? Me? I am a bit tired actually. It's 5:08 a.m. here in Melbourne. So AJ is on her way home now and she's going to take over in about 15-20 minutes. So my shift will be over because it's been, what, 6.5 hour stream? Yes. This girl's getting a little bit weary. I could have some sugar.
Seems like we just started.
It does, doesn't it? It goes so quick. Goes so quick. Well, mind you, the start of this was a bit slow to take off, but it moved along. Oh, how did I get onto that? I don't want that. How the hell did I do that? There we go. Oh, what have they got in their chat? Anything exciting? No. Nothing at all. Our chat's way more exciting than that. So, anyone convinced that she did this on purpose? Because I ain't. Not at this point in time. Scusi. What do you reckon, Bright? Oh, I'll do that.
I'm leaning towards self-defense.
Yep.
But could change with the next witness.
True. Could change any second, yeah. So
I've actually been
she's
on both sides of it today. I've been on both sides today.
It's first degree, isn't it, that she's been charged with?
I believe it's second degree.
Is it? Yeah, they're saying self-defense after months of alleged abuse. Medical examiner does not believe Doug was facing Ashley when she fired 4 rounds at him.
Oh, that's going to be bad.
Well, she apparently fired the 4, AJ said, and only 2 hit him. 1 hit him in the leg and 1 hit his bicep and then went into his chest cavity, which was the fatal shot. So he may have been side on to her then. But then she could have hit him with the leg straight on and he's turned to walk away or turn to, as you normally would, you would turn away from danger, and she's fired the second one. Who knows? Who knows?
Well, if the medical examiner sounds, just the facts and doesn't appear biased and says he was running away, that's not going to be good for her.
It was side to side though, not back to front. So it was sort of sideways. Oh, you mean if he was retreating?
Yeah, I mean, if the medical examiner, appears unbiased and, just given the facts and says that he or she does not believe that he was in an aggressive stance, if that's what they say,
Mm-hmm.
then that's not good for her at all.
But that's even a matter of like a couple of seconds too, from an aggressive stance to a slight turn. Oh, boop.
I heard a boop.
You heard that too? Welcome back, Waffle. You're muted.
Yeah. Someone should keep going in and out just so we can hear boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
So AJ said that if she's not going to be able to take over the stream because you hosted it.
That's right.
So she said if you want to if you just want to end today, she'll just pick it up where you left off tomorrow morning.
All right. No worries. We can wait a little bit longer. It's all good. It's all good. I got plenty of sugar here.
Oh, George.
Probably Georgie.
George, darling.
What nonsense is George up to today?
So much nonsense, Georgie. Georgie's been a bad boy, I think. So he's up to no good.
Where's Bob?
Oh, Bob. Bring it, sausages. Oh, good Lord. Bring it, sausages.
I missed half of my chat. What's that? I did all wrong. I got Jody Arias. May I go back to that? I think I'm missing part of the chat because Sharon seems to be talking to.
No, I think
answering someone, and
Sharon is behind, and I think she thinks that she's live, but she's not. So she's answering stuff that happened like hours ago.
Yeah,
in the live chat, but I don't think she knows that she's behind.
Okay,
a little bit.
So she must be in the top chat then, is she?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Because I keep seeing comments, and I'm not sure who she's talking to, so I don't know how to answer her.
Yeah. Oh man.
So what's that? If only 2 hit, who knows? Yeah. Yeah, well, 4 rounds were fired apparently, and 2 hit. Bob's lurking in the shadows.
Bob, if you're at my back door, I sealed that up. You're not getting in there.
He doesn't have prior history of physical assault, but he did have.
All right, it should be 3:15. We're back on.
He did have a protective order out against him. She had a protective order out against him. So.
Record, State versus Ashley Benefield. State, I don't know, what you planned on. I think you said you had 7 witnesses ready for today. Do you think we're going to get that far?
We have 2 crime scene techs in the hall. Mr. Borak, who is going to be relatively brief, I think, and then Ms. Conlon, who will not be relatively brief. And then I think we have 2 more on standby that are here.
Right, I have Ashley Byers out in the hall and, Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell. I don't anticipate their testimony is going to be very long at all from the state side. So I was hoping to get them done today if possible, so they don't have to come back tomorrow.
We'll see how far we get.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have some issues with Byers and with Russell.
Okay. But they're going to be later.
Yes, crime scene next.
Well, let's get through the 2 crime scene techs to guarantee we get through those. And then we'll see where we're at with time, and maybe we get to them today, maybe we don't. We'll do our best, obviously, because I'm with you. I've said before, I prefer to get, if you've got witness here, let's get through them. But maybe if we don't get there, that'll give you time to put whatever arguments you want on the record. Sure.
Just while we're talking about scheduling, we have 8 witnesses scheduled for tomorrow.
Mhm.
Depending on the last day, it could be more. But the last witness is our firearms person, and they're not available until Thursday morning. He's coming from Jacksonville. So I just wanted the court to know, because I know you were, like, if we got done a little bit early, I don't think will happen. We're not gonna have him until Thursday morning, but then that would be our last witness if we're on schedule.
All right.
Just so that everybody's aware. I don't wanna have them try to.
So that's a good update for you, though, because you were saying, hey, because you had somebody who's getting a surgery next week, and
We had somebody getting surgery on the 1st, and we have
people coming in from out of town.
4 out-of-state people. Yeah.
So there you go. The state is just thinking they're going to finish Thursday,
Mhm.
Thursday morning.
If we're on schedule at the end of the day tomorrow, then we'll have 1 witness left.
So just FYI.
Yep.
All right. Are you ready to get the jury back in?
There you go. We have our answer. It's probably finish up by the end of the week. Week long. That sounds doable.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, are you ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And she disappears.
All right, welcome back. Y'all can have a seat. So I had gone up to my office, and when I came back down on this floor, I realized, well, it's cold today. So again, I apologize. It's set somewhere else. So just keep in mind throughout I see some of you shivering throughout the rest of the trial. Please dress in layers so you're ready for kind of like going on that trip up north sometimes in the spring. You're never quite sure what to take, so be prepared. While you were outside, did anybody discuss amongst yourselves anything about this case or begin your deliberations? Did anybody?
Did you just type that, Bri? Because that came up as me.
I did. I meant to put it in the other chat.
No, that's fine. I just like, oh, that's me. I don't recall typing that.
I have 4
Discuss
screens
anything
open.
about
I
the case
lost
with
track.
anybody outside of this?
I don't even know who Jim Gaffigan is.
He's a comedian.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. Not that it
Group.
bothers me.
Did anybody do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. When we took that break, the state was in the midst of presenting its case, so they're going to resume from there and call their next witness.
The state would call Megan Dvorak. And Judge, I will need the screen for both of these witnesses, please.
Ma'am.
I wonder if she'll get as angry if they call her a crime scene investigator instead of a crime scene tech.
CST Popple. She doesn't look particularly happy, does she? Lucky it's Wednesday and it's hump day. I want to get down to the chippy and have me some mushy peas in a haddock. Thank you. Or maybe a cod. And some scampi.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh.
Oh, good afternoon, Judge.
So good, welcome. My name is Judge White. I'll be presiding over the case. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. There you go. And adjust however you need to. Speak in a nice, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll hear everything.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Megan Dvorak, last name spelled.
I'm not getting ads, Chrissy. I think it's on, it might be on AJ's page or channel, I think, but I haven't seen any. Don't know why don't get them. Who knows?
Spelled D as in David, V as in Victor, Orack.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
And what are your current...
If AJ's getting ads on her channel, then wouldn't that put her behind on the live stream if we're running simultaneously? Or do they do them in the breaks and stuff? Oh, the joys of being monetized, huh? Yes, George, you really should have been here to watch the witchcraft mum trial, the 2 days. Okay.
Duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
6 years.
And what did you do prior to becoming a crime scene technician?
I was a 911 dispatcher.
Cool.
And as a crime scene tech, when you changed over from dispatch to crime scene, did you have to go through some training?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury about that?
We do an in-house training. It's usually 3 to 6 months. We have certain criteria that we need to get checked off on by our own training officers as well as the unit manager, and he deems it appropriate when we're able to respond to calls and process evidence on our own.
And were you working as a crime scene tech in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to September 27th, 2020. Were you asked to assist in a homicide call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time were you called?
About 20 minutes to 9.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to respond to our CID interview area, which is at our main operations center, to meet with detectives and obtain photographs.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigative Division.
And do you know what time, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what time you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 9:21 that evening.
And were you already said, I think you were asked to take photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that of?
Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what's the process for taking?
Maybe that's why I don't get them, because I've got YouTube Premium.
Pictures of someone.
In this circumstance, we take overall photographs of the person as they are when we first see them, taking identification photos from the front of their face, the sides, and then we take photographs in various forms of them being stood fast in front of us. So we just go in clips from the top all the way down. So we do a face shot to her chest, middle area, and then legs, and then down to the feet. And so that's what we did first.
And then once you do that, what's the next thing you do?
I only got it, Bri, because I didn't want it interrupting the stream, that's all.
The next thing we do, because I was also requested to, collect her clothing as items of evidence. And so we will start by removing an item of clothing. We're also checking for further injuries at that time or any marks that need to be identified and photographed. So we started doing that.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 21 through 30. Will you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are the photographs I obtained that evening.
And do they fairly accurately depict Miss Benefield as you photographed her on September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Yay! A super sticker, super sticker. Yay! Thank you, Bri. You're so generous. Good job. Good job. Like it. Like it a lot. I'm going to leave that up for a bit so AJ can see it when she boops back in.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 21 through 30.
Any objection?
None.
They'll be received.
Thank you. And Mr. Bork, you have a laser pointer there. You may have to check if it's on.
It's on.
Okay. I'm going to start with states 21. And so if you'll just kind of, for the record, let me tell us what we're seeing in this picture.
Sure. This is a front identification picture, as we call them, of the subject that we're photographing. Just like an ID photo that you would take on your driver's license.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, is that the time in which you're looking for any injuries?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Miss Benefield's face?
No.
And I'll show you states 22. This is her right side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 23 would be the opposite side, left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries on either of those sides of her face?
No, ma'am.
And so then you said you kind of just go down the body front and back.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 24. Will you tell me what we're seeing here?
This is a mid-torso from her breast line down to her pelvic hip area, with obviously her arms crossed in front of her person.
And states 25.
It's her shin, just above her shins and down to her ankles that are covered by shoes.
Thank you. And states 26.
And this is a rear view of that same photograph.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, did you observe any injuries on her arms or legs?
I believe that I observed some redness on her right forearm and some slight discoloration on the back of her left leg and upper right side of her right area, right thigh.
And so I'm showing you now states 27. Is that what you're are you documenting her, the red mark you saw on her wrist in this photo?
Yes.
And you said at some point, or that you did not observe any injuries to her face or head.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. I believe you just testified that you didn't observe any injuries on her face or head. Is that correct?
I did not see any.
But did you document her left ear?
I did.
And I'm going to show you states 28. Is this her left ear?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you document her left ear?
Her attorney that was present at that evening with her in the room advised me that she had.
Hearsay.
I think it's
Is it
effect on
offer for the truth?
No, it's effect on the listener.
All right, overrule.
Go ahead.
Her attorney that was in the room advised me that she had seen some redness on the defendant's ear. And so I did take it for posterity reasons, photographs of that ear.
Thank you. And then once you took these overall photos that we just saw and documented those, the scratch on her wrist, did you have her remove her t-shirt?
I did.
And did you observe any injuries once she removed her t-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
I noticed a scratch, a little vertical scratch under her right breast area, and then more scratches above her right hip.
I'm going to show you states 29. It's been cropped just for modesty purposes, but can you kind of orient us to where this is on Miss Benefield's body?
Looking straight forward at Miss Benefield, this would be just under the right breast area, just under the bra line. And
go ahead. And
right
then
here is the scratch I was referring to.
Thank you. And states 30, are these the scratches you mentioned on her hip?
Yes, so this would be the side of her right hip.
And I'm going to show you the picture. Up there, they kind of look brown, but were they in fact brown?
No, ma'am, they were red.
Thank you. And you said that's her right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you observe any other injuries once Miss Benefield removed her clothing?
No, ma'am.
And did you collect her clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any further investigation after you documented Miss Benefield?
No.
Do you have anything else for her? I don't have any further questions, Mr. Warwick. Defense may.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Adair. AJ's on her way.
Cross?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not cross.
Your Honor, I think that the monitor did not accurately portray two of the photographs. I wonder if the court had any objection before I begin my cross coverage of these two.
Absolutely not. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Just hand him to the deputy.
Yes.
Can you state for the record which numbers they were?
It would have been 29 and 30, Judge.
29 and 30. Thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Is it deputy or Ms.?
Crime scene, Dvorak or Mrs.?
Okay. Are you a licensed deputy or?
No, I'm not a certified. I'm classified as civilian.
Civilian. Okay, that works for the sheriff's department
Yes, sir.
as a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you, of course, filled out a report of the things that you did on that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
And among other things, as you've explained to us here this afternoon, Ms. Dorvick, you also collected, did you not, DNA swabs?
I did.
Okay, will you tell us what DNA swabs are?
DNA swabs, dependent upon what I'm being requested to swab, are utilized when I'm trying to get a possible DNA sample from an area. In this circumstance, I believe I took, if I can just refer to my report,
Please,
Judge?
absolutely. Take your time. You can refer to your notes. I don't need to speak for the court, but I'm pretty confident on that one.
I did take a buccal swab. We call it a buccal swab standard from the defendant. And then for this particular case, I took touch DNA swabs, which meaning I was swabbing specific areas that the defendant's counsel had advised me that I needed to swab in accordance to find maybe possibly some of Mr. Benefield's DNA. I believe I swabbed several areas in reference to that.
Okay, and would those areas that you swabbed include Ms. Benefield's hands?
Let's see. I did swab her forearm and wrist areas, both from the left and the right.
Now, I think you referred to that as touch DNA.
Yes.
In other words, trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether or not a particular individual may have touched Ashley Benefield in those areas that you swabbed.
Objection.
If she can answer, overruled.
You may answer.
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in this instance, by what you just expressed to us, you were taking those touch DNA samples off Miss Benefield's wrists and forearms to check to see if Douglas Benefield had touched her on that particular day.
I believe it was just to see if any touch DNA profile came back.
Okay, would Douglas Benefield be included in that?
I don't know for certain. I did not send off the swab, so I'm not sure who they were actually putting a profile against or running it against to.
Okay, so you swab it, it's sent off to the lab?
The detective is the one who determines what swabs get sent off and who the DNA comparison is related to.
Okay, and the lab analyzes it and sends it back?
Yes.
And when they send it back, they distinguish what individuals may or may not have left their DNA in the areas that you swabbed.
I can't answer that. I don't know what their results look like or what their job entails.
Well, do you know what the end result of your swabbing is for?
I do not.
Okay, you don't know whether it's to establish if somebody touched them in those areas.
I do swab to see if there is multiple or just one DNA profile in that area. But like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending him off to compare with Mr. Benefield's DNA or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to see whether or not scientifically there's going to be evidence that someone may have touched Miss Benefield in those areas.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect.
Oh, 1 second, Ron. Storbeck, you have your report with you?
I do.
Would you look at the first page where you begin listing the areas that you swabbed?
Yes.
Does it not at the bottom also say that you swabbed the suspect's right hand and left hand?
Yes, it does. I
Not the
apologize. I
suspects.
missed that.
Miss
Yes.
Benefield's right hand and left hand.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you did the right hand, the left hand, the right wrist, the left wrist, the right forearm, and the left forearm.
Yes, the forearms and wrists were one swab individually on both arms. And then, yes, I did swab both her right hand and her left hand individually.
And what do you do with the swabs after you've completed your task?
They are sealed with evidence tape and they are signed on the seal to ensure that the seal is not broken. And then I place them into our property and evidence division, to which the detective deems that they need to be sent off or not.
Who's the lead detective on this case?
Detective Justin Warren.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, can the witness be released? State?
Yes.
We have her under subpoena, Your Honor. I'm going to have to ask that you remain under.
All right, ma'am. You're not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked. So you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with the attorneys or anyone else, any other witnesses. You're not to talk with any witnesses about their testimony or other evidence. You're not to watch or hear anything about the proceedings until you're released from your subpoena or the jury has been discharged.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go.
Hello, everybody. I feel like I've been traveling
All
all
right,
day.
State, call your next witness.
Just catching up with you guys here and there. Brian. Super sticker. Thank you. Wherever you are. Thanks, Brian.
You're welcome.
Oh, man. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about to 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need. Speak in a loud, clear voice right into it. And you should be able to hear everything. We hear you breathing, you know you're too close. All right?
Did Jody pass out?
All right, Ms. Friel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amanda Conlon, Conlon.
Okay.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
20 years.
And have you been, what is your current duties? What are your current duties?
A crime scene technician.
And have you been a crime scene technician that whole 20 years?
No.
What did you do before that?
I was in teletype, which is part of dispatch.
And then how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
17 years.
And what kind of training do you get to become a crime scene technician?
I went to St. Pete College and for crime scene specifically.
And then once you join the unit, do you have any on-the-job training?
Yes.
And do you continue to receive trainings if methods change or new science evolves?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And in the same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive there?
Approximately, I got called at 1937 hours. And I think I arrived about 28 hours approximately.
Okay, so just because I don't math. 7:37 p.m.?
Yes.
And then you got there at 8:28?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And was law enforcement already on scene?
Yes.
And how do you get called out to a scene?
It was a Sunday night and I was on call. So since I was the on-call person, Sergeant Moss was the one who actually called me out that night.
And when you arrived there, without telling me what they say, did you speak to law enforcement to get an idea of what had happened?
Yes.
And what is your task there on scene at White Rock Terrace?
Once I arrive and wait for the search warrant to arrive, I can only take photographs of the outside of the residence on the street of where the crime scene tape was. And when the search warrant arrived, then I was able to enter the residence.
And prior to entering the residence at 11331, did you go next door to the neighbor's house?
Yes.
Okay. And why'd you go over there?
There was a firearm that I needed to collect.
And tell me about that. Where was the firearm?
When I arrived, Detective Ackerman was outside the residence with the firearm, which was in a paper bag.
And was it secured, I guess?
He secured it, yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
It was a Springfield 45 caliber.
And when you got there, had it already been unloaded or was it still?
It was still, the magazine was still loaded.
And it did in fact have bullets in it?
It had 1 in the chamber and 3 in the magazine.
And what type of ammo was in the firearm, if you recall?
45 caliber and Hornady, I believe.
And once you collect the gun, what do you do with it?
On scene that night, I secured it in my van, locked my van.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm first going to show you states 31, 32, and 33. Will you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Chrissy, your birthday is the same day
Yes,
as my
I
nephew,
recognize
so
them.
happy
And how do you
belated
recognize
birthday.
them?
Those are my photographs that I took of the gun that was next door.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict it as you found it on September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter 31, 32, and 33.
Any objection?
No.
Received?
Thank you. And may I publish them?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, there's a pointer there. I don't think you'll need it at this point, but if you do, I'm going to show you first states 31. What's the purpose of this picture?
That is the next door neighbor's house, so I'm showing the address.
And I'll show you states 32. Is that how you found the firearm that day or that evening?
Yes.
And are those potentially Detective Ackerman's feet there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the front porch of that same address?
Yes.
And then states 33.
That's the firearm.
And the slide is back in this firearm, in this picture. Was that done by the detective prior to you getting it from him?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not asking Gabby.
And Ms. Conlon, I left an item there with you. It is states 13. Would you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the box that I packaged the gun in, and it's got the information on the side of it.
Hello.
And your information from when you packaged it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look inside?
I feel like I've been here all day and haven't been here all day.
I had to go. My eyeballs were floating.
I understand.
And I needed a French cup of tea.
I understand that too.
Boop, you're back.
It's open. Yep.
Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you packed it back in September of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 13.
Received.
Thank you.
It did look like pizza.
You just walked in front of the.
Yes, I would prefer that.
All right, Brian, when's your birthday? What day? Because he's a Leo.
When is
I'm
that?
a Leo. Chrissy's birthday was just on Sunday, which is also my nephew's birthday. 8/18. Mine is Saturday, 27th.
This Saturday?
Yes, ma'am. You're going to get to my birthday before I do, so let me know how it goes.
So what date is this Saturday?
The 27th.
27th of the 7th. And Bry's is what, 18th of August?
Yes.
I think that's my nephew's birthday. There you go. Who's
9/18.
1918?
Gabby. Yes, this is it.
Yep. Oh, did you see your super sticker from Bri?
I did. I thanked him. That was very sweet. It was a nice surprise.
Yes, the Giggle Sisters. Well, that's another name
George,
for it, George. Yeah.
that is.
I'll take that.
By this time of day, when you've been going this long, Jody, you just can be whatever you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
You too, Bryce. 'cause you've been here all
Thank
day too.
After you collected the gun, I think I got ahead of myself earlier. At some point, do you enter 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your, what do you do when you are processing this scene? You said you'd already taken outside photos?
Yes.
And so what's the next step?
I start to take photos into the inside, and I entered through the garage door, which was open. I entered then into a hallway where there was a laundry room on the left side of me. And then as I continued down the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms on my left side. And then there was a bathroom at the very end of this hallway.
And so do you document the entire inside of the house before there's any searches or evidence collected?
Yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Always the back door. It's always the back door.
Conlon, I'm gonna show you states 34 through 82. It'll take you a minute, but if you'll go through each of those and let me know when you're done.
Oh, Brian, you also have to either raise or lower your voice an octave because you sound just like the judge, and I can't tell you guys apart
He
when I'm
does.
not.
No, it's
I'm
the
just
it's the
listening.
defense attorney.
Oh yeah,
The
I mean the
defense
defense
attorney.
attorney.
Yeah,
When I'm just
yeah.
listening, I can't tell them apart. I'm like, why is Brian talking like this?
Yeah, we said that earlier.
How's this?
I'm awake now.
That'll do. That'll do.
Quiet down! I can't hear the pages turning.
Who was that? Waffles is back.
What in the heck was that?
Hilarious.
Was
That's
that a
what
squeaky piece of lettuce in the sandwich?
What was that, soggy bun?
I know, I'm the soggy bun now.
Call my bun soggy.
You're like, I'm never soggy.
I'm never soggy.
Christy has been unalived.
Who?
Chrissy. She's
Oh.
not been here for a while. Oh,
Yes. Adair, I think that's yep. Yeah, I'm getting to the silly stage.
I don't know how
I'll
you're
finish
not
my cup
already
of
there.
tea and I know.
Hopefully this is the last witness.
Yeah.
'Cause they
They've got
acted like-
8 witnesses tomorrow.
I heard. So this was supposed to be scheduled for 2 weeks, but
Yeah,
no
no,
way.
I reckon they're going to finish up Friday, I think, because
I hope so.
they said the state will rest after they've got one more witness Thursday morning, and they'll rest after that.
Okay.
And I think the defense said what they had 4 or 5 witnesses. I think
We'll see.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
sometimes they say things like that, and then they're like, "We rest." You know.
Mm-hmm. Or with that defense attorney talking at the pace that he does, it could take another week.
That's true.
Although it has picked up the pace a bit.
Yeah.
From the start.
Yeah.
So, all right, squeaky piece of lettuce.
You looked at them all?
Yes,
And do you recognize states 34 through 82?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took that night.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the home as it was when you documented it and then collected evidence back in September of 2020?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you state 16 is laying there. You kind of were describing the layout.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
it's the residence.
And does it depict the portion of the residence we are going to discuss this afternoon?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter states 16 and states 34 through 82.
Any objection? None. They'll all be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Conlon,
ma'am.
would that sketch, if I had blown it up, assist you in describing the house as we walk through it?
Yes.
And can you take a look at this blow up and tell me if it is an accurate depiction of state 16?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, feel free to reposition yourself as you need to get a clear view of what's going on.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Conlon, we're gonna, you have a pointer there. So we're gonna kind of walk through this house, through your pictures and this sketch if you don't mind. Okay, so you said you entered through the garage. Will you just point out for the jury where that is
That's
in this
crazy.
picture?
That is everyone's mission.
Or the sketch, sorry.
Okay.
And then you already said you went in through a laundry room. So if you just kind of point to where you walked through.
And I walked through here.
Okay. And I'm gonna steal those pictures. I'm gonna start with states 34. What is this picture?
This is the driveway of the residence.
And this is the 1331, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a U-Haul truck.
Correct.
Okay. And then this is states 35. What is this?
This is still the driveway, and this is one of the storage pods and the U-Haul.
And then you said you went in through the garage.
Correct.
This is states 36. Where are you standing in this photo? When you take this photo, sorry.
I'm standing right in the entranceway of the garage.
And then states 37. What do we see here?
Still the garage.
And what is that doorway that's depicted in the middle of states 37?
So that's the hallway. And then once I enter that hallway, the laundry room's right there on the left-hand side.
And states 38, is this laundry room you were just discussing?
Yes.
And then once you go through the laundry room, what's the first thing you encounter?
Past the laundry room, there's a bedroom, which is right here.
And did you enter that bedroom and document it with a photo?
Yes, I did.
And that's states 39. Is this that bedroom that on the sketch is labeled child's bedroom?
Yes.
And were there things in this bedroom that indicated to you that potentially a child lived in that bedroom?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a small mattress and there were some items in the closet.
Now, after you went in there, where's the next area you go?
I'm continuing down the hallway and there's the second bedroom.
And we're going to come back to that one. Eventually, do you go through into the living room area?
Yes. So once I get to the end of the hallway, then I start my photos around here in the kitchen.
And this is states 40. What area are we looking at here?
You spoke too
You're in
soon, Bri.
the living room right now.
And this, we're going to have dueling laser pointers. This here, what door is that?
That's the front door.
Okay. So that's on the right side of this picture.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then here, is that the same front door on the left side of this picture states 41?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you depicting here?
The dining room.
And then in states 42, where are you standing now when you take states 42?
So I'm standing in the living room and I'm closest to the kitchen, like right in this area.
Thank you. And did you document the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And where is this was this a pantry in states 43?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it?
It's right there.
And then this is this sketch is only the part of the house that we're going to talk about today. Is that right?
Correct.
Where is there something past the kitchen and those bathrooms there?
Yes, there's a master bedroom and bathroom in this area.
And did you go back and document that room?
I did.
Did you find anything of evidence in that room?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Once you walked through the whole home and you said you had gone into that bedroom we called Miss Benefield's bedroom on the sketch, do you also document any evidence that you find?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you states 44. Can you tell us what we're seeing here and then show us where this would be on that sketch?
So that's blood, and that's the entranceway of this bedroom right here. So it would be going this way.
And the, just to be clear, the wood part would be the bedroom and the tile would be the hallway?
Correct.
And then, is this the same entranceway from a different angle?
Yes.
And were you made aware of what that smear was from, or that blood mark?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was from the victim being dragged out to be worked on.
And did it go all the way, did it start in that bedroom?
Yes.
And where did it end?
It ended at the front door.
And I'll show you states 46.
Yeah, she said smear, and then she was like, blood mark. Let me tell you what it is.
EMS dragged him out.
Sounds like
to
it.
work
So
on him.
when she fired that first one, it went into his right leg and out. So it went all the way through his right
Through and
leg.
through,
I didn't
yeah.
want to type that all out. I was being lazy, sorry. And then there was 2 rounds found in the wall and a loose one found, I believe, on the floor, if I remember. That's according to Law and Crime. So I don't know.
Yeah, and one hit his bicep and then entered the chest.
Yes.
Did that go through as well, or just
It
they
didn't
retrieved
say.
that?
It just said it entered. It skipped off. It appeared to have skipped off his bicep and then entered his chest cavity, is all it said.
Well, it could have ricocheted then, so he could have been front on.
Smear.
From the bicep. Smear.
I was like, who the hell is that?
You know, we needed a swing tent pole on Friday.
Swing.
That's the one.
I'll just be the sound effects.
Yeah, I forgot you were down there, Soggy Bun.
Nice one.
A little more clear, but this is the bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you. And then what bedroom is this?
This is once again the same bedroom.
And this is 47. And we'll call this Miss Benefield's bedroom if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And so what are we looking at here?
I've started to take my photographs like in a 360 inside the bedroom. So I'm documenting right now the blood that's right there in the middle.
And I'm just gonna, can you just kind of mark it on there? Circle it, I guess. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that states 47. Oh.
Hello.
The state's 48. There's some, would you call them bifold doors there?
Yes.
And what is that we're looking at the base of?
That's the closet.
And then this is states 49. Is that the same closet?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said you did a 360 view. Does that mean you take pictures of the whole room?
Yes, corner to corner, as best I can.
Sorry.
I said they already went to bed. They're like, it's time to get up.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Miss Benefield, are we keeping you awake?
Holy sugar.
They're like, Mommy's awake. Mommy's awake. Feed me. Where's the food? Where's the food?
Someone give Bri a lozenge, for God's sake.
We can't. It's how we tell them apart.
Can't change my voice until the next trial.
Here's Bri.
Sounds like
just
something
squeaky
off
piece of
Sesame
lettuce.
Street.
He sounds like somebody I can't put.
I know, it's like off Sesame Street, or
I can't figure it out. I'll figure it
It's
out.
like someone
you can't
trying
finger it out.
Oh,
It's like
Chrissy.
someone trying to sound like Elmo, but you don't sound like Elmo.
No, Chrissy, my credibility has not been around for weeks. Certainly wasn't around last week.
There's no such thing anymore, Chrissy.
No.
I thought it was Monday.
My Facebook motto under description says, "My name's not Jenny, but I've been around the block."
You did take it with you when you left, Chrissy. 'Cause I've not had it in a long, long time, and you haven't been here in a long time.
I've never obtained it.
I had it once, and somebody
Where
told me
my
that
dignity.
it left.
Chrissy's
and then-
just playing hot potato with your credibility.
I know. Just playing fast and
Hot
loose.
potato,
like,
hot potato.
You gotta be
Is
quicker
there
than
any other
that.
way? All right, got to play.
Okay.
Thank you. And this is states 50. What are you documenting here?
Once again, the room, I'm just standing at a different corner, and then I'm starting to focus in on the casings that are in the room.
And after you've gone through these pictures, do you later mark items of evidence in a certain way?
Yes.
And how do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I will come back and place evidence markers down by anything that I think is evidence.
And did you do that in this room?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 51. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So what markers do we see here?
You're seeing 1 through 6.
And do you then also kind of zoom in or get closer pictures of what each item you're documenting?
Yes.
And so we'll start with, this is states 52. That's that same room we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in states 51, we can see that next to the room is marker number 1.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just kind of hidden in this picture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm capable, I'm going to try to zoom in. What are you documenting in state 1?
I'm starting to get close-ups of the evidence markers and the casings that are next to them.
Okay. And so at states 1, I'm sorry, at markers 1, 2, and 3 here in states 52, what are those 3 items?
They're casings.
This computer's killing me. And then in states 53, where are you standing now?
Now my back is towards the wall, so I'd be right in front of evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And we see 4 and 6. What other markers do we see that we have not seen before in this picture?
So 4 and 6 and 5. 5, 4 is in the corner.
And then is that white sticker on the wall a marker also?
Yes, that's 7 is.
And states 54 accomplishes what I tried to accomplish a moment ago. These are the closer up pictures of 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
And did you collect those 3 casings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 4, 5, and 6. Will you take a look at those 3 items and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They've got my ID, my last name, my seal.
And do they, other than having been repackaged for trial purposes, do states 4, 5, and 6 appear in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged them?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 4, 5, and 6.
Any objection to states 4, 5, and 6? Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon me.
So there's a casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state 7. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, my seal.
And other than being repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter state 7.
Any objection to states 7?
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, could we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir. Come on.
No, I just need to just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
How many more do you need till 2:20, Jody?
Sorry, doll.
How many more do you need till 220? Weren't you like at 217? I have your page up, but if
No,
I have to refresh it.
215, I think. Hang on.
215.
Let me have a look. Let me see. Yeah, 215. So
Okay.
5 more. 5 more. Yay.
All right, people, come
5
on.
more subs.
She
We
just
can
needs
do
5.
it. We can do it.
We can do it.
We can do it.
Just get her to 220.
Yeah. Oh.
You got them all, Deputy? All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. I'll show you states 56. We see 1, 2, and 3, which we've already discussed, but also number 5. What were you documenting with tent number 5?
There's a projectile at 5.
And in states 57, is that a close-up of that projectile?
Yes.
And did you collect it?
Yes.
You take a look at states 9 and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my last name, my ID, and my CO.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from marker number 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 9.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're looking,
He's the
back
paralegal.
out of the same bedroom.
He's a paralegal. I found it. That's why he can't sit up at the defense table, because he's not fully licensed.
Mhm.
Like, he hasn't passed the
What
bar.
What a load of.
So, but yeah,
Hasn't passed the bar.
hasn't passed the bar.
Yeah. No,
So,
you
yeah.
may not sit.
You cannot sit there. No, it's only
Nope.
for the big kids.
Can't sit here.
You didn't
Adults
pass the
only.
bar.
Is that correct?
Correct.
This is states 58. And we see a marker we have not seen before in the middle there. Well, a couple. But that first one in the hallway.
Check the leading.
I'll
Especially
sustain.
in a courtroom.
She can explain.
Thank you. Can you tell me which markers you see in this picture?
So going out into the hallway towards the front door is 13, 14, 15.
And would you point to them if you don't mind with that laser pointer?
Right there, there, and there.
And then on the wall, do we see a marker, or is there any other markers besides number 6 and the ones you just discussed?
Number 7.
Okay. And what were you documenting with number 7?
A projectile hole.
And this is states 59. Is that the same hole?
Yes.
Thank you.
That right there is a fatal shot.
Well, I was going to say that's a big hole, but then I decided against it. And then I just told you anyway. So, but yeah.
And at some point, did you attempt to determine what happened to the projectile after it went through number 7?
Yes.
And were you able to figure this out?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It ended up in the bathroom
number 8.
door frame.
And do you have some type of equipment that you use to try to help you in that, to figure out the path of a bullet?
A trajectory rod? Yes.
And did you use that in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you state 60, and if you could describe for the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So the hole starts at 7 and enters. So that's an entryway. Then this is where it ended up. So the projectile's right there at 11 in the door frame.
Thank you. And did you
You don't
document
want
the
a
path?
projectile hoe.
So
She's
that
got
was
something
state
wrong with
60
her.
for the record. This is state 61.
So that would be on the other side of 7. So 7's an entry, 8 is an exit. So that's going into the bathroom cabinet underneath the sink.
And if you can, well, I guess, so 7 would be on the opposite side of the wall?
In the bedroom, correct.
Thank you.
That's me, Gabby.
And then after it left 8, did you determine where it went?
Its path continued through the cabinet door.
And this is state 62. What do we see here?
So now it is entering the cabinet door. So that's what number.
Watch me stick a projector rod into my cupboard door.
Into the big
Sorry, a
hole.
trajectory rod.
Hoe.
Yes.
Number 9 is going.
Thank you. And what's this in state 63?
So that's the same cabinet door, and this is it exiting that cabinet door.
And this is state 64 for perspective. Will you show us, just point to where states, the
Dang it,
marker 10
Chrissy,
is.
where were you last
Right there.
trial?
10. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
And did you determine the final resting place of this projectile?
I did.
And where was it?
It's at 11 in the door frame.
So this is state 65. What's this?
That is where the projectile ended up.
And state 66, what do we see here?
That is a close-up, and you can actually see the projectile right there.
And did you dig it out of the wall?
I did.
And state 67, what do we see here?
That is, it's been dug out, so that's just showing that it came out and it's right there.
And did you collect that projectile?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 8. Same questions. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you removed it from the wall back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 8.
Received.
I'm going to show you state 68. Can you tell me what you're documenting here?
So that is the blood trail. So I'm now in the living room, dining room area. So that's 14, 15, and 16 are all blood.
And we saw a 14, 15, and 16 in a previous picture. Are these the same ones?
Yes.
You only use each number once.
Correct.
Thank you. And this door, what is the door in the middle of this picture?
That's the front door.
And then state 69, what do we see here?
So I continued outside because there was more blood outside. So that is right in the front entrance outside the front door. So it would be right in this area. So that's 17 and 18 with blood.
Thank you. And when you said this area, you pointed, but I didn't see. Would you mind?
Right in this area.
Thank you. Did you locate any other projectiles in the home?
I did.
And where was it? Where was it? One or more?
It's one more, just one more.
And where was it?
It's in the living room.
And did you document that with photos?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 70. What do we see here? And if you could just show us on that sketch where we're looking.
So this is the living room, and it's right by the front door. So it's this is the front door, so it's right here in this area. So there's the window. So it's right there.
Thank you. And what is this item in state 71, if you know?
It's like some kind of shelving.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
The path that the projectile took.
And can you just point to the jury what you used?
Right there, and there's the projectile hole.
Thank you. And this is state 72. Is this the projectile you just told us about?
It is.
And did you remove it from the wall?
I did.
And you collected it.
I did.
I'll show you states 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And does, other than repackaged for trial purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 10.
No objection.
Received.
And may I have the deputy pass 8, 9, and 10, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
He was not a dinner.
To put him on the thumbnail.
Oh, goodness. We ain't hunting any wabbits. Don't you bring the wabbits. There is no wet wabbits. Oh, where's Wendy Wabbit when you need her? Oh, Jody, do you know that story?
Nope.
That's for another time. It's very long.
Right, State.
That's what she said.
Thank you, Your
Whatever.
Honor.
I'll got it myself.
Miss Conley.
We'll do it tomorrow on tomorrow's stream.
It might be it's more of a Friday conversation.
Okay.
Way past the 2-hour mark.
Oh yeah.
Just when you finally do get some sleep and wake back up, look up wet wabbit.
Okay.
Might be our rabbit, not wabbit.
It's crap.
If you don't know, Gabby knows.
I'll send it to you in Discord.
All right.
Christine knows.
Thank you. I
Keep your
think
halo off. That halo is tarnished, ma'am.
Conlon, did you find any firearms in this home?
I did.
And I want to show you states 49. We previously viewed it. What do we see here in 49?
The backpack that's in the closet.
And did you search that backpack?
I did.
And did you document that search?
I did.
And so this is state 73. Is that the same backpack?
Yes.
And what did you find inside that backpack?
A firearm.
Did you find anything to indicate to you whose backpack it was?
There was a driver's license.
And this is state 74. Is this the driver's license you found in the backpack?
Yes.
And would you mind telling me the name on it?
Ashley Benefield.
Thank you. And what do we see here in state 75?
That's the firearm.
And then at some point later, once you collected it, did you lay it out and document it?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 76. And let me ask you first, what kind of firearm was it?
It was a Sig Sauer 380.
And in state 76, is that the same firearm?
Yes.
I can zoom in if you, maybe. To be sure, or give you the other picture. Is that the Sig Sauer?
It is.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 43. We saw this picture. This is in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in that pantry?
Yes.
And what was it?
A firearm.
And can we see it here in this picture?
You can't see it, but it's where the Jiffy peanut butter is. There's a basket, and it's in that basket.
And so now, sorry.
Oh, she
State 77. Is that the same Jiffy or Jif?
Yeah.
I
And
know you
78.
Is the basket spin?
What's that?
Yeah, I don't keep mine with the peanut butter. We have one very handy, but it's for skunks. It's to take care
What,
of
a
those.
pew-pew?
Yeah, because the skunks have to go.
They stink.
They spray my dogs, so
Oh.
they gotta
What?
go. Yup. This is not a
Do
skunk
they
friendly
really
place.
smell that bad?
Oh, Jody, I can tell you stories.
Is it just plain
Oh,
Cheerios
really?
spray or honey nut
Yeah,
Cheerios?
I'll tell you sometime. I'll tell you sometime after we tell you the rabbit story, then I'll tell you the skunk story because
Okay.
it'll balance out. We all know they aren't plain Cheerios. Liar,
Plain.
Brian. Liar.
Liar, liar, liar.
Pants on fire.
Been taken down to
Come
a
on, this
lower
bit just
shelf,
needs to finish.
and then the firearms in there.
And did you also later document this firearm on?
One in the fridge.
Huh.
Gotta
Really?
keep it fresh.
It's in with me peas, isn't it? I keep it in the fridge. The fuck?
Cold steel and hot lead.
Well, it's hot. It's a firearm.
I can't stop.
It's just this
See,
voice
it's way
that
more
comes
fun than
in.
typing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just like a voice that comes in from somewhere. It's like, who is that?
Sweet Kraken.
It's like, Jesus, is that you?
Do you have a cold? What's wrong with you?
It's not the defense attorney.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man!
He lives in Drury Lane.
Yes, the Muffin Man.
Yeah, eat it, fucker. Eat that shit. Eat that turd.
Yeah, eat it.
Yep. Yep.
Oh.
It had to be done.
Some
I'm just gonna call
brown paper.
Bry's voice my
And
conscience.
in state 79, is that what we see?
Yes,
And what kind of firearm was that?
it was a Springfield 9mm.
Thank you. Did you collect, and I'm sorry, let's go back to the SIG that was in the closet. Was it loaded?
It was.
And you said that was a 380?
Oh, yes.
And the one that this one we're looking at here, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in this picture, can you tell us what all we see in this picture?
It's been secured, so the slide is back. This is the magazine. So there was 1 in the chamber and then 9 in the magazine.
And they're still in the magazine at this point?
Correct.
Thank you. And I know you already said 9mm?
Yes.
Thank you. Just don't want to get them confused. Did you collect any other items of evidence from the home?
No, Adair.
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
No.
2 cell phones were collected.
And I'm going to show you states 80. What is this item?
That is a cell phone which was on the living room couch.
And you collected it?
I did.
Your main person, clerk.
Yes.
Get me in trouble, Adair. Get Jody in trouble. You can't say that. You cannot say that word. Or the M word.
I don't understand why. Really?
Yep. Cannot
it
say
like
M
once or
word.
multiple times?
I don't
Does
know.
Court TV have the M word?
I get it.
Look,
And I
I've got it on their thing.
I get it. Adair and I have been round and round on this because he says other channels say it and I understand, but nothing is enforced equally. So
no,
they might hear it,
a
you
lot of
say it or me
channels.
say it and just yank us.
But see, the difference is you like AJ is relying solely on YouTube for income, whereas a lot of other creators have associates. So they have PayPal, they have Venmo, they have Cash Apps, they have other sources of income externally that they link to their YouTube, so they can get away with the swearing and all the rest of it. But they've got like 30,000 subs and stuff, whereas the small fries like us, yeah,
They'll still yank you. I've seen big, 300,000+ people or subs. I've seen them deleted, completely
yeah,
gone.
they're really
They don't
strict.
care. They don't care.
We even had like just our intro last week. We created a new one with a software package that has supposedly non-copyright material, and we got copyright strike, and poor AJ didn't get any income. They've demonetized the stream for her, so she wasted 7.5 hours for nothing. So
Yep,
they're just really, really strict, and it was nothing. It was something that we pay for to have an extra, to have that option to choose and use that music without having to get copyright strikes, and they still. So unfortunately, it's pew pew.
Yeah, it just has to be like, you just can't
Mm.
say, like, that's why people say grape. I think it's all stupid. I don't disagree
Oh,
with
yeah.
them, but I
Mhm.
can't. It's just like it's not worth the risk is not worth it to me. Like,
No, especially when you're relying on it.
yeah, I mean, I didn't make the rules, but I have to follow
No,
them if I'm
no.
going to be here.
Yep. Correct.
Yeah.
Come on, where's Mr. Kraken? Surely you've got something there. Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Release the Kraken.
No, it's release the Kraken. I can't even do it. I was on a horse this morning.
Nope. He
Makes me
must have
feel
walked
bad. I like
away.
grapes. No, he said makes me feel bad. I like grapes.
All right.
He's just over there eating grapes and crying.
You'll never eat grapes the same again.
In the corner.
I'm not a grapist. I swear.
Oh, hello. Hello.
I feel violated. How do you think those grapes feel, Brian? How do you think those grapes
Ms. Common, I'm
feel?
showing you states 11. You take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
How many more of these can
Yes,
there
I do.
be?
And is that the phone we see? I'm sorry, what is it?
It is the cell phone that's on the couch.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the same color, everything.
And is it documented with this case number and the time of this case?
Yes.
And other than
I know, Adair.
possibly some paperwork being added, does it appear to be the same or substantially the
help it.
same condition?
I have to take it up with
Yes.
YouTube.
The state would ask to enter states 11.
No objection.
Received.
I was actually watching another channel, and apparently, Runkle of the Bailey, because he is a pew pew specialist type of thing.
Yeah.
And apparently, because I watch CLR Bruce Rivers as well, and he has a pew pew on his desk whilst he's live streaming, not live stream, while he's recording, and Runkle of the Bailey got demonetized on one of his videos because he took one out as an example to show. So apparently the rule is you cannot have a pew pew if you are live streaming, but if it's a pre-recorded video, it's okay. So they make them up as they go along. They're just
absolutely
ridiculous. And the same as like when you got to 1,000 subs, you got there 3 times.
Absolutely. And I found out since I've gotten here, there's different tiers to swear words.
What do you mean?
So you have some swear words that are on tier 1 that are more okay than other swear words in tier 2 and tier 3.
Do they send you that list, or do you just have to guess?
it's stuff you have to like go look at. So it's ridiculous. So Jody, when you get monetized, they're going to go back through all your stuff to make sure you haven't done anything. So be very, very careful.
Also, like swear words and stuff like that.
Yep, to make sure that you followed their rules, they're going to go back through all your stuff before they monetize you.
Okay, all right, I better behave then.
So, and then, yeah, I mean, it's insane. You're just constantly trying, like she's been looking and reading, and I know like Gabby has, and they're trying to tell me like, here, you can do this, you guys can't do this, or so, I mean, it's just constant changing, constant. And it's just constantly trying to just
stay within the
boundaries, and but you don't ever know where the boundaries are.
They keep moving the goalposts.
Yes. So it's very frustrating. And I get it. I know people don't like it. I don't like it, but I didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I can change it.
No.
Not little
We
old
just need
me.
to suck it up.
And how many phones did you collect?
2.
And where was the second phone?
In the garage.
And what do we see here in States 81?
So it's a shelf. So it's right outside, going back to the garage. So it's a shelf that's right here at the entryway into the house. So there was a shelf area.
And is that same phone depicted in States 82?
Yes.
I'm showing you States 12. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
The case number, what kind of phone it was. And the date that this occurred.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter States 12.
No objection.
Received.
Once you collected these phones, what did you do with them?
Everything was secured back in the lab once I cleared the scene, but these 2 phones were assigned over to a detective so they can be searched.
And what detective was that?
Blazinski.
Thank you. His last name?
Blazinski.
Thank you.
Wazowski.
You just call him Ski.
Wazowski. Come on.
Other than after what we've just gone through from September 27th, were you later asked to do something else in this case?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was on October 1st.
And what were you asked to do?
To photograph Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
I did.
And where did that take place?
In our CID.
And I'm going to show you states 83, 84, and 85. You haven't seen these today. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photos I took of Ashley.
And do they appear, or do they fairly and accurately depict how she appeared to you back in October 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would ask to enter and publish 83, 84, and 85.
No objection.
Received.
And what was the purpose of taking pictures of her?
So this was after the night that everything occurred. And I know Megan took pictures of her that night, but sometimes bruising does not show up for a couple days. So that was why I went back to take pictures of her.
And did you observe any injuries on her body?
There were scratches. Yes.
I'm going to show you states 83. What's the purpose of this photo?
It's just to show who I'm taking a picture of.
And did you observe any injuries to Miss Benefield's face or neck?
I did not.
And then states 84.
Ooh, look how thin
So
she is.
that's
How did I get a picture of me?
And just for orientation purposes, that's the right side of her body.
Yes.
Thank you. And
Wow,
states
dancer's bod for
85.
sure.
The scratch in her back.
And for orientation purposes, what side of her body would that be?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's not her back. It's well, I see this real quick. I believe it's right under her bra line.
It's been cropped quite down.
Yeah. So it's the right side of her body.
Thank you.
don't really care if she had
And were you
injuries
asked
on
to
her or
conduct
not.
any
That doesn't mean he wasn't
further
coming for her.
investigation in this case?
And yeah, exactly. And she wasn't ever claiming physical abuse either, was she?
I don't think so.
Like, no. Oh,
But it
actually, there
doesn't
was
mean
once.
that she didn't feel threatened.
That's right.
So
That's exactly
because
right.
if he was backing away when she pulled that out, that meant he felt threatened. So, like, I don't care that she didn't have any injuries on her.
No. No. And there's also the law of no. They've changed it down in Florida for you don't have to
You don't
retreat
have
or
to
something.
retreat. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish this witness would end.
I
How many
mean,
bullets do they want to look at?
I don't. You can
Really?
fast forward as far as I'm concerned. I mean, my goodness, how many things do we have to
Yeah.
see?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
But,
No. Your Honor, may I have just a moment with co-counsel? Thank you.
oh, God, really?
Thank you, Ms. Conlon. I don't have any other questions.
I think they're nearly done, actually, to be honest.
Yay. It's like side-eyeing the state over there. Seriously, dude?
So, Mr. Taylor,
Come
would you
on.
like me to leave that on, or would you like me to get that out of your way?
You can pull it up.
Yes, sir.
I like that screen that comes up and down in his courtroom.
Mm. Sorry, I'm just reading
Good
mod chat.
afternoon.
Hello.
You took more pictures on that day than were actually introduced here this afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Let me pass this one to you and see if it's one of the photographs that you took.
Let me pass this one to you. Yes, it is.
Yes, of course.
I can't even try to be Brian.
Yes, I did take this photograph.
Okay. State chose not to offer that to you, so I'd like you to identify it for us.
It is Ashley. I'm assuming it's her maiden name, Byers. It is her, and it's her concealed weapons firearm license.
Okay. And is it an accurate reproduction, just like all the other photographs that you took on that day?
Yes.
We move respectfully, Your Honor, and introduce it as defense exhibit number 2.
Any objection?
No, I recognize the state police. We have no objection.
Thank you. Received.
You don't have to be sorry at all, Sharon.
Oh, no.
I want.
I'm sorry. So has that already been marked?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We pre-marked all of them.
Thank
Sharon, I've done that before too.
you.
You just get behind and it doesn't.
Conlon, I want to just concentrate for a moment on the cell phone that you said that was on the couch that you recovered.
Yes.
Let me just try to refresh your recollection as to whether or not that cell phone, rather than being on the couch, was in the couch.
Yes.
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 Well, that's a little different.
Yes, it was originally in the couch, and then it was removed and put on top to take the photograph.
I mean, was there a struggle? Is that why it fell in the couch?
The crime scene photographs that you took, I want to make sure we understand. You went in there and took these photographs and processed it after the deputies and EMS were in there.
Correct.
So What your photographs tell us, correct me if I'm wrong, is that that's the way the scene appeared at the time you took the photograph.
Correct.
It's not necessarily the way the scene was prior to the time you snapped your photograph.
Correct.
So in other words, the broom, just as an example, that was in one of the photographs, that broom may very well have been knocked aside when the deputies were working on Mr. Benefield, trying to assist him.
Yes, that's possible.
And that could apply to the shell casings as well when the EMS people dragged Mr. Benefield out of the bedroom.
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing.
Correct.
All your photographs tell us is how things looked when you took the photograph.
Correct.
The blood marks from the bedroom all the way out to the front door, once again, is the scene after the EMS went through there along with the deputies.
Correct.
The last thing I want to ask you is, you did, to my knowledge, 2 separate reports. Is that correct?
I believe it was one. If you would show me what you're looking at.
Sure. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So these are my property receipts.
Yes, okay.
So that would be separate from the original written report.
Okay, but these are reports that you did.
Correct, yes.
And one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, is it Deputy Conlon or?
No, I'm a civilian.
Crime scene.
It was innocent.
Yes, crime scene.
Or Ms. Conlon.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the dates of the report is on the day of the incident, 9/27/20.
Correct.
Okay, and the second
I
one
was just joking.
is,
What was that?
I said she is a CST. I was just joking. I was making fun of CST Popple off of Baldwin because she's like, I'm a CST.
Oh,
Like,
there was
she
one
nasty
before her.
about
that-
it.
Yeah. Oops.
on
Oopsies, don't
October
start over.
12th of 2020.
Yes.
And on both of these reports, Ms. Conlon, you, under type of case, noted as a homicide.
Correct.
When you're photographing this scene and executing your duties, all you know is that somebody died as a result of what happened there.
Correct.
You don't know whether or not it was a crime.
I do not know.
That's why you call it a homicide.
Correct.
If you knew it was a crime, you'd call it a murder.
Correct.
Nothing further.
That's quick.
Redirect.
Sorry, just one second.
Don't cut him off right away when he sends the jury out so we can see what time he's coming back tomorrow. Sorry. Let him, I was going to say, don't cut it off right away.
No.
I want to see what time he's coming back tomorrow. I'm assuming 9.
Right. Hold on one second. Can she be released?
Yes.
Can she be released from her subpoena?
No, we'd like to keep her under subpoena, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Conlon,
And
you were
Your
not
Honor, I
released
would
from your
like-
trial.
I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
You were not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so that means you cannot discuss your testimony here today with anyone outside this courtroom, including the attorneys. You can't talk about it with any other witnesses. You can't talk with witnesses about what they testified about or what questions were asked of them. All right, so remain available.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we publish defense exhibit two, please?
Wait,
Absolutely, yes.
that too. That's his.
Yes, defense 2.
Just a photograph.
Well, hold on, but the deputy has something else in his hand.
That's the report. Yeah, that was his.
That's yours.
Yes.
All right. and we'll publish 2. And Ms. Conlon, there's a lot of stuff flying around. Just look through your file, make sure that.
That I did not.
Yeah. Everything's yours?
Yes. It's
All right, ma'am. You're free to go for now. Be available if they need you again. Yes. Thank you.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, while they're looking at defense 2, go ahead and approach.
More fiber.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you gonna be able to get enough sleep and start at 9 and my time tomorrow?
All right.
Yeah, I'll get what I need to get done this morning, and then I'll go to bed probably about lunchtime, and I'll sleep through till about 8. So yeah, I'll be fine. Because
Okay.
what's 9 o'clock is 11 p.m. So yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Plenty of time.
Okay. Okay.
Here's the jury. So we've had a very busy day, and talking with the attorneys, we're right on time. We're doing great. There's some couple legal matters that I need to address before we go to tomorrow, just to kind of smooth things out and make sure the presentation doesn't take up too much of your time and it's as smooth as possible. And I think what I prefer to do is go ahead and let you all go for the evening now. And then we're going to stay and work. I don't want you to think we're going to run home right now. We're going to stay and work,
Tic-tac,
talk
anyone?
about tomorrow, and get it all worked out so we can hit the ground running tomorrow. Now, I had originally said that tomorrow morning I might need to start late because I had court. That resolved itself, but I think we're still moving along pretty good. So I think we're going to look for a 9 o'clock start time tomorrow. So if you could be downstairs in the jury assembly room at I almost said 7:45, 8:45. That should be plenty of time. The deputies will come get you. Is anybody picking tomorrow? Okay. Do you know if everybody's been released? There won't be any jurors. Okay. I was just checking because a lot of times we'll pick juries on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I was just checking to see if there's going to be a whole bunch of people down there. The clerk says probably not. So you probably have the room to yourself. If there are people there for civil juries or something like that, if you all could kind of stay generally in the same area, you have to sit right next to each other. But that way we kind of know where everybody's at. So you're free to go for the evening, maybe beat the traffic. But remember, please, last night you got home and family and friends or work was probably asking, how's it going? You got to say, hey, I don't know anything yet. We haven't done opening statements. All we do is pick the jury. But now you've heard some testimony. So at this point, it's going to become even more important for you to follow these rules of no discussion amongst yourselves, no discussions about the case with anyone outside of this room, and make sure you try and avoid the news or don't, look at your favorite websites, but try and avoid doing any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics that you've heard anything about. Remember too, I don't know about you, but my fingers and my toes are pretty cold. So dress warm or dress appropriate so you can come and, adjust as you need. I don't know if anybody brought.
Are we happy now?
I'm happy, Brian.
Right.
That's funny. Brian, if you are more than welcome to come on my channel tomorrow, so you can email me. It's on my page, or you can tell Jody and she can forward the link to you, however you want to do it. So,
have you not got?
I don't have Brian's email
AJ's?
address.
Okay. If you're happy for me to share it, Bri, I will share it with Ms. AJ.
That's fine.
All right.
Okie dokie.
I will
You can't
send
leave the
you.
squeaky lettuce out.
I will definitely do that.
Totally awesome.
I'm
awesome.
making.
Oh, I
I'm
can get
gonna
this
make
off
sure
now,
you're
can't I?
you're the soggy bun all day tomorrow.
That's fair.
Still better than being a condiment.
Jody,
Being part of the sandwich is better than condiments.
Maybe soggy bread is yucky.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Especially with tomato, the soggy tomatoes in the
Oof.
salad.
Yes.
Ugh.
And those poor grapes.
They're all gone now.
No witnesses.
They're fondling the grapes.
Just little stems.
I love
Well,
grapes. They
Jody,
just don't like me.
I will
thank
see
you
you
for
tomorrow.
staying. Yes, thank you
You're
for
Have a good
hanging
night.
out all day. I
I
will
think
cover
that's a
all day
record.
tomorrow. Yeah, it's a long day. I don't have to go. Well, Adair, when she ends her stream, it's going to end
Yeah.
mine. I don't have any
Yep.
control over it. So
I have the ejector seat.
she has all the control.
So
I will have
you're
all the
happy to
control
set up
tomorrow.
tomorrow?
I will set up tomorrow. I will do tomorrow. So that way, if you want to hop off of here, if you're tired, you are more than welcome. And we won't have to worry about
Beautiful.
anything. And it'll just end when I end it.
Thank you very much, Lee.
So what time? He's going to start at 9.
So, yep.
Gabby, you might be right, but I hate to not be here by 9. So
I'll be here.
So we'll be here.
I'll probably be behind the scenes, 10 minutes beforehand or so.
Yeah, okay. I'll be here too.
Yep.
And we'll see you guys all tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time.
Yay!
Yeah, Eastern time. I was like, I don't know. I don't know what time your time zone is, Jody.
It's 11 p.m. tomorrow night for me.
Is that like just
That's
Australian Standard Time?
Eastern Standard, yeah. Yep. Eastern Daylight Savings, I think, or something like that. No,
That's
not
what-
Daylight Savings.
You guys don't do daylight savings, do you?
Yeah, but in the
you do?
summer. Yeah. So we're Eastern Standard Time now or something.
Tea waffles.
I'm 14 hours ahead of you, so yeah, I just add 2 in a day pretty much.
Yes. All right. Well, go do whatever you need to do so you can go get
All
some
right.
rest.
Thank you everyone
So-
for joining us.
See you guys all
Lovely to
tomorrow.
see you all. I'll put the outro on. Yay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.